Chapter 1. I crawled on hands and knees along the alley's wet, trash-strewn asphalt and spit out a stream of blood, wheezing and fighting to catch my breath. A hard kick from a steel-toed boot lifted me from the ground, punting me 5 feet. My body slammed against the dumpster. Winnie Love had inked runic tattoos over my body, but they had depleted during the quick and painful beating, courtesy of 2 vampires. They were behemoth creatures with tree-trunk legs and barrel chests and baseball-mitt hands. One had an awful soul patch. The other wore gold veneers shaped into vampire fangs. Soul Patch and Goldfang worked as bouncers for a nightclub in Sacramento. Dizzy nights. Earlier that day, Adria insisted she needed a night away from the estate to decompress, which was code for getting drunk and hooking up. She begged every Reaper in Project Phoenix to serve as her wingman. Her first option, Winnie Love, declined. She went to Bridget Adams next, who also shot down Adria's request. As with when she asked Winnie Love, Adria approached Brigitte within earshot of me. My theory, she knew everyone would decline her invitation, but she suspected I would say yes if hearing everyone else reject her. I couldn't validate my theory, but it seemed on par with Adria's innate and constant desire to scheme and manipulate. Brigitte, fresh off a high-intensity circuit, dabbed sweat from her forehead. It's not that I don't want to go out. My hunger gets worse with each passing day, and I'm afraid if I'm around so many Keiths, I'll snap. Adria stomped her foot and pouted. Determined, though, she went for her next victim. October. Simmons had commuted from her bed to the toilet over the past 3 days. When Adria asked her, her face paled, and she covered her mouth, as if the thought of clubbing intensified her sickness. Adria went to Eric Haller. He needed a wheelchair to move around, and he was closer to 70 than 50. His booming laughter chased her out of his office. An hour later, she crept into my territory. The library. What are you doing tonight? I glanced over the page of a book. This. Want to do something a little more exiting? Nope. Big sigh and fast forward. 12 hours. Adria hadn't lied. I found myself in a much more exciting situation, though a less desirable one. A vampire, with a skinny soul patch, dashed toward me. I struggled to remain on my hands and knees as I recovered from crashing into the side of a metal dumpster. He wedged his thick forearms beneath my body and performed an Olympic-worthy thrust, catapulting me 2 stories high. I reached the apex of my ascent, then gravity grabbed me with its unforgiving grip. I had nowhere left to go but down, and I plummeted. My body landed atop the soggy, goopy trash inside the open dumpster. At that precise moment, as I swam through trash to breach the surface and breathe fresh air, I had no anger for the vampire. All my negative emotions centered on Adria and me. How had she convinced me to tag along? I never saw the appeal of clubs, never had fun at them. I preferred dives. If I drank, I preferred doing so on my couch, at my home, where I could hear my thoughts and speak without yelling. Also, the comfort and security of my house never surprised me with murderous vampires. I exploded from the wet bags and old food, swallowing a lungful of fresh, rain-damp air. I pinched an old banana peel from my head and wiped liquid, better left unimagined, from my face. The tattoos storing runic energy fizzled across my body, their reserves needling on empty. Once they depleted, I would have the strength and speed and endurance of a normal, in-shape man. Soul Patch poked his ugly mug over the edge of the dumpster. He reached into the mucky depths to pry me free. As he leaned forward, putting himself in an off-balance position, I shoved a plastic garbage bag over his head. He bolted upright and stumbled backward, ripping the plastic away from his face and throwing it to the ground. The vampire sneered at me. "You'll die for that." From behind Soul Patch, Adria crept forward like a phantom. Goldfang lay in a dark pool of blood. The prone creature pressed his pale hands to his red-stained throat, applying pressure to a gaping wound. The brutal laceration wouldn't end his unnatural, corrupted life, but would incapacitate him for a moment. From within the dumpster, I cocked my head and smirked at Soul Patch. Imagined myself looking like some kind of humanoid raccoon. "Bring it on." He growled and lunged at me. I had readied my next attack and threw a wine bottle. My aim proved true. Enough. The green glass whistled past his ear. The vampire flinched, stalling for a moment too long. Adria traced her magical dagger across Soul Patch's thick neck. Soul Patch gargled on blood. He wrapped his bearish hands around the gash and turned to face Adria. She wore a devilish grin, and she curtsied. "Now, how did Doryan stumble into dancing with vampires? I'm a little jealous that a handsome monster like you didn't ask me onto the floor." With his free hand, Soul Patch swiped at Adria. She bounced away from his sluggish strike. "You're too late. You've hurt my feelings, and I'm not a girl who forgives and forgets." She blitzed forward and drove the pink, crackling blade into the side of the vampire's skull. The attack wouldn't kill the creature. A lethal strike required decapitation or incineration. Soul Patch hissed as he pressed his other hand over his newest wound. Adria drove an elbow into his nose, breaking it with a splintering crack. She stomped on his knee, folding it inward. Soul Patch dropped to the ground like a rag doll. Adria skipped to the dumpster. Her eyes gleamed with excitement as she studied me. "Why did you come out here?" I motioned to Goldfang and Soul Patch. "Because of them." "Them?" "When you left me at the bar to use the restroom, I fixed my gaze on Soul Patch, grabbed my arm, and led me out here. The other one was waiting for us. They used me as a human punching bag. Soccer ball, volleyball. You name it, I played the role." "Did you at least have fun?" I stuck out my lower lip and nodded. "More fun than I was having inside the club." "Don't be mean. Since I saved your life, you owe me. Currently, there's a man sitting at the bar with a group of friends. He's impossibly handsome, and I want him in my pants." "Gross. Can you help me?" I didn't understand why Adria required my help to secure a hookup. Her outlandish beauty made models look plain. She had the unfair ability to approach any man in any bar, whisper the right words while placing her hand in the right places, and puppeteer them to do as she pleased. Before I could question her need of my help, a sinister yet syrupy voice slithered across the alley. "Ah, if it isn't the one who got away." A tall, wiry man stepped from the shadows that colored the edge of the opposite wall. His eyes caught and held the darkness, and he glided forward, as if his feet never quite touched the wet, dirty ground. The man looked at Adria. "You're still hanging around trash, I see." I struggled and failed to conjure a comeback to his comment. What was there to say? I stood in a dumpster. Why hadn't I climbed out of the dumpster? Adria scrunched her nose in disgust. "You..." I switched my eyes from him to her, and back again. "You know him?" Adria nodded. "That's the thrall who bit Cade, Raleigh." She backed away from the vampire, bumping into my grime-coated dumpster. "I'm here to strike a deal beneficial to the both of us. A simple truce." "Nothing is simple with vampires," Adria said. Raleigh showed his pointed incisors. "Return Cade to me, and I'll forget this incident ever occurred. If you cannot comply with my simple request, I'll learn your names. I'll find your families. I'm sure you can infer what will happen after that. Adria's laughter trickled along with the drizzling rain. I understood why she laughed too. The vampire's threat meant nothing. It held no weight. When we joined Project Phoenix as Reapers, we had died. Raleigh, no matter where or how he looked, would never find those we loved. He licked his lips. You find my terms amusing? Yeah, because I don't take you seriously. You're a little pathetic creature. How about this? I'll propose a deal. If you make like a bat and flutter away, I won't hunt you down and kill you like the rat you are. Raleigh hissed. He dashed forward, his movement so fast, his form blurred into mist. I blinked, and he reappeared with Adria in his embrace. He twisted her around so her back pressed against his chest. He forced her head to the side so her neck stretched out. The vampire nuzzled against her taut skin, opened his mouth, and touched his lips against her skin. A vampire's kiss. I almost summoned my artifact weapons, 2 sickles formed from the horseman of Death's scythe. However, Ireland Earp, a spirit, and the previous owner of the weapons, advised me to never draw them, not under any circumstance. I lacked the proper training to wield them, and to wield them against corrupted creatures. They could kill me and claim the artifacts as their own, use them to incite the apocalypse. So, I gritted my teeth and refrained from drawing the weapons. Instead, I grabbed a handful of cold, wet garbage and threw it at Adria and Raleigh, like chucking snowballs. The pedestrian tactic created enough of a distraction for Adria to draw her energy-infused dagger and bury the blade into Raleigh's thigh. She drew a second dagger and punched it through the side of his skull, so it jutted from his head like a devil's horn. Raleigh kicked her in the back, with enough force to snap her spine. Luckily, she had runic tattoos, courtesy of Winnie Love. The defensive wards absorbed most of the damage. Still, she flew forward, landing on the wet ground. The magical blades dispersed into sparks, disappearing from Raleigh's body. I jumped from the dumpster and sprinted to Adria. Raleigh remained rooted in place. I could kill you both as easily as clipping my nails. Gross imagery, Adria said through bated breath. Soulpatch and Goldfang climbed to their feet and stood beside Raleigh. Their previous wounds had closed and scabbed, though they both appeared emaciated. This time tomorrow, Raleigh said, I'll allow you to live long enough to uphold your end of the bargain. If you cannot deliver Cade to me, well, at least you'll allow me the joy of destroying everyone you love. Chapter 2. There's no rest for the weary, the wicked, or the reapers of Project Phoenix. After managing a measly 3 hours of sleep, I pounded a bottle of water, dumping a quarter of it over my sweaty head. My heavy breathing turned the cool liquid into a fine mist as it sprayed from my mouth. My lungs burned as they thirsted for air. Welts, bruises, and fatigued muscles ached across my body. A red siren wailed in the minefield simulation room, a white-coated box-shaped area the size of a gymnasium, filled with white-painted stages and scaffolds of differing heights. The wailing red siren signaled an in-session training. The genius of Winnie Love's runes had no bounds. When the siren flashed and sounded, the white paint darkened with color, and details filled in the ambiguity. After a moment, I stood in the alley, where Adria and I skirmished with the vampires a handful of hours back. Winnie Love's runes projected the setting to perfect detail. Even the grimy, rusty dumpster made an unwanted appearance. That oversized metal rash bin was more welcome than the 2 hulking figures standing before me. Winnie Love had amassed a small army of untouched mannequins. He outfitted each one with a rune to enliven it. So, technically, they were golems, animated creatures awakened with a magical sigil. Since our experience with golems drifted to the evil side of the spectrum, Love dubbed his creations as simulacrums. Each simulacrum mimicked the abilities of the monster it represented. In the current simulation, I relived the club's alley, fighting, over and again, the vampires from the night before. Ireland and I retraced my ever-remembered action. My steps, my strikes, my blocks, my failed blocks. The practice was a worse version of Groundhog's Day. I relived and re-experienced the vampires pummeling me for 3 hours. Soul Patch's thick, vice-like fingers grasped my arms, pressing into my bone. He escorted me to the side door of Dizzy Night, into the alley where Goldfang waited, his burly arms crossed over his chest. Ireland froze the simulation right there, as if pausing a movie in mid-scene. As a spirit, her fiery red hair still appeared lively, and her straight posture and alert green eyes made her appear dangerous. Why didn't you break away from him? Why did you allow him to lead you outside, away from the crowd and Adria? Though the scene turned into a still image, the excruciating circumstances remained unchanged. Soul Patch's grip bruised the bones beneath my biceps. I gritted against the dull pain, knowing it would end sooner if I answered Ireland's questions. There were Keiths inside. Keiths meant normal people unaware of the supernatural world. I didn't want to create a scene or risk anyone's safety by attempting to break away. Besides, what chances did I have of outmuscling a vampire? Did you know he was a vampire when he grabbed you? No. Yet you allowed him to lead you to the slaughter. I gritted my teeth. Ireland sucked in a deep breath. I can't go everywhere with you. I'm dead now, reduced to a spirit. Rules govern my behavior. Thresholds bar me from entering private places. If I'm incapable of accompanying and advising you into a location, you need to know how to defend yourself and survive. You're a warden now. You wield death's power, if you're defeated, and if your weapon falls in the wrong hands. I've heard the spiel. I know the danger. The world will end. The dragon will rise. Ireland glared at me, unamused by my response. I know you mean right, Ryan, but right doesn't cut it any longer. You have the weight of the world on your shoulders, its existence in your hands. I've remained on Earth because I swore to protect it. My role in doing has changed. It's now my job to provide you with enough strength to bear the responsibility without collapsing beneath the pressure. My arm had gone numb from the simulacrum's unrelenting grip. I closed my eyes and breathed, considering Ireland's words before speaking. With her and Adria, it had become a common theme for me to be incorrect. My ignorance didn't bother me, though. Those two women had decades of experience surviving the supernatural world. I had a few months. I opened my eyes and nodded. What should I have done differently? Broken his arm when he touched you at the bar. You should have caused a scene. Vampires, along with all the other corrupted, are like cockroaches. They prefer to exist unseen. Draw attention to yourself and to them, and they'll scurry into their holes. I didn't know he was a vampire, I said. Why would I break a random guy's arm? You should have known his nature. Iumenta and the corrupted have vastly different auras. Maybe you can't discern a vampire from a Wendigo, but you must know how to decipher a human from a monster. Without another word, the scene continued. Soul Patch threw me on the wet asphalt. Illusionary rainwater drizzled over my back, and an illusionary dampness soaked into my clothes. I pressed myself to my hands and knees. The vulnerable position allowed Goldfang to kick me square in the face. The picture-perfect reenactment paused again. Goldfang's size 11 boot smashed my nose sideways, and we remained in that painful, awkward tableau. Ireland circled the scene, scowling at me. Have you never fought before? Not with a vampire. I spoke against the steel-toed boot covering half of my face. A fight is a fight. When you're on your stomach, roll onto your back. Determine your surroundings and the immediate danger. Respond appropriately to the perceived threat. The fight continued. My head snapped back. I flipped around, landing hard on my back. Though I took the long way, I gained the tactical position Ireland recommended. The vampire chased his kick with an elephantine stomp directed at my skull. I rolled a full circle and popped to my feet just in time for Soul Patch to uppercut me in the stomach. Breath rushed from my body, and I folded in half. Soul Patch palmed the back of my head, forcing it driving into his knee. As the bone of his kneecap met the soft concavity of my eye socket, the battle froze. Waves of pain radiated from my eye to the back of head, ricocheting off my skull and flooding to my face and neck. It worked on repeat, and would until Ireland resumed the fight. Can you not pause before the attack lands? We're not reliving this over and over for fun. Ireland crouched beside me, tilting her head to look around Soul Patch's knee and into my eye. Do you enjoy receiving the same beating repeatedly? How many times have we gone through this? 10? 20? You don't adjust. The vampire throws you on the ground. You get kicked in the nose. You stand, get punched in the stomach, and kneed in the face. What would you have me do? They're faster and stronger than me. I can't use my sickles and risk exposing them to the world, right? What would you recommend? You're a warden. Now, you have 2 jobs. Protect the world from the apocalypse. Don't die. That's it. The entirety of our existence hinges on your continued existence. What would I recommend? Fight back. I don't care if you're fighting 2 leviathans or 2 babies. If someone or something intends to harm or kill you, or if you perceive it that way, you fight. Before I could argue with the fallacy of her rules of engagement, the battle rewound in a blur. The next thing I knew, I stood at the club's U-shaped bar. A crowd of faceless people surrounded me. Their indistinguishable conversations droned beneath the loud thumping music. As he had countless times already, Soul Patch grabbed my arm with a crushing grip and jerked me toward him. I tensed my jaw as anger and frustration filled my mind. With little thought, I grabbed a pint of beer and shattered the thick glass against his face. His grip slacked. I ripped away and elbowed him across the mouth, empowering my strike with runic energy. The vampire grabbed his unhinged jaw and glared at me. Dizzy Nights turned into a library. No one spoke. Even the music had muted. Everyone stared at Soul Patch and me. Without another word, the vampire marched to the side door and into the alley, leaving me alone at the bar. The coloring and details faded from the scene, washing away, turning into a blinding white. I massaged the dull aches plaguing my body from the countless beatings I had taken over the past few hours. You couldn't have said that the second time around? Why did we repeat that 24 times? So you could figure it out. Apparently, I gave your intellect too much credit. I frowned. Why tell me now, then? Why not keep going? Ireland's lips twitched into a half-hearted smile. We have other things to address. After what happened with the vampires last night, I think it's pertinent we expand and expedite your training. We'll dedicate 3 hours every morning to combat. After that, we'll hone your mind to learn language, focus, and will. Language, focus, and will. You want me to work on magic? You already know 1 spell. Magical energy for a sorcerer is like physical exercise. You must train your body to condition yourself. It takes dedication and effort and time. If you're persistent, your strength will grow. The spirit raised a finger. Also, it would be advantageous for you to learn an additional spell. Once you have 2 castings memorized, we can delve into a 3rd, 4th, 5th, and so on. Before my showdown with the necromancer, Ireland taught me an angelical word. After learning an angelical, or Enochian for those using corrupt magic, word, a caster could shape it into whatever they desired. A spellcaster can use any word to establish a spell. However, using common words creates difficulties. Once attached to a word, it's formed. The more common the word, the more likely the caster speaks it, without magical intent, causing an unintentional accident. Also, if the spellcaster uses human-derived language, the spell will require more energy to release, as it's corrupted and inefficient outside of divine words. The angelical and Enochian language have gone extinct. Winnie Love somehow learned a handful of angelical words to empower his runes. Ireland knew a couple more. An hour later, after I showered and grabbed a bite to eat, Ireland and I met in a soundproof room. I sat on a wooden chair in the corner. Ireland paced the 10 by 10 space. As she walked back and forth, she spoke the sing-song, angelical. I'm sure the pronunciation is all wrong, but that's the word. It's marred by my limited ability to enunciate, but it'll serve your purpose. I repeated the word. It felt like speaking around a mouthful of wet cotton balls. Ireland corrected my mush mouth. We practiced for hours on the pronunciation. When I thought my brain had petrified from the road exercise, Ireland interrupted. Have you considered the meaning you'll attach to it? I nodded. The idea, as the best ideas do, came to me in the shower. Continue to speak the word then. Use your focus and intention to mold meaning. Before you continue, though, I must inform of you something. I eyed Ireland. What's that? The other wardens have contacted Haller. They wish to meet with you about your responsibilities. A cinder block tethered around my heart, dragging it, still beating, to the floorboards. What will happen? Ireland shrugged. They may kill you and keep the artifact until someone they deem worthy comes along. That's how I would have voted if I still lived. She turned from the window overlooking the side yard and faced me. I don't know what they'll do, though. How did you know? Know what? That they contacted Haller? Can you communicate with him? No is the simple answer. The complicated answer. Ireland smirked. Yes. Yes. How's that possible? Well, as I spirit, I have limited influence over the material world. It requires a lot of effort for me to manipulate objects, unless they're light, and I'm assisted. I chuckled and shook my head. Haller uses an Ouija board to communicate with you. We were friends long before I knew you. It brings us comfort to speak to one another, even on such limited and difficult terms. However, my private life doesn't concern you. What concerns you is an upcoming meeting with the wardens. You'll need to impress them, to show them promise and potential if you wish to live. Chapter 3. Say that. Adria scrubbed at the side of her neck where Raleigh had licked his tongue and scraped his teeth over her skin. She rubbed the area with a rough washcloth, working the area until her skin chafed and pink liquid mixed with the shower water and spilled into the drain. Only in the shower would Adria allow herself to melt, to ride the currents of emotions racing through her body. Only beneath scalding water could she cleanse herself of the memories of parental abandonment. Not once or twice. 3 separate sets of parents had tossed her aside, had left her without a simple goodbye. Why? What about Adria drove everyone away? The steam filled the stall as she contemplated the lives she had taken from the world. Adria had murdered 49 monsters, human and corrupted, She could recall each of their names. She had imprinted their faces into her memory. Adria wanted to scream. Instead, she sobbed. She slunk onto the shower floor, sitting with her knees against chest, purging her emotions beneath the safety and isolation of steam and the relentless, scalding water. She cried until her head hurt, and it felt exhausting to continue. Then she laughed and turned off the faucet. Adria stepped onto the bathroom tile and dried herself. The incident at Dizzy Night, her lack of sleep, and the effort of sobbing her emotions dry had exhausted Adria. Without bothering to dress, she slipped into her bed and closed her eyes. Sleep claimed her. The night sky bled over the world. Rain fell in torrents, drenching everything. Adria fled through a jungle, busy with twisting vines and thick foliage. Her feet grew heavier with each step as they collected the sticky mud. The creature pursuing her had no hindrances. It flew, gliding through the air like a terrible bird of prey. It toyed with Adria, swooping toward her, snapping at her with its fanged maw and slashing at her with razor talons. Yet, it refused to kill her. As Adria ran from the creature, her foot sank knee-deep in mud. Her momentum carried her forward, though, and she face-planted into the muck. Panicked, Adria grabbed her immersed leg with both hands and hoisted, prying herself free, without success. The mud had swallowed her foot, and it refused to regurgitate its meal. Adria scoured the formless horizon and the dark, vague sky, searching for the aerial threat. It formed before her, dive-bombing to her stagnant location, opening its ferocious jaw wide. Its mouth glowed a terrifying yellow, which deepened into orange. It flamed a spiraling column of fire at Adria. She raised a forearm and closed her eyes, anticipating an incinerating demise. When nothing happened, when the fire failed to lick and blister her skin, she peeked one eye open, then the other. A jaguar tumbled through the mud, intermingled with the flying reptile. The two mythical creatures, a Nagal spirit and a dragon, exchanged vicious strikes. Then they separated. The Nagal jaguar had a pitch-black pelt, its eyes a vibrant and dangerous green. It stood 8 feet tall, covered in slabs of muscle. The dragon matched the coloring of the jaguar, inky, wet black. It had yellow eyes to match the yellow flames in its mouth. The dragon stretched 15 feet long, its wingspan just as wide. After a moment of sizing each other up, they lunged forward. Two titans of lore and legend battling for ground. Their collision sent a shockwave that knocked Adria back. They roared and screamed and hacked and slashed. The dragon reared back and bellowed, a bout of flame. Yellow-orange fire encompassed the jaguar. The dragon dashed forward, clamping its talons around the jaguar's body, beating the air with its wings to take flight. It ascended into the dark, rainy sky, which devoured any trace of either creature. For the fraction of a second bordering on eternity, the rain drummed its unpredictable rhythm. A dark streak cut through the dark sky, streaking toward the ground. A thick boulder broke the creature's fall, and its back. The jaguar lay still across the large stone which jutted from the muddy terrain like a cancerous mass. A moment later, the dragon landed on the jaguar's prone body, crushing the creature. It lifted the nagal to its mouth and bit off the jaguar's head. The dragon tossed what remained of the creature to the ground. Mud splashed across Adria's face. "Now, you're nothing but mine," the dragon said, its voice like smoke filling her head. Adria screamed herself awake. Her body trembled from fear and from the chill. A cold sweat lacquered her naked body, soaked her sheets. Instinctively, her hand grasped the jaguar totem she wore around her neck. The dragon's words echoed in her mind, clear as a bell on a crisp morning. "Now, you're nothing but mine." After a minute, Adria's heart rate settled, though the lucid images from her dream remained sharp and focused. Only once before had she experienced such a realistic and memorable vision. When she died after the werewolf attack, the Nagwal spirit appeared to her. It had accepted her. That had proven more than a dream or a vision, but an actual occurrence. What did her most recent dream mean? Had a foreign entity invaded her totem and murdered the Nagwal spirit? Was that possible? Was it more metaphorical? Adria hadn't shifted into her Nagwal form since the night she defeated the werewolf pack. Had the spirit abandoned her? Why? However she spun the scenario, Adria couldn't escape the dragon's parting words. Now, you're nothing but mine. Adria knew next to nothing about the totem Herbert Wright gifted her, or the Nagwal spirit inhabiting it. After her dream, she knew less. However, she no longer craved answers to her many questions. She demanded answers. Eric Haller knew less than she did, and Doryan knew less than him. Project Phoenix, though a covert and specialized organization, operated on a learn-as-you-go basis. The knowledge of the supernatural world had fallen into obscurity, hidden from the world, or lost to time. Adria would have to track down an expert on the matter, find the only person who knew anything about the Nagwal. After fathering and mentoring Adria for 19 years, Herbert Wright vanished. During their time together, he wore a Nagwal bear totem. When he slipped away without a word, he left nothing but a parting letter and the jaguar totem. To learn more about the implications of her dream and how to access the jaguar spirit with more control, Adria had to find Herbert. How, though? It's not like she hadn't tried to contact him over the past 3 years. The man had turned into a living ghost. Ghost, Adria said, sweeping her feet out of bed and planting them on the floor. An excitement sparked through her. Maybe she had a lead, after all. A couple months ago, Doryan attempted to help a spirit move to the next life. Gregory Owen, the spirit, had stolen a treasure in his living life with a few accomplices. They buried their stolen prize in a hayfield. Gregory needed Doryan's help to dig up the treasure. However, they had never gotten around to doing it, and the spirit had disappeared from their lives. Yet, he had revealed the content of the hall, a crate filled with treasure not of this world, with books and languages that no longer or never had existed, and artifacts not from any known culture, current or extinct. Adria had memorized the letter Herbert left. Despite the searing pain of his abandonment, his words glowed bright in her mind. With purpose comes intent and confidence. And for me, renewed purpose, diving back into the histories of the unknown world, brought clarity. It was a loose connection to Herbert's whereabouts, a long shot, at best. But Adria had nothing else to go off of. Gregory had disappeared, likely a casualty of the necromancer. Doryan no longer needed to excavate the stolen treasure, so Adria would pursue the lead alone. She had no other choice. She needed to know how to silence the dreaded voice whispering in her mind. Now, you're nothing but mine. Chapter 4. I gripped my knees and gasped for air. A few feet away from me, Adria leaned on a wall and stared across the minefield, the white gymnasium area where we trained. She had seemed distracted and distant during our sparring session. Usually, Adria taunted me throughout our practices, and she never pulled her punches. That afternoon, she had held her tongue, not bothering with comment, when I dodged a kick and released pent-up gas from the effort. She went through the motions of the fight, blocking and evading, but never advancing, never showing her superior strength and skill. Yet, her lackadaisical effort outshined my full participation. Despite her absent mental state, and physical laziness, she worked circles around me. We took a break for me to catch my breath. You all right? Adria's gaze never shifted from whatever thoughts ran through her mind. She stared, unblinking, at nothing in the white-walled, windowless room. I waved a hand before her blank face. Hello? Earth to Adria. Is anyone home? What? Her voice was rough and terse, an impatient parent responding to a persistent child. What do you want? To know what squirmed up your butt. It was a dumb comment intended to break the ice and draw her from whatever shell she hid within. It's nothing. Just fluffy and carefree thoughts stuffing that head of yours. Why do you care? Why wouldn't I care? I'm your friend, and I care about you. I especially care when you're acting strange, as if something is bothering you. You're bothering me? I combed my fingers through my sweat-damp hair. Maybe another approach would break her from the stupor. I'm thinking of setting up a meeting with my parents, like a dinner. The tactic worked. Adria snapped her attention to me, fire burning within her green eyes. What? What does that mean? You know what it means. That you're an idiot. Why would you have dinner with your parents? Do you not remember that you, their son, died when you joined Project Phoenix? It's explicitly forbidden for any of us to reach out to anyone from our pasts. Their son, the Doryan Miller they hardly knew, died. I'm not that same guy anymore. Also, I wear glamour in public, so people don't recognize me. I use a different name. What harm will it cause if we have dinner? You're serious? I lent a shy smirk. Adria rolled her eyes. Ryan, come on. I knew you were dumb, but you're not this stupid, are you? What harm will it cause? We work for an enigmatic organization. World governments don't know exists. We fight against literal monsters. What harm will it cause for you to have an innocent dinner? I regretted broaching the topic. You're being dramatic. And you're being moronic. Adria threw up her hands. What's the point again? What will you say to them? You're 20 years younger than them. You have nothing in common. How do you even go about asking them to dinner? I just want to talk to them again. You're a Reaper. It's your job to protect this world, not to spark a fake relationship with your mom and dad because you miss them. Grow up. I allowed myself a single breath to settle my nerves. Adria, they're the grandparents to my daughter. She rolled her eyes and groaned. You don't know it. I know it. Not with any certainty. Besides, pretend the little brat is the walking representation of your sperm. Why would you say that? If you can rope me into a stupid, time-wasting argument, I can say whatever nonsense I want. Let's pretend the girl belonged to your nutsack. I rolled my eyes and bit my tongue. So what? You can't step in as her father. That ship has sailed, and it probably sailed long before you joined Project Phoenix. I have to protect them. You're going to hurt them. I rolled my shoulders, cleared my throat, and shifted the subject of conversation. Speaking of people we love, are we meeting Raleigh tonight and handing Cade over? Say, that's a dumber question than if you should meet with your parents. Why? What if we honor his proposal? What if we show up with Brigitte and Haller and Love with a surefire plan to bring him down? You sound dumber and dumber with every word that vomits from your mouth. You think Raleigh will provide a time and place. not have thought through every angle. He'll walk into that meeting expecting us to betray him. Plus, he's a vampire. We hand him Cade, and he doesn't kill us. Sure, when another vampire kills us, that's not on him. He held up his end of the bargain, received his prize. We still died. So, we're not showing up? Adria brightened, with a deep-throated chuckle. What's the worst that can happen if we don't show up? Raleigh doesn't know our names. He doesn't know who we are. He can't hurt those we love if he doesn't know who we love. If we don't show up, nothing. That's what happens. Nothing. Except if we run into him again, he probably attacks us. Still, that's unlikely. You believe it's as easy as us not showing up? Adria shook her head. He'll search for us and scheme of a way to hurt us. He'll try to find where we're staying, to kill us and reclaim Cade. It doesn't matter, though. We're hidden and protected. His threat is a house built on the sand. I marched to the illusionary sparring space and beckoned for Adria to join me for another session. Adria's lips hooked into a grin, and she obliged my invitation. Are you a masochist? Do you enjoy the punishment? I want to try a few techniques Ireland and I worked on earlier, but I want your full attention. You always have my full attention. Without another word, she blitzed forward, empowered by the runic tattoos. She moved at an unnatural speed, so fast my enhanced perception couldn't keep track of her. The bout lasted less than 30 seconds. It ended with a pink-formed energy dagger hot and crackling against my throat. Adria diffused her magic and walked away without another word. I waded out of the minefield alone and to my room, where I showered and dressed to meet my parents for the dinner reservations I made earlier that day. Chapter 5. I sat in the Toyota Tacoma Holler had lent to me, staring at the colorful Christmas lights stringed along the roofline and window frames of the small-town restaurant. Somewhere behind those glowing windows sat my parents. Adria's words crept into my ears and coiled around my brain, rattling their warning. If I entered the restaurant and sat down with Doug and Sandy Miller, everything tectonically shifted for me, for them, for Project Phoenix. Project Phoenix forbade its reapers from associating with anyone from a past life. By chance, after I first joined the organization, I bumped into October Simmons. In my previous life, before being a reaper, I had known her for a brief, fleeting moment, but in a seismic, life-altering way. I had stormed into her home and murdered her abusive husband. Instead of erasing October's memory, Haller recruited the woman into his secret organization. If my parents learned my true identity, that I, their son, hadn't died in prison, then an untold amount of dark, dangerous paths would fork into existence. Haller could order their execution. He could erase their minds, destroying the fabric of their identities. He could banish me from Project Phoenix, or he could order my execution, erase my memories. Whatever way it played out, I knew one thing with certainty. Haller wouldn't look away from the infraction. He would deliver swift and permanent punishment. I smacked my palm against the steering wheel. Though I knew the danger involved, the risk of sitting at the same table as my parents, I killed the truck's engine and opened the door. A cold and wet winter breeze gusted against me, pushing me into the truck. I fought against it and hopped to the ground, slamming the door behind me. Like a phantom puppeteer pulling my strings, selfishness led me across the street. Yeah, Bab! What option did I have but to sit and speak with my parents? Maybe I could have refused, refrained from this situation had Vivian Hope not existed. Though I had nothing to prove the little 3 or 4-year-old girl was my daughter, I had heard my father refer to himself as grandpa to her. And if that little girl was my daughter, if I had a daughter, Are you going inside? The question startled me, reeling me to the present. I stood before the double glass doors, my hand on the U-shaped metal handle. A young couple in their 20s waited for me to move so they could enter the restaurant. Yeah, I'm sorry. I pulled the door open, holding it for them, before following the couple inside. The interior smelled of charred meat and French fries and syrup-laden pancakes. Christmas music played over the speaker system. Christmas trees stood bright and colorful in a small artificial forest off to the corner. I scanned the heads popping above the booth seats, spotting my mother and father across the way. My feet rooted to the tile, and my heart dropped to the ground, anchoring me into place. With a mighty, willful effort, I forced myself to take a step. I should have retreated from the restaurant, back across the street, and to my truck. I should have driven to Haller's estate and dedicated every waking moment to studying and practicing and growing in my magical aptitude. Instead, that little girl colored my mind with hope, and I drew toward my parents. I wore disguising rune, which altered my appearance to anyone outside of Project Phoenix. My father noticed me, or rather, my illusionary self. He scooted out of his booth seat and stood tall and broad, his body hardened and broken by years of labor and toiling beneath the sun. Though I stood an inch or two taller than him now, he still loomed over me like a giant blotting the sky. "Doryan," he said with a sideways grin. He extended his calloused hand. "Thank you for joining us." A few weeks back, I had attended my funeral with the permission of Haller. I must have caught the leader of Project Phoenix in a weak moment, because I can't imagine why he allowed me to witness my burial. Maybe he wanted to cement the fact that to my family and friends, I was dead. Whatever his reason, he granted permission. While there, I spoke with my father. He had asked for my name, not recognizing his son through the magical glamour. I couldn't speak the truth, though I almost had. Doryan, I had said like a mumbling idiot. My story, then and now, as I had worked with Doryan on a farm. "I'm sorry I'm late," I said, gripping my father's hand. "Don't worry about it. We only sat a minute ago." My mother stepped beside my father. She looked at me with weary eyes. We hadn't spoken at the funeral. As I stood before her, I doubted I could speak then. A knot formed in my throat, thick as a baseball. I couldn't breathe around it. "Doryan, this is my wife, Sandy." My father wrapped his arm around my mother's waist. It took everything not to dive into her arms and hug her, to feel her against me, holding me, running her hands through my hair and whispering in my ear. She extended a small but firm hand. I shook it. The second we touched, her face changed. Before our handshake, she wore her fatigue like a blanket, the exhaustion of carrying grief every second of every day, no rest in sight. That sort of weariness drains a person. It ages and withers them. My mother stiffened when our hands touched. Her dark eyes brightened, and her lips broke into a quarter smile. Her hand squeezed mine. It happened, and lasted for a fraction of a second. In that fleeting moment, I know she recognized me, her son. I know she saw beyond my glamour. We blinked, and once more, she wore the tormenting mask of having lost her child. "It's nice to meet you," she said. We sat. To combat the awkward silence building between us, we gazed over the menus. The waitress bumbled over and took our order, leaving us with no other option but conversation. "You worked with Doryan?" My father drew ice water to his lips and drank. I nodded. "As hand in Half Moon Bay, for a summer." I had worked that job for a few months, a handful of years back. We shared a space together. I didn't know him long, but I knew him well. What was he like? Sandy asked. One of my greatest regrets was leaving home. My parents never knew the adult version of their son, apart from my short-lived stint in Folsom Prison, where they visited often. I clicked my tongue, finding it difficult to describe myself. It felt arrogant. Loyal, thoughtful, hard-working. Sandy's eyes swelled. Was he happy? Very. Yeah. He enjoyed jumping from town to town, job to job, meeting people and seeing new things. I inhaled, a feeble attempt to keep myself from becoming too emotional. He missed you guys a lot. He missed Laya, too. Was that her name? His adopted sister. Doug chuckled and nodded. Aaliyah. He called her Laya, though. That's right. He missed you all. Talked about you non-stop. For a time. I trailed off and chuckled. It sounds absurd, but for a time, I missed you guys. And I never knew you, except through him. Vivian remained in the center of my head. I had to steer the conversation to her. He always talked about the woman I met at the funeral. Lennon, right? My father sniffled and scratched his forehead. He always had a soft spot for her, Sandy said. High school sweethearts. I asked because, well, I noticed a kid with her at the funeral. That's not... Doryan never mentioned having a child. Sandy and Doug shared a look, and it was all the confirmation I needed. My mom provided the verbal proof. Dory never knew about his daughter. Lennon didn't want him to know. When we learned of the accident in prison, of his passing, Lenny told us the truth. She didn't want to keep a part of Dory hidden from us after we lost him. A weakness unlike anything I had ever experienced shook me to the core. My legs turned to jelly. The gravity holding me together evaporated, and I drifted, untethered from anything solid. I had a daughter. Vivian Hope was my daughter. Did she know the truth? Would Lennon tell her that her father died in prison? Or would she claim Stephen, Lennon's husband, was her dad? A range of emotions played an inharmonious tune. Anger and regret, joy and excitement. I wanted to scream and laugh and cry and punch something. Instead of doing any of that, I sat and stared at a smudge on my spoon, stared at the reflection of the stranger looking back at me. Are you all right? My father asked. I gulped an excess of saliva and cleared my throat. Doryan had a kid with Lennon? Why didn't she tell him? The question felt intrusive and rude, especially coming from a supposed stranger. Neither of parents seemed perturbed, though. My dad readjusted his seated positioning. At the time of conception, Lennon was engaged to her now husband. Stephen knows the truth. He accepted Lennon's mistake, and he adopted Vivian as his daughter. Lennon would have never told Doryan, because my father trailed off. My mother picked up the pieces. Lennon loves Stephen. She wanted Stephen to father her children. So, she gave him the choice by telling him the truth. They agreed to keep Vivian from Dory. I could have smashed my face into the table and not felt a thing. I had to change the subject, to shift my mind to other matters. A random story popped into my head. I forced a smile at the memory. You want to hear a funny story? My mom brightened. About Dory? I nodded. Well, this one time, you have to remember, we're on the coast, right? So, after a grueling day of work, we walked to the nearest dive, intending to blow our paychecks on tomorrow's hangover. The story was a true one, though it hadn't happened with me and my alter ego, Doreen. It happened with me and my actual bunkmate, James. Ryan had a weakness for pretty faces, I said. My parents leaned forward, enraptured by the story of their son. A couple of guys were harassing a few girls. Ryan, fueled by a few too many shots of whiskey, stumbled to them. He shared his mind. The guys didn't like what he had to say. They fought. Well, we all fought. Ryan, in his blurred state, connected a solid right hook against me, right here. I tapped my cheekbone. In actuality, I had sucker punched James that night. I dropped like a duck in season, leaving Ryan to defend the women against 4 grown men. The retelling fizzled. That was it. The memory seemed much bigger and grander in the vaults of my mind. When spoken aloud, it sounded halfway pathetic. I frowned and shook my head. I guess it's not that funny. What happened? Doug asked. What do you mean? Did anyone go to jail, to the hospital? What happened to the girls? I tapped my finger against the table. Ryan had a broken wrist and swollen, bruised face. The guys ran off when the bar bouncer intervened. The girls disappeared long before that. We hobbled to our place and went to sleep. When the sun rose, so did we, hungover and hardly able to move. Ryan worked sunup to sundown with his broken wrist. After heading to the hospital and getting a cast, he worked the next day and the day after. He always did what he had to. No excuses. My dad puffed with pride. You're lucky you knew him when you did. As a kid, he was a walking encyclopedia of excuses. The food came, and we ate, and we enjoyed more stories, some of which were a little funny. The night felt so surreal. I sat with my parents and told stories of my life, pretending to be another person who lived through the experiences with their son. Yet, despite the strangeness, I sat and ate a meal and shared stories and laughs with my mom and dad. I could have floated into the sky. I could have walked on water. I weighed nothing, and nothing weighed me down. Until after we paid the bill and exited the restaurant. We braved the rain as we crossed the street and strolled through the parking lot. A man jumped from behind a parked vehicle, pointing a gun at us. My mom released a high-pitched shriek. My dad grabbed her and pulled her to him. I stepped before them, shielding them with my body. What do you want? Money? I reached into my back pocket, removing my wallet. I have cash. The man stared at me. His gun never wavered, never trembled. It dripped rainwater as it remained lifted and pointed at us. A crackling laugh escaped his lips as he pulled the trigger. Chapter 6. From a nearby rooftop, Alistair Raleigh watched the man from the alley enter the cheap, disgusting restaurant. The man had taken Cade Murray. Now Raleigh would take everything from the man. He first had to identify him, so he assigned his offspring to track the man. They had followed the Tacoma to a sprawling estate in Wilton. Raleigh was certain the man held Cade captive there. He could have descended upon the property and torn it apart, nail by nail. However, the man and his companions knew of vampires and the supernatural world. They had magical talents and enhancements and would expect the vampires to retaliate. Why would Raleigh risk his offspring to save Cade, chance traps, and fortified defenses? Why, when he could deliver Cade to him, he only had to employ some patience. The vampire offspring followed the truck to Galt, to the greasy diner. Raleigh received a call 45 minutes ago, providing news that made him giddy. The man had dinner with an older couple. After disconnecting the call, Raleigh went forward with the next step. He joined the mission as eyes in the sky, wanting to observe how the man reacted to a threat. The man without a name held the door for the older couple as they exited. The three crossed the street to the parking lot. As they shuffled through the rain, Raleigh's offspring, Tyriki, a crazed creature who lost his mind years before turning into a vampire, intercepted the threesome. Raleigh watched with an unrivaled eagerness. Tyriki shoved the gun in their faces and cackled an unhinged sound. The younger man, as predicted, used his body to shield the older couple. He raised a hand in a calming gesture. Raleigh's vampiric senses caught the man's low, steady voice, a voice filled with potential danger. "What do you want? Money? I have cash." Tyrik's brittle laugh jockeyed with the driving rain. He pulled the trigger. The gun jumped in his loose, carefree grip. The man without a name grabbed his chest. He dropped to a knee. When he pulled his hand away from his body, red liquid leaked from his palm to the wet asphalt. Tyrik screamed a ferocious howl, ducked behind a parked vehicle, and fled from the scene. As Raleigh watched, he bit his lip. Blood dripped down his cheek, and he licked it away. The older couple spurred into action. They huddled beside the younger man, wrapping their arms around his shoulder as they stared at his open, blood-red palm. Their words rode on the crisp, damp breeze. "Doryan," the woman said, gifting Raleigh the man's name. "You're shot. Doug, call an ambulance." Doryan rose to his full height. "I'm not shot." "What?" Doug asked. "But there's blood on..." "It's paint." Doryan turned, facing the older couple. His shirt had a splatter mark of red paint across his chest. "Paint?" Doug asked. "From a paintball. That man shot me with a paintball gun." A dry, ear-splitting chuckle ripped Raleigh from the scene. He glanced over his shoulder. Tyrik stood behind him, like a proud child, after finishing an arduous task. "How did I do?" "As we talked about." "Now," Raleigh shifted his gaze to the parking lot. "We wait for them to drive away." It took an additional 5 minutes for the company to part. Doug and the older women seemed concerned about Doryan, though he only suffered a paintball wound. He waved away their concern. When they climbed into their respective vehicles, Raleigh paid attention to the Ford F-150 Doug and his perceived wife drove away in. He used his vampiric sight to read their license plate number. Once he had it noted, he turned to Tyrik, unable to disguise the excitement buzzing through his body. Let the games begin. Chapter 7. Benjamin Brum shivered against the damp cold. He stood at the back door to a stranger's residential house. He wore torn jeans, shredded shoes, and a flimsy windbreaker. A week ago, he lost his beanie. Now, his ears throbbed from the chill air. His body ached from constantly tensing and shivering. He sniffled, his nose a perennial fountain of snot. Over the past 2 days, he had slept more and more, not finding enough energy to stand at an off-ramp with a sign and hope someone dropped a few dollars into his dirty hands. Earlier in the day, as he huddled beneath an underpass and stared at graffiti art, a woman covered in blisters approached him. Mallory had black fingernails and black teeth, and her eyes swam inside of her wide-set sockets. "Benny," she said, her voice a toad's croak. A doctor had diagnosed her with throat cancer a year back, gave her 6 months to live. Mallory woke up each morning with a black smile directed at heaven. She thanked God for her extended and miraculous life. "You okay?" "I think I'm dying," Benny said. She cackled at him like a cartoonish witch. "Dying? You don't know the half of dying. I know dying. Believe me. Seems you know living." "I know about defying authority. Done so my entire life. When the doctor grants me a clean bill of health and says I'll live forever, that's the day I'll fall over and die." Normally, Mallory could make Ben laugh with little effort, That morning, though, he didn't have the energy to lift his lips and shape a smile, let alone force a laugh. He hugged himself and shivered as cold sweat coated his body. "You right with God?" Mallory asked, sitting beside Ben. She reached into her backpack and removed a folded, threadbare blanket. The bone-skinny woman handed over the bundle. Ben accepted the blanket, wrapping it around his shoulders. "Thank you. I thrive in this weather. Reminds me of home back in Boston. We had winters to freeze off Santa's pecker. I danced in those streets, naked and happy." "Were you high?" Mallory hacked a brutal laugh. "Was I high? Is God almighty? Of course I was high. How else would a woman stay warm in the sleet and snow?" Ben's teeth chattered. He stared at the artistic lettering across the way. "Anyway, you right with our God, Benny?" "I don't believe in God. We've talked about this." "Not to my recollection." "You don't have a recollection, Mal." "If I don't have no recollection, how did I go about finding you here? Ain't this where you come to cry when you're feeling down?" "I'm not feeling down." "No?" "I'm feeling like I might die." "Death ain't knocking on your door, Benny. You're in the prime of your life. You would give her a hell of a fight, kicking and screaming your way to hell. Wouldn't you?" "I guess," Benny said, not sure what Mallory went on about. Then again, when was he? She scratched her wispy hair. "You reckon you're going to hell?" "I don't believe in hell." "Well, all right, that's good." Benny stared at the woman. "That's good? You're the one always shoving religion down my throat. Like one of those evangelicals." "I'm trying to save your soul, Benny. But if you don't want it saved, because you don't believe, well..." Mallory trailed off, her eyes wide and unblinking. Then she shuddered. The sudden jerky movement startled Ben. She leaned toward him and spoke inches from his face. Her breath was hot and rank. "If you don't believe in hell or heaven, do you believe in the soul?" "I never thought about it like that." "What if I said you can feel better, not alive, but like you're on top of the world, like you're God Almighty Himself? What if I said you could feel like that for the cost of your soul?" She touched his arm with her bony, arthritic fingers. "Before you answer, remember, if you don't believe in a soul, you could experience this kind of high for the cost of breathing air. You need a brain doctor to help your memory. I've told you hundreds of times, I'm not trying crystal. That's where I draw the line. It ain't crystal meth, Benny. It's a pill that transforms you into a god." "What's that mean?" Mallory shrugged. "I don't know. I've heard rumors, though." "You haven't tried it for yourself. You're like every man I've ever married. You don't listen, so you don't hear. I said it comes at the cost of your soul. I'm a God-fearing woman, Benny, and I'm not selling my soul for nothing, except a ticket into heaven. But you..." She jammed her finger into his ribs. "You ain't got that qualm. What's heaven or hell but a crazy woman's imagination?" Mallory reached into her pocket and placed a folded piece of ripped paper into Ben's hand. "Think about it. The worst that can happen, you might feel a little warmer." She stood groaning and cursing her failing body. "The worst that can happen is I feel a little warmer?" Ben spoke to the closed back door looming before him as he recalled the memory from earlier. He shivered. His teeth chattered. In his clenched hand, he held a baby blue pill. Ben had, not longer, after Mallory limped away, ventured to the address written on the torn piece of folded paper. It brought him to an abandoned apartment, one where he had crashed multiple times before. A scrawny young man wore a burlap potato sack over his head with eye holes cut out. A hangman's noose held the bottom tight around his neck. It tailed down the middle of his chest, like a bolo tie. Have you ever heard of Prometheus? Benjamin swallowed. His skin crawled, recoiling at the strange inflection of the voice. It sounded like two people speaking at once, their voices emitting from one throat. Who? Ben asked. Prometheus. Ben shifted his weight from one foot to the other. He wanted to flee from the apartment, from the strange drug that would give him godlike energy. He was a Titan from Greek mythology. He stole fire from the gods and gifted it to the humans. With fire, humans evolved beyond any other species. They developed technology and civilization. Other versions of the myth claim Prometheus molded clay to form humans, as God created Adam from dust. Either way, he's noticed as the author of human intelligence. The skeletal figure reached into the folds of his clothes and removed an orange prescription bottle. He unscrewed the top and tapped out a light blue pill. He held it above his head. Prometheus. That's the name of the pill. It will evolve humankind. It will push them beyond their capabilities, expanding their horizons beyond comprehension. This little pill is fire. It's intellect. It's a seed that will inspire evolution. He extended his hand, the drug resting on his palm, like an appetizer on a platter. As he stood on the patio of the residential home, Ben shook his head and almost laughed at the memory. He almost folded over and howled at the idea of losing his soul, but the thought of laughing seemed daunting and hypocritical. Though he didn't believe in a soul, Ben had arrived at false conclusions before. What if he was mistaken about his beliefs? What if he sold his soul, lost it forever for a momentary surge? He stared at the baby blue pill resting on his palm. The tin awning above caught the trickling rain, and water streamed off the downslope, crashing onto the old, cracked cement patio. Ben scratched his tangled hair and lifted his gaze, shifting his attention to the locked door. He had burglarized homes before, usually during the day when the occupants were at work or running errands. As contemplated his decision to swallow the pill, a light flicked on inside the house. The bright yellow burst outward like an explosion. A second later, the porch light flickered on, encompassing Ben in a dull orange hue. Inside the house stood a middle-aged man, wearing nothing but boxers and a scowl. He didn't have a gun, but he held a baseball bat over his shoulder as if waiting his turn at the plate. "I got you on camera!" The man's voice crashed across the kitchen and poured onto the porch. He stomped forward. Under ordinary circumstances, Ben would cut his losses and flee. Now he didn't think of running. The option never crossed his mind. Instead, he popped the baby blue pill into his mouth and swallowed Prometheus. At first, nothing happened. The homeowner twisted the deadbolt free before grabbing the interior handle and cracking the door open. He stepped back and raised his foot, as if he planned to kick the door off its hinges and into Ben. Whatever he planned, it never happened. The effects of the drug hit Ben like a runaway train. Fiery, explosive energy detonated within his core and enveloped his body in white-hot energy. Ben had never experienced such an aggressive high. A strange presence appeared. Ben's soul, perhaps, though not him in the physical sense. It shimmered, a mirage on the desert horizon. In his mind, he dove toward the undeveloped shape forming in his cerebral periphery. Another burst of energy, tangible enough to hold and mold, rushed through him. In his mind, this process occurred over hours and days. In real time, it happened in a fraction of a second. Ben drew from his newfound energy, using it to turn invisible. The man behind the door blinked and cocked his head. He furrowed his brow and narrowed his eyes. Ben pulled open the unlocked door, holding back a surging tide of uncontrollable laughter. The man with the bat gasped and scrambled backward, tripping over his unsettled feet and landing hard on his tailbone. He whipped his attention back and forth, searching for the invisible man's location. Ben considered wresting the bat from the man's grip and bashing his skull like a watermelon, but he decided against it. Instead, he ventured into the home, invisible to the senses. He didn't know how he understood his power, but he knew he had disappeared from sight, scent, and sound. He could have screamed, but his voice wouldn't have touched anyone's ears. When he snatched a wallet off the kitchen counter, what would the man see? A floating leather fold? Would the wallet disappear in Ben's grip? He didn't know. He also wondered what he would see in a mirror. Unable to deny his curiosity, he explored the house until he stumbled into a bathroom. He glanced in the mirror above the sink, and he saw his reflection. Though they couldn't see him, others could also see his reflection. A shrill shriek lanced outward from the curtained tub. A second later, lumbering footfalls drummed against the hardwood floor, appearing in the bathroom. The man held his bat. He stared at the mirror and the dirty face living in the glass. He swung, hacking at Ben like taking a hatchet to a stump. The thick wood bludgeoned against Ben's shoulder. A bright pain burst in his clavicle. Worse, though, the well of energy dried. The inferno dwindled to embers. Nothing remained within his depleted body. The bathroom tilted sideways. The man with the bat had the wherewithal to back away and evade the folding bathroom. Ben couldn't move, though. The tile floor sprinted toward him, but the lip of the bathtub caught him first. A wet darkness leaked over his consciousness, submerging him in its icy depths. He became cold, more cold than ever before. Then he felt nothing at all. Chapter 8. Adria muffled her steps and enhanced her vision as she inched through the dark remote cabin in the Tahoe forest. Outside, the dead of night lent no light. Rain streaked down the picture windows, and wind slapped against the wood siding. After a few hours of research and making a few phone calls, Adria found the isolated cabin belonging to Wade Blount. The cabin and Wade Blount were the first tangible leads to finding Herbert Wright. Gregory Owen, the spirit who accompanied them to Tonopah, Nevada, mentioned his active social media life on Twitter, Facebook, and TikTok. He had operated as the Gene Hack Man. Adria typed the username into Google and went to work. Gregory had public profiles, so Adria had no issue sorting through pictures or friends. According to Doryan, who relayed the spirit's information to Adria, Gregory completed a heist with 4 other people. 2 of them still lived. Adria made it her mission to find those 2 people. After scouring over countless pictures on his profiles and scrolling through hundreds of profiles from his friends list, of their friends list, and of their friends list, Adria honed in on Richard Dawkins and Wade Blount. Adria also stumbled onto Gregory's ex-wife. She owned a business, and her Facebook page linked to the website, and the website had a contact number. Without hesitation, Adria had called and spoken to the woman. "Bean Dream, this is Janet. How may I help you?" Adria offered Janet a false name. "I sent DNA to one of those ancestry websites, and, well, they sent me my results. I'm a long-lost sister to Gregory Owen." "Oh. I understand you're his ex-wife." "Yes. Sweetheart, you should know. Gregory passed away." "I heard. My condolences to you and your family. If you'll excuse my bluntness, I hope to speak with you." "Me? Well, I have no proper family. It's not only that, but I don't know any of my other blood family. Gregory offered me a hint of hope until I learned of his passing. With him gone, well, I was wondering if you would help me learn more about my long-lost brother." Janet bought the story. She spoke to Adria for an hour, answering every question asked, providing pertinent information on Gregory's 4 closest friends. 2 have died, Janet said. However, I'm sure Richard Dawkins and Wade Blount would take time to speak with you. Do you know how I can reach them? Janet didn't have Richard's contact information. However, she said, Wade sends a Christmas card every year. In fact, he sent one a few days ago. My best friend is a realtor, Adria said, lifting her voice with feigned excitement. If you can give me the address, I can have her run it through a program to find the homeowner. There will be a phone number associated with the name. Janet hesitated, but relented. She shared Wade's address. Adria had no intentions of running it through a database. Instead, she would pay the man a personal visit. Wade lived in a remote location, 100 miles from Sacramento. A little after 3 in the morning, Adria forced entry into the cabin. The kitchen was impeccable. Not a single crumb dirtied the counter, nor did a dish crowd the sink. A decanter of whiskey rested atop a rolling bar, along with a couple of tumblers and the few ingredients needed to mix an old-fashioned. The living room connected to the kitchen as an open floor plan design. A 10-foot-long, 6-foot-tall picture window encompassed most of one wall. It overlooked a dark forest soaked in rainwater. A dying heat emanated from the fireplace on the adjacent wall. On the opposite side of the window hung a painting depicting smoke and flames erupting from a cracked, hard earth. A bookshelf went around the painting. 2 reading chairs, facing the window, sat in front of the shelves. Adria stepped to the painting and stared for a moment, mesmerized. The artist could have depicted a volcanic eruption in its infancy. However, Adria saw hell ripping the earth apart and spilling into the world. The flames licked from the parchment, and smoke wafted outward, wrapping around Adria and transporting her into a memory. The hazy scene playing in her head showed Herbert training her to fight corrupted creatures and kill monsters, and Daniel Rodriguez paying her to kill monsters. She saw her current position as a reaper for Project Phoenix, protecting the world from corruption. Adria's life had splintered into halves. One side had her fighting and killing monsters. The other half had her protecting the world from monsters. On the surface, they appeared as the same task. Yet, as Adria stared, mesmerized at the painting, she saw they weren't the same. They weren't even similar. A person couldn't stop corrupted creatures any more than they could fight a storm or stopper the fury of a volcano. However, a person could defend against the threat of disaster. Adria had always fought the ocean's waves. They had come at her without tiring or relenting, with an end in sight. With Project Phoenix, though, her actions meant something. She had prevented a pack of werewolves from forming, stopped a necromancer from summoning a demon. As a reaper, she had protected and saved lives. A sense of confusion washed over her. She wondered why she stood in the cabin, staring at the painting. What had led her there? She had used the nightmare as an excuse. But what was the underlying motivation? To find Herbert Wright, and what? Why did she need to find him? What would he provide that Eric Haller couldn't? Project Phoenix had become her home. Haller, her makeshift father. Love and Ryan, her brothers. Even Brigitte and October played the role of annoying, bratty younger sisters. Though technically, October was older than Adria. Still, the question remained. Why did Adria stand in the cabin? What would she find apart from a broken heart? Did she want to know why Herbert had abandoned her? Did she want to keep fighting the relentless waves? As she settled into the idea of ditching her self-appointed mission, a dramatic sneeze issued from a back bedroom. The words from her dream resurfaced, They filled her head like smoke and fire. Now, you're nothing but mine. Outside, the rain assaulted the siding and windows. Adria shivered and clutched her panther totem. The figurine's wood was a chunk of ice in her palm. Though she dreaded answers, Adria had to know why Herbert left. She had to learn what her dream meant. If she wanted to close the book of her past and dedicate her life to Project Phoenix, she had to investigate the sneeze. She turned to the hallway, stopping to glance out the picture window. A dark figure stood in the glass, a creature with bat-like wings and vicious fangs and yellow eyes. Adria blinked, and the creature disappeared, replaced by her dark reflection. With heavy feet and a racing heart, Adria crept into the hallway and to the cracked open door at the end. She touched her fingers to her lower back, feeling the runic energy buzz as it awaited her to summon a magical blade. Adria nudged her shoulder against the door, pushing it open enough to slip through. Someone lay on the bed, covered by blankets. With her hand behind her back, ready to attack, Adria drifted into the room. She gripped the blankets and ripped them away from Wade Blount's body. The man didn't startle awake. His eyes were wide open, staring at the wood-planked ceiling. A small bloody hole, like a third eye, sat at the bridge of his nose. Adria recognized the gunshot wound. She stepped back and scanned the room. Someone had sneezed, and Adria doubted the dead man's allergies bugged him much anymore. Without so much as a breath, she waited and listened, enhancing her hearing with the runic tattoos. Another heartbeat thumped in rhythm with hers. It came from the shuttered closet doors. Adria moved to them, one hand behind her back. As she reached for the knob with her other hand, the flimsy wood splintered and burst apart. A large man lunged at Adria, spearing her to the ground. They rolled across the hardwood floor. His bulky heft ended up straddling her. She lay on her back, and he drove a knee into her stomach, pressed a forearm across her throat. With his other hand, he shoved a Glock against her temple. Adria itched to form a magical blade and jam the crackling energy through the man's thick skull, but resisted the temptation. She needed him alive. The man grimaced, exposing his crooked teeth. Tears streamed down his plump face. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Chapter 9. The metal mouth of the gun bit into Adria's skin. The hefty man's knee ground into her stomach. His forearm pressed against her exposed throat. She allowed it to happen. The man's gray tufts of hair stood on end. Spittle sprayed from his split, scabbed lips. His frantic eyes bugged from his skull. The gun rattled against Adria's temple, scraping back and forth, digging into her skin. "Who are you?" "Adria?" Her voice was a light breeze on a summer day, despite his forearm crushing her windpipe. "You're Richard Dawkins?" The man had a distinctive weight and nose, one Adria recognized from the dozens of pictures she had scrolled through. Richard tightened when Adria spoke his name. "How do you know my name?" He should have lied. With the confirmation she needed to proceed, Adria hooked her arm upward, forcing the gun away from her head. Her sudden and unexpected movement sent Richard off balance. He shot forward, following the momentum of his gun hand, landing flat atop Adria. His navel pressed against her face. His new and unfavorable position allowed Adria to wrap her muscular, vice-like legs around his torso. She squeezed, pumping runic juice into her effort. His body compressed. He gasped, struggling to recover the gun. Adria was a step ahead, though. Reaching upward, she grabbed for his overextended arm, clutching his wrist and bending it at an awkward angle until his bones snapped. Richard howled, except he had no lungs for the job. Adria's constricting legs around his ribs prevented him from gathering a sustainable amount of air. His wail escaped in a raspy croak. His tensed body sagged, the fight in him leaking away. Adria released his floppy wrist and snatched the gun from the ground. She pressed the heavy metal hard against his cheekbone. "Get off of me, Dick." Richard listened, without hesitation or argument. He rolled away, careful to catch his weight on his functioning hand. The man scooted against the nearest wall. He sat and stared at Adria. Adria sighed and stood. She moved to the door and flicked the light switch, flooding the room in light. "Dick Dawkins," Adria said from the doorway, tapping the gun against her temple, against the same chafed spot where he had placed the muzzle. "It's a fortunate coincidence to find you here." The corpulent man whimpered. Adria cocked her head, disgusted by him. She wasn't sure why. Never in her life had a proclivity toward a heftier lifestyle offended her. Yet, as she watched Richard sob, his fat jiggling with each throaty gasp of air, a wave of nausea consumed her. Foreign thoughts worked into her head. What was the point of his existence but to indulge and consume? What did he contribute to society apart from growing bigger as others shrunk smaller? An unnameable cackle bubbled from within her. She covered her mouth, embarrassed and mortified. Yet, the thoughts smoked and flamed into her mind as the smoke and flames in the picture rose from the depths of hell, polluting the world. Adria was stuck on his weight. It disgusted her. Had he ever practiced self-discipline by limiting himself or exercising? How could someone allow themselves to devolve into such an unnatural existence? He was a monster, worse than any lycanthrope or vampire. Those corrupted didn't have a choice in their affliction. Richard did. Adria slapped herself in the face. The unexpected self-violence startled Richard. A red handprint formed on Adria's skin. "You killed your friend," she said, nodding at Wade. "Why?" It took Richard a time to sputter out his explanation for the murder, but he spat it out before Adria lost her patience. "He betrayed me." "Betrayed you how? Did he steal your treasure?" "My treasure?" Richard's bulging eyes widened. "How do you—" "It is wise to assume I know everything. I'll likely kill you before I leave. Maybe your honesty will buy you an extended lease on life." Adria cringed at her threat. She cringed because she believed every word. She meant to kill him because she saw him as a monster, and Adria killed monsters. "No, not anymore," she screamed in her head. "I protect the innocent." A hearty laugh boomed through her mind, followed by an unimaginable pain as talons dug into her conscience. "Now, you're nothing but mine." Adria screamed. She slammed the butt of the Glock against her head. The metal split her skull, and blood poured down her face. Heaving, gasping for air, she shifted her attention to Richard, who had lost all the blood in his face. "Who stole the treasure?" Richard spoke, fast and loud, his voice broken by sobs. I thought Wade did. It was the only explanation, the only thing that made sense. Please believe me. I swear to you." "The hired security, guarding the spot where we buried the treasure. They're dead. Someone knew where we positioned our security. They knew how to sneak up on them. The person also knew where to find the treasure in the field. They dug one hole and excavated our crate." "So you think Wade did it? That's why you killed him?" Snot ran down Richard's lips as he nodded. "He's the only one who would know all that information. Everyone else is dead." Adria chuckled. She felt dizzy from blood loss, but she pulled magical energy from the runes to cover her wooziness. She could have healed the laceration with runic energy. But why? What would it accomplish, apart from cheating her of what defined the human existence? Pain. She shuffled to Richard, looming over him before kneeling beside him. She ran a soft, slender hand over his face. He cringed at her touch, the first man to recoil from Adria. She found the response hurtful and satisfying. If you killed him, Dick, he must have told you where he hid the treasure, right? I mean, why else would you kill him, unless you knew where to recover it? So, Dick, where can I find the crate filled with items not of this world? I don't know. Adria clicked her tongue and removed her gentle touch from his rough cheek, replacing her fingers with the gun's cold metal. Now, Dick, please don't lie to me again. You killed him, which means he told you everything. He didn't tell me anything. With his last breath, he claimed he had nothing to do with what happened. Richard sucked on his lower lip for a moment. Please believe me. He knew nothing. Why did you kill him then? I panicked, that's all. I had my gun in his mouth. I made the mistake of suspecting him, and I paid for my mistake by taking his life. Adria threw back her head and laughed. When she finished with her show of humor, she straightened her features to stone. Where's the treasure? I don't know. Adria dragged the gun to Richard's lips, shoving the muzzle into his mouth. You're not convincing me of your life, Dick. Her mind cracked a little more, the fissures growing wider. Black smoke clouded her head, and lapping flames licked at her brain, at her ide and ego, melting her identity into a puddle and reshaping her thoughts. Now, you are nothing but mine. I have my gun in your mouth, Adria said, her voice far away from her. I have to pay for my mistake by taking your life. Adria saw a monster, and she had to protect the world from monsters by eliminating them. Richard's sobs silenced, and his face contorted into a portrait of fear. Please, please. Chapter 10. As Adria often pointed out, Doryan, though you're dumb, you're not stupid. As I define it, I'm slow to the mental draw. It takes a second longer for me to process situations. I'm not quick-witted, rather reflective and thoughtful. Unfortunately, my requirement for additional thinking, time, leaves me scrambling to catch up, an undesired position when combating corrupted creatures. When I returned to the estate after the paintball gun attack in the restaurant's parking lot, I couldn't sleep. Why would someone shoot me with paint and run away? The answer came hours too late. I should have connected the dots the second I confirmed a bullet hadn't punched through my chest. The man who shot me was a vampire. Once that realization hit, it hit me beyond the ability to sleep. I tossed and turned, tempted to find Adria, to convince her we needed to find Raleigh. We couldn't ghost him. A vampire had seen me with my parents, except I had remained in my room. Had I told Adria, I would have to admit why the vampire saw me with my family. How would she respond? Would she report me to Haller? What would he do? I didn't care how he punished me, but I worried how he would respond to and reprimand my parents for my actions. To protect them, I bit my tongue. I stared at the clock on my phone, watching as the number showed Raleigh's designated meeting time, Raleigh. I watched the second hand move around the face, watched as our window to deliver Cade slammed shut. Raleigh knew I had a connection to Doug and Sandy Miller. If he learned about our connection, our relationship, what would he do to them? I had to find and kill Raleigh. No other option saved my parents from the mess I created. How would I find Raleigh? Though, how could I earn an advantage over him when he held all the cards? The idea smacked me across the face as the orange and pink sunrise inflamed my bedroom window. An hour later, I sat beside Brigitte, our resident werewolf, at the kitchen table. We enjoyed cups of coffee and a light breakfast. Haller lent us phones when we went on a mission as reapers of Project Phoenix. At the estate, he banned the devices. So, we sat in awkward silence for a few minutes, our slurping and crunching filling the muted spaces. I placed my fork across my empty plate. You're getting on with Cade, yeah? Brigitte eyed me. I cleared my throat. I mean, you're the only person he'll talk to, right? We have a lot in common. We understand each other, to an extent. As a half-werewolf, Brigitte enjoyed a few lycanthropic perks, but not the full arsenal of power. To achieve that level of lycanthropy, Brigitte had to consume the flesh of a human, a milestone she refused to accomplish. Similar to Brigitte, Cade was a fledgling vampire. Until he satisfied himself with human blood, he couldn't transform into a full-fledged vampire. Brigitte set her coffee mug on the table. Why do you ask? We need a confession from him. Now. Ryan, you know that's not how this works. Make it work that way. Cold sweat crawled along my spine, though my body verged on bursting into flames. We need to end this vampire feud sooner than later. You're our ticket. Brigitte shook her head. I don't want to press him, to chance ruining the progress we've made. I dug my fingers into my palm, preventing myself from slamming my hands on the tabletop. We have to find Raleigh. We have to learn any weaknesses he has. Ask him yourself. I'm sure he'll answer your questions the same as he would answer mine, with silence. It takes time to establish trust. We have to stay patient if we want to see results. I knew she was right, but I didn't want to hear that truth. Raleigh would go after my parents. I didn't know when, but I refused to wait around and find out. Brigitte, I said, forcing my voice to remain steady. What if you accompany me? Could you do that? Could we soften my presence with your attendance? I need answers. I? My? What about us? And we? And our? Brigitte chewed on her lower lip and stared at her mug for a moment. You're not doing this for Haller. This isn't for Project Phoenix. I gritted my teeth and stared at her. Brigitte sighed and shook her head. Damn it, Ryan. All right, I don't want to know the entire story, but I need one answer. Are you asking for a personal favor? I nodded and whispered my response. Yes. Brigitte pushed out her chair and stood. I can't say no then. You convinced Haller and Adria to bring me into Project Phoenix. I owe you my life. I'm doing this for you, and you alone, and just this once. My stomach fluttered. I spoke around a lump lodged in my throat. Thank you. Brigitte patted away. Let's get this over this. She led me to an underground prison in a secret bunker. Haller had spared no expense or resource when constructing the holding cells. He ordered salt mixed into the cement to create the walls, and he fortified them with iron, steel, and silver. Most myths have a kernel of truth to them, but history has erased to what extent. We're unsure which corrupted creatures have weaknesses to iron and which have vulnerabilities to steel. The fire which destroyed the Library of Alexandria destroyed most credible literature on the supernatural. Haller believes the Vatican has some information, though he hasn't confirmed his suspicion. We work in the dark, learning through fire. To cover all the bases, Haller didn't take any chances. Apart from the metal components reinforcing the walls, he had spent 20 nights outside of the 12 cells, hoping to create a reverse threshold, albeit a weak one. Corrupted creatures and thresholds never paired well. As a last resort, Haller assigned Winnie Love to cover the walls with defensive and repelling runes. Haller had yet to worry about overpopulation. Only one cell had occupancy, the first door directly left of the only entrance and exit in the corridor. I stared at the hingeless wall slab, searching for a lock or a handle, finding nothing but a textured surface. I'm confused. Brigitte smirked and stepped forward. A member of Project Phoenix can activate a rune, allowing them to speak with the prisoners. She placed her thumb on a rune. The sigil glowed a dull yellow, and rectangular swatch in the cement shimmered, turning transparent like a window. I curled my lower lip and nodded, impressed by the finer details. Inside the cell, Cade lay on a cot, his fingers interlaced behind his head. A book lay propped open on his chest, the spine upward and crinkled from abuse. How does he receive food and books or whatever? I glanced at Brigitte. There's not a transfer drawer to deliver him anything. There's a rune, which, when activated, creates a portal and allows me to pass him meals, or entertainment, or personal items. Can we open the door to release him? Do you want to? Brigitte punched my arm. I'm teasing. Yes, it can open, but only Haller, Love, Adria, or you have the key to open the door. Me? I didn't recall a situation where Haller handed me a key to a prison door. Brigitte tapped on another rune carved into the exterior stone. There, it'll only respond to one of you four. The extent of Winnie Love's abilities baffled me. Brigitte smirked and nudged my arm with her elbow. Anyway, with the rune now activated, he can see you as we see him. He can also hear you. Say hello. I shifted my attention to Cade. The fledgling vampire stared at the ceiling, unmoving. I thought of my parents and Raleigh, and I steeled myself for the interrogation. Cade, we're doing everything we can to find a cure for your disease. We hope to heal you. If we can't do that, we want to recruit into our organization. Brigitte has integrated well as a Reaper. She's a vital part of our operation. You can have a similar opportunity. You can help people and protect those who can't protect themselves. The fledgling vampire remained still as stone. I scratched the side of neck, near the spot where Hollywood films showed the vampire to bite. I continued to my sales pitch. To buy your freedom and earn a position within our organization, we need to establish trust. We want to trust you, Cade, but we need your help to bridge our differences. We're vampire hunters, and you're a vampire. Cade, we need to know you're on our team. Brigitte crossed one arm over her chest and grabbed her opposite elbow. I pressed my hand to the transparent stone wall. Cade, you can build credibility by answering my questions. They'll be tough, and I'm sure your vampiric instincts will demand your silence. But fight through that. Answer my questions. Build trust, and pave the road to your freedom. Cade faced me. For a moment, our eyes locked. A cold, slimy sensation wriggled down my spine, racking my body with chills. He swept his bare feet off the bed, planting them on the stone floor. He shuffled to where I stood, pressing his forehead against the 4 inches of transparent wall. Ask your questions, vampire hunter. I need to know about Raleigh. That's not a question. Where is he? At this moment, I couldn't tell you. Where does he sleep? Where do the vampires stay? Cade bumped his forehead into the wall. I couldn't tell you. He never brought me back to the heart. The heart? That's what we call our home. Did you not know that? Not our lair or nest. Our heart. We're often mistaken for a family or a clan. We're called a vein. Some of the newer age vampires, those born of blood in the last 100 years, they call us a hunger or a vein of vampires. When you ask your questions, ask correctly. I licked my lips. Where is the vein's heart? I already answered you. Raleigh never brought me to the heart. Only thralls, and those above thralls, know its location. What's the power hierarchy of a vein? Fledgling, like me. Thralls, or younger vampires, who take the order of a more experienced vampire, called an elder. Raleigh is an elder? Cade's lips twitched into a brief smile. He's a high-ranked thrall who controls a majority of the Sacramento region. He answers to an elder, who answers to a master. The four main power levels each have sublevels. Raleigh has the power level of a thrall? More or less. What's that mean? He's surging in power. How do you know? Is there a specific time frame? 100 years, and a vampire levels up? Cade chuckled. If it were that easy. No. It's a pyramid scheme. Vampires attain power with each human they bite and infect. They attain more power when their offspring infect more humans. That's why he wants you. You're a step closer to his evolution. In a world where supernatural laws forbade vampires from killing or corrupting humans, it had likely taken Raleigh decades to enhance his power through enough offspring. Cade smirked and closed his eyes. Have I earned your trust? He had helped in an academic sense. His information didn't provide me with an actionable plan to find and defeat Raleigh and save my parents. The more cynical aspect of my nature suspected he withheld information. Where was the heart? How did I kill Raleigh? You haven't earned my trust yet, I said. What else would you like to know? Decapitation and incineration. Those are the proven methods to kill a vampire, both only possible after driving a stake through their hearts, a task bordering on impossible. Is there a question in there? If I face Raleigh, how do I defeat him? Cade chuckled. You don't. You run and you pray to whatever God might listen, that he doesn't catch you. I won't accept that answer. There has to be a way for me to slay him apart from driving a stake into his heart and removing his head. How do I do it? How do I kill him? Cade pushed himself off of the wall and turned his back to me. He whistled a nonsensical tune and paced to his cot, where he plopped onto his back and stared at the stone ceiling. I slammed my fists against the wall. Cade, how do I kill him? Talk to me. How do I do it? Brigitte's gentle hand touched my shoulder. She guided me away from the door. Relax. How could I relax? I could only think of the danger I had placed my parents in. How could I relax with that thought wrapped around my throat, squeezing with all its might? Brigitte returned to the wall. She said something to Cade, but my screaming fears drowned her words. The half-werewolf offered a light-hearted smirk and a simple finger wave before she pressed her thumb to the rune. The wall returned to its solid, opaque, natural design. Even in my enraged and frightened condition, I thought the gesture strange. I thought her easy, quick interaction unnerving. Had she and Cade developed something more than a prisoner-warden relationship? Brigitte brushed by me and skipped up the stairs leading into the morning. I followed her, wondering how I could use their attraction to my advantage. Chapter 11. I focused and spoke the angelical word Ireland taught me the day before. Don't attach meaning to the word until you can speak it with unequivocal clarity. Winnie Love wore a hand-knit beanie over his dreadlocks, a bright smile across his face. Did I not pronounce it right? Love modeled how to speak the angelical word, his voice rising in a sing-song manner. I frowned. That's what I said. Love chuckled. It's not. How is it different? Are you musically inclined? Oh yeah. I sing about as well as I dance, and I can do those as well as I can fart fairies. Love's evergreen grin bubbled into a deep-rooted laugh. Quite the image. Also, I take it you're not musically inclined. What gave it away? Well, angelical is a musical language. That's the best, most watered-down approach we have to grasping it. It's spoken with inflection and pitch and rhythm. There's a cadence to each syllable, as with poetry or lyrics in a song. When you speak the word, it's not about pronunciation. It's about tempo and tone to create a harmony that vibrates to form energy or magic. I rub my eyes with the heel of my palms. If I want to cast a spell effectively, I have to sing it. Luckily for you, I'm a talented musician and vocalist. I can offer you lessons. Like, on how to sing. Set your ego aside, Ryan. To cast potent and pure magic, you must come as close as possible to true angelical. Otherwise, you risk murkiness. You risk dirtying the spell, corrupting yourself with the magic you wield. I leaned back and shook my head. I can't picture it. Picture what? Eons ago, when angels fought demons, when powerful wizards cast their spells against the Nephilim, they sang at each other. What do they call that in Pitch Perfect? A riff-off, right? They had riff-offs? It seems like a cartoonish way to battle. Winnie Love exercised his facial structure into a frown. Music is a universal language. Music is pure and filled with raw, uncut emotion. That same emotion and energy that fuels magic, it enhances any experience. Inciting terror during a tense scene, or laughter during a humorous moment. There's nothing cartoonish about a divine battle fought to the tune of angry, desperate songs. It would be the sound of thunder breaking the sky. I covered my upper teeth with my tongue for a moment. Well, when you put it like that, I guess voice lessons don't sound too bad. But let me warn you up front. I'm about as tone deaf as Stevie Wonder is blind. We're sorcerers, my friend. We make miracles happen. The smile was alive and energetic again on his face. I studied the angelical word, written in a pattern of shapes and lines I couldn't read. After a few seconds, I spoke the word once more. It felt easy off my tongue, almost a native entry in my vernacular. I had, after all, said the word close to 1 billion times in the past 2 days. Love winced. Enough with your gibberish. You sound like an ogre learning to cuss in Russian. I thought it sounded pretty good. I snapped up a finger as an additional concern entered my mind. Speaking of sounding pretty good, the first angelical word I learned, the one I have already associated with an actionable spell. Am I mispronouncing that too? Can you speak it without drawing energy? I think so. You think so. Can I not? I don't know, Love said. Can you? How would I know? I mean, whenever I've used it, like the 2 times I've used it, I cast the spell. Ireland taught you? I nodded. Winnie Love sighed. Ireland cheated, using her artifact as a crutch or a focus. Though she has a vast store of supernatural experience and knowledge, she's an Iomenta, and she's unpracticed in her discipline. She escaped consequences because her spells filtered through the artifact. She never needed a reason to steep herself in the foundation of spellcasting. Why do I need to learn the foundation of it? I asked. I have her artifact now. Can I filter my spells through it? Winnie Love shrugged. Sure, but why hamstring yourself? You're a sorcerer. You don't need words or artifacts or runes to empower you. Magic lives in your blood. You need intent and will and focus. I need nothing but my mind? I asked. Decades from now, yes. For now, you'll need words and runes, lest you risk depleting your life energy and dying. Luckily, I can teach you to speak the angelical word without burning the energy needed to cast it. I can teach you to perfect your enunciation and to scale the spell into more powerful tiers. Why settle for copper when you can have gold? I crossed my arms and stared past Love's shoulder, at the bookshelf behind him. You're already in combat training with Adria. Ireland is working on technique and stratagem with you. Howler keeps you busy with missions. If you choose to train with me, it will shatter any illusion of free time you think you have. Can you handle that commitment? I didn't rush into an answer, allowing myself time to consider the offer and the implications of accepting or refusing. If I accepted, Winnie Love would progress my skills and strength, which would increase my chances of defeating Raleigh. However, if I accepted, would I have time to monitor my parents, to protect them if something happened? I couldn't protect them if something happened. I thought, admitting the hard truth. I needed to cultivate my abilities, to grow in my sorceress power. I can handle the commitment, I said. Love clapped his hands together. We start with singing lessons then. Basic, elementary singing lessons. You're not allowed to record any of my training. Love's permanent smile expanded into a toothy grin. Before he could make a snide remark, my phone vibrated from within my pocket. I fished it out. The caller ID showed my dad. My heart sank into my stomach. I feared to answer, to hear Raleigh's voice on the other line, gloating that he had taken his revenge. Yet, I couldn't let the call go to voicemail. Hello? Doryan. Hey, how are you? My body melted into my chair with relief. My father spoke on the other end of the line, and he sounded safe, if not halfway cheery. Doryan, I'm glad you answered. After last night, well, Sandy had me call to check on how you're doing. 1 second. I held a finger to Winnie Love and stood, hustling out of the library. I headed toward a window seat at the end of the hallway. You there? You all right? Yeah, I'm okay. How about you guys? A moment of silence filled the line, and my innards clenched. My father cleared his throat. We're okay. A little rattled. Nothing like that has ever happened to us before. I don't know. We can't make heads or tails of it. I thought about it all night, I said, not bothering to lie. I can't make much sense of what happened either. Another stretch of silence ensued. I didn't know what to say. So, I held my tongue and waited for Doug to lead the conversation. In the interim, I stared out the small window at the end of the hallway. A leafless Japanese maple obstructed my view of a bleak horizon line. After a second, Doug accepted the responsibility of picking up the dialogue. I have another question for you. Unparalleled fear wrapped its stiff fingers around my throat and squeezed the air from my lungs. I couldn't breathe in anticipation of his question. Had he learned my true identity? Had my mother, after her flash of recognition, when we shook hands, shared her suspicion with my father? If they learned their son lived, what would happen to them? To me? What's that? I asked. It's my custom to wake up early every Saturday morning and buy Sandy and Aaliyah coffee and pastries from the local bakery, deliver the goods to them before they get out of bed. Well, Aaliyah climbs into our bed like she did when she was younger. We watch a cartoon. He trailed off and chuckled. I'm sorry. You don't care about that. But I do, I thought. I had missed all the intricacies of my family's relationship when I left home to drift, to jump from town to town and work odd jobs. I had rarely called home. When they called me and I answered, I never asked about their lives. I mumbled a few half-hearted responses to my mom's concerned questions, and I grunted in response to my father's lecturing. Not once I'd asked to speak to Aaliyah, my younger, adopted sister. Now, knowing I had missed the best parts of life with my family, I yearned and ached to know. How did my mom like her coffee? What about Aaliyah? What pastries did they enjoy? When my sister wriggled into their bed, what cartoon did they turn on? Tears stung my eyes. I scrunched my face, forcing myself not to sniffle or cry. I couldn't allow Doug to hear the emotion in my voice, to suspect I was anyone but Doryan Miller's co-worker from at a ranch in Half Moon Bay. Anyway, my father said, wiping away the brief glimpse I had into their lives. While at the bakery this morning, I ran into a strange fellow. He looked at me funny for a while. Now, I'm not a confrontational man. After last night's incident, though, I felt a little nervous, on edge. I looked right back at the man and asked him if we knew each other. You know how people sometimes stare at other people when they're trying to pin how they recognize that person? My tongue felt too big for my mouth. I couldn't have spoken had I something to say. It didn't take Sherlock Holmes to predict the conclusion of my father's little tale. He cleared his throat and continued. Turned out, my intuition proved spot on. I swear I know you from somewhere, he said to me. So I introduced myself and shook his hand, a hand cold as a slab of ice. His dark eyes lit up like a July sky. You know what he said then? I shook my head, unable to utter a response. My dad didn't bother to wait for my guess. He said, "You're Doryan Miller's old man." That made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. I confirmed, but with a frown, apologizing, before admitting I didn't recognize him. He said I wouldn't. He said he worked with Doryan for a week or two, one winter in Oregon. Anyway, I know it's a long shot, that you might know him or have run into him, but I was curious all the same. Breath and words wedged between my tongue and spilled out of my mouth. What's his name? Raleigh. Alistair Raleigh. A strange name, but one not easily forgotten. The hallway twisted around me like a helicopter blade, spinning faster and faster until I could no longer stand. I slunk to the floor and sat, my knees angled toward my chest. You there? My father asked. I know him. Really? His voice hinted at disbelief. You worked together, then? Doryan told me about him when we worked together. He and Raleigh worked a job in Oregon the winter before Doryan and I landed in Half Moon Bay. He told you about him, though? I bit my lip and nodded as I stared at the blank wall across from me. Stay away from him. He mentioned his past to me, my father said, his voice somber. He was surprised Doryan hadn't mentioned him, considering what he had done. I'm sure you know about that, though. I swallowed a hysterical fit of laughter. We were speaking fiction to each other. I was Doryan, not Doreen, and I had never worked a winter job in Oregon. I had never worked with a man named Raleigh, who had a checkered past. I heard, I said. Doryan told me the story. He said he has a permanent address in this area, and he'd like to catch up with Doryan. He never knew about the incident in prison. I broke the news to him. Before we left, we exchanged numbers, and I told him to call me if he ever needed anything. Stay away from him, I said. He's a con artist. You can't trust anything he says. You are nothing but prey to him. Doreen, that disappoints me. My son went to prison for murder. If he still lived, if had tasted freedom again, would you want him to experience the judgment of others? Or would you want him to have a fair shot, to prove his rehabilitation? I believe in second chances. If I'm duped because of my gullibility, I'm content knowing I tried to do the right thing by someone else. I tapped the back of head against the hallway wall. I couldn't prove what I suspected, though I wondered if Raleigh had enthralled my father. If Raleigh had snaked his way into my father's head, the vampire had control of him. A puppeteer, pulling the strings of his puppet. What would he make my father do? How strong was the potential enthrallment? Could Raleigh use my father to slaughter my family? Could he kill my mom and sister without lifting a finger, without getting a speck of blood on his skin? Anyway, I'm sorry to disturb your Saturday, Doug said. I found the encounter strange, and I wanted to hear your thoughts. Stay away from that man. That's my thought, and it won't change. Do not introduce him to Sandy or Aaliyah. Keep him away from your family. I should have called you an hour ago then. An Arctic chill encased me. What do you mean? Lennon called this morning to see how it went last night. I told her about Raleigh. I passed his number to her. Why would you do that? A pregnant silence ensued. I'm not sure why. I don't remember if she asked or if I took the liberty. Raleigh had enthralled him. He must have nudged my father to have Lennon contact him. Did she call him? I asked. She said she would think about it. You let me know if she does. You understand? If she speaks to him in any capacity, I need to know. All right. Yeah, sure. Keep him away from Mom and Aaliyah. From who did you say? I licked my lips as I realized my mistake. From Sandy and Aaliyah. Did you say Mom? I said Ryan's mom. Doug held his tongue for a breath. Could you share Lennon's number with me? I asked, fighting to keep the desperation from my voice. I want to warn her about Raleigh. She can't contact him. I think I'll speak to her first, see if she would like me handing out her cell phone number. I swallowed a bellowing scream of frustration. You'll update me with anything about Raleigh? My father agreed, though with little conviction, before ending the call. I remained seated in the hallway, turning my head to stare once more out the window at the sky. Dark clouds pooled all around. With them, they brought a storm. Chapter 12. I tapped my foot in the chair set before Eric Haller's desk. Winnie Love stood to the side of the room, his arms crossed and his eyes closed. A half smile remained on his face. Brigitte and October stood in the back or the office space. Haller sat in his wheelchair on the other side of his desk. His bald, polished head reflected the overhead lights. He had summoned every Reaper of Project Phoenix into his office. We arrived at the assigned time, all except Adria. She had yet to appear after 10 minutes. Unable to wait on Adria any long, to bridle my anxiety, I asked, "Is this about Raleigh?" I suspected Haller summoned us to discuss how to defeat the vampire vein linked to our organization. We needed to exterminate the threat before they exterminated us. On a deeper level, a level I couldn't share with anyone in that room, we had to eradicate the vampire vein before they destroyed my family. Haller had the natural talent of telepathy, magic. He could read thoughts in other people's heads, push thoughts and images and impulses into their minds, and erase or fabricate their memories. He and I had an understanding. He stayed out of the heads of his Reapers. Haller agreed, and after some convincing, I trusted him. However, I found that trust difficult, considering I wouldn't know if he probed into my skull to read my thoughts like the pages in a book. Eric Haller regarded me for a beat too long. His prickly silence made my brain tingle. "Are you in my head?" I asked. "Don't need to be." "What's that mean?" Adria told me about Raleigh's threat, how he'll go after your families. Why does that threat concern you? Why wouldn't it concern me? It doesn't concern you. Don't you have kids? My kids have a dead father, as your parents have a dead son. Why would Raleigh care about Doug and Sandy Miller? What do you fear about his threat I clamped my teeth on the inside of my cheeks. Haller sniffled. Raleigh can't hurt anyone we love, because he doesn't know who we are. He doesn't know who we love. Adria burst through the office door and hurried to the chair beside me, plopping into it like a ton of bricks. Her hair stood tangled at every angle. She didn't wear makeup, and shadows bruised the skin beneath her eyes. Yet, somehow, she appeared like a goddess amongst mortals. Her green shifted sideways toward me. What are you looking at? You just wake up. I had a late night. What do you care? Something about her fidgety demeanor bothered me. It wasn't how she looked, though, that played a part, nor was it her gruff attitude. Apart from her blunt mood and unkempt appearance, something felt different. Haller must have sensed it too. He cradled his chin in his palms, planting his elbows on his desktop, and he stared at Adria. I watched his eyes, waiting for them to shift color. As far as could tell, that was the only clue he provided when using his telepathy. His eyes changed from a lighter to a darker blue, from a summer sky to a stormy night. As he regarded Adria, the color never changed. He leaned back in his wheelchair and cleared his throat. Thank you for showing, albeit it on your own time. Adria scowled at him. Early this morning, a little after midnight, a transient by the name of Benjamin Broom forced entry into the house of Mr. and Mrs. Davenport. Adria grunted and shot up from her chair. Now we're tackling B&E cases? I don't have time for this nonsense. She usually had a snide remark or two, but she had never disrespected Haller, at least not in front of everyone. She must have noticed me scowling at her. What are you looking at? Do you have something to say to me? I'd love for you to say something right now. Go ahead. Say something. I'm begging you. Adria touched her neck in the spot Raleigh had run his tongue over her skin. Had he somehow poisoned her through his saliva? Winnie Love kicked himself from the wall and stepped toward Adria, placing a reassuring hand on her tense shoulder. Sit down, yeah? Let's hear what Haller has to say. Adria scrunched her face and stared at me. To my surprise, she didn't storm out of the room. She dropped into her seat, crossed her arms, and lowered her gaze, like a sulking teenager. Haller remained silent for a moment, allowing our nerves to settle. It's not a simple breaking and entering. Mr. and Mrs. Davenport submitted video footage captured by their home security camera. It shows Benjamin Broom standing at their back door, not moving, as if building the courage to perform the crime. Then, Haller snapped his fingers. Like that, he vanishes from the playback feed. Gone. They received a notification on their phones, alerting them of the intruder. Mrs. Davenport hid in the bathtub. Mr. Davenport secured a bat to confront Benjamin. Of course, Adria said, the woman hiding as the man defends her honor. Just once, I'd like a story where the woman grabs the baseball and defends her husband. Mrs. Davenport is pregnant, Haller said, not missing a beat. She didn't want to put their unborn child in harm's way. So, she hid. While in the bathtub, a face appeared in the mirror, a reflection without a person to cast it. I cocked my head, struggling to wrap my mind around what Haller said. I don't get it. Adria scoffed. What do you get? I swallowed a stream of anger-laced words and focused on Haller. They saw a reflection, but no one stood in front of the mirror. How's that possible? Do you ever think before asking questions? Adria asked. He was invisible. It's not that hard to figure out. Again, I swallowed a tirade born of frustration. If I insulted to her, I feared she would spill my dirty laundry to Haller. I had Raleigh to worry about endangering my family. I couldn't afford to have Haller threatening them with memory deletion, too. I continued to ignore Adria, remaining laser-focused on Haller. What happened? Benjamin died, cracked his head on the bathtub's edge, though that's not what killed him. Coroner cited cardiac arrest. To help the numbskull keep up, Adria said, slouch her further in her seat. I'll break it down for him. Benny was a sorcerer. He used his magic to burglarize a home. Untrained in the arcane arts, Benny overexerted himself. He died. Draw some X's on his eyes and flop his tongue out of his mouth. He dead. I blinked. Why are we here if he's dead? My question stumped Adria. She raised her eyes to Haller, staring at him behind a veil of hair falling over her face. Haller reached toward a closed laptop on his desk. He opened it, tapped a few buttons, and turned the screen toward us. A paused video showed a tall, gaunt man in ragged clothing, standing before a door on a back patio. He had his hand stretched before him, a blue pill resting in his palm. One of my contacts in Sacramento PD forwarded the security footage, Haller said. Now, watch closely. He punched the spacebar with his thumb, playing the video. As the man stood by the door, staring at the pill in his hand, a bright yellow light burst through the once dark window. I leaned forward and squinted, noticing the silhouette of a man through the window. He held a baseball bat as he approached the door. Ben hesitated, then he shot his hand to mouth and swallowed the pill. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then, without warning, Benjamin vanished from sight. Haller tapped the spacebar, pausing the video before closing his laptop. He shifted his sky-blue eyes to Adria and me, waiting for one of us to respond to what we had watched. I picked up the slack. The pill, did it give him access to magic? A few weeks back, when we thwarted the necromancer in Nevada, we came across a similar pill. Malachi Morvain herded an entire town into an abandoned mine, where he planned to burn the drug and force his captives to breathe the smoke. The effects would grant temporary magical abilities. Malachi would sacrifice the townsfolk during their short-term empowerment, hoping to summon and resurrect a fallen angel. Malachi tested the legitimacy of his alchemical creation by hiring a dealer to sell the pills to unsuspecting and vulnerable addicts. Once perfected, he sold the formula to a low-level sorcerer capable of replicating the pill. Adria lowered her voice, speaking in an almost hushed tone. It's Malachi's drug. Haller nodded, his face heavy and weary and colored in concern. This isn't the first death over the last month involving cardiac arrest in the homeless population. However, it's the first we have video evidence of. The first that falls in our jurisdiction. If Malachi's drug has infiltrated our streets, if it's in circulation, it's our job to find the dealers, to find their sources, and to destroy all the supplies. Chapter 13. Adria stampeded out of the office as soon as Haller dismissed us. I wanted to chase after her, but Winnie Love stepped in front of me, barring my progress. I want to schedule our first voice lesson. Raising on tiptoes, I watched Adria disappear around the corner. I sighed. Whatever works for you. My schedule is wide open. He rattled off a few times, and I picked one at random. With that settled, I pushed forward in a last-ditch effort to catch up to Adria, only to slam on the brakes. October called my name from her desk outside Haller's door. You have a moment? I glanced down the corridor in the direction Adria would have gone to reach her room. With a subtle sigh of defeat, I shifted my gaze to October. Over a year back, I saw her hobbling through a storm, wearing more bruises than clothing. I picked her up and brought her back home, where I murdered her husband for his abuse. Though she and I now worked for Project Phoenix, I avoided her. From my perspective, she steered clear of me as well. Yeah, I have time, I said. October blinked at me, not saying a word. I understood her hesitation because I did not know what to say to her or where to begin. So, instead of saying anything to break the awkward silence, I waited for her to speak. She dropped her gaze and shook her head. You know, my phone rang, interrupting what I probably knew nothing about. I didn't motion to remove it from my pocket and answer. If she had opted to pull me aside and speak to me, she had something important to share. Despite everything happening with my parents and the vampires and the magic-giving drug, I respected her courage and gave her my full attention. Go ahead. Answer it. It's fine, I said. I'll call back. What's up? It's nothing. You can answer your phone. Before I could rebuttal, she spun on her heel and raced around the corner. I exhaled and removed my phone. My father's name showed on the screen. Doryan. He sounded uneasy. What's up? You said to call if I learned anything more about Raleigh. The world disappeared around me. I stood alone, my cell phone anchoring me against a violent storm. What did you learn? Lennon called Sandy a few hours ago, and Sandy just told me about their conversation. Apparently, after I shared Raleigh's number with her, Lennon called him. She's scheduled to have dinner with him tonight, with Vivian. Where at? Doug named a restaurant in Elk Grove, about 15 minutes from the Wilton estate. What time? I asked. 5:30. Vivian heads off to bed around 7:30, so Lennon wanted her home in time for the routine. Why would she have Vivian go with her? Why wouldn't her husband be there too? Stephen, he's working. Why is Vivian tagging along? Who would watch the girl on such short notice? I wanted to drive my fist through the wall. My father's trembling voice prevented me, though. Do you think they're in danger? Do you think I put my granddaughter in danger? They'll be okay. Raleigh won't hurt them. Not yet, I thought. Not somewhere public. A call-waiting tone beeped in my ear, signaling me to another incoming call. I pulled the phone from my ear and glanced at the screen. I didn't recognize the number. Usually, I would ignore an unknown caller. However, something told me to answer. Let me call you back, Doug. I have another call coming in. Before he responded, I switched over. A stretch of silence answered me. Hello? Is this Doryan? Lennon asked. I would recognize her voice always and forever. The soft sweetness of it hit me like a freight train. I reeled against the wall. Hello? She asked, when I failed to speak. Hi, I said. It's me. Another beat of silence. This is Lennon Porter. We briefly met at Doryan Miller's funeral. Doug Miller gave me your number. Sorry to call you out of the blue like this. I remember. Well, anyway, Doug shared a number with me today. A man named Alistair Raleigh. Apparently, he knew Doryan through work. I don't know. I don't seem to know much of anything anymore, but I'm meeting with Raleigh for dinner. Don't ask me why. I don't know why. Doryan and I dated 12 years ago. But I don't know. I get it, I said. You do? How? I swallowed a heavy lump. When I knew him, he talked about you a lot. I always figured you two had something special. Something that defied time. Defied time? I nodded, though I said nothing. I agreed to meet Raleigh for dinner to, I don't know, to hear a story or two about Doryan, I guess. We're, Stephen and I, introducing Vivian to her father, or his legacy, I guess. The air turned to sludge, making it beyond impossible to breathe. Lennon had confirmed with certainty what I had hypothesized. Vivian was my child. As I struggled to breathe, to keep track of the conversation, Lennon continued to speak. Raleigh knew Doryan as an adult, as someone his parents and I never knew. I thought we could talk to him and hear his stories. She chuckled, but it sounded sad. It makes little sense in my mind, and it makes less sense when I say it out loud. Here's the thing. Doug and Sandy speak highly of you. I should have scheduled this dinner with you, not Raleigh, but still, would you mind joining us? Lennon wanted me to have dinner with her, my daughter, and the vampire threatening to destroy them. What was my life? What had it become for me to experience such a nightmare? Doreen? Yeah. You'll come to dinner? I'll be there. Lennon shared the location and the time of her reservation. It's not a nice place, so dress casually. I'm not sure if I said anything else. The next thing I knew, when I stepped through the fog of my broken mind, Lennon had ended the call. I stood in the hallway, my back to the wall, the muted phone to my ear. My body buzzed, and not in a pleasant or numbing way. It buzzed like a whirring saw, sharp and spinning and dangerous. I glanced at my watch, with one purpose: change for dinner and drive to the restaurant. I would sit out front and watch for Lennon to arrive, making sure Raleigh didn't intercept her and Vivian. As I showered and dressed, questions I couldn't make sense of crossed my mind. Why would Lennon and Steve agree to tell Vivian about me? Why had they agreed to meet with a complete stranger? Why had Lennon contacted me, asked me to join them? What did Raleigh have up his sleeve? How could I protect everyone? As I stepped into the multi-car garage, where I parked the Tacoma that Haller lent to me, a voice barked at me from the other side of the cab. Adria circled the hood and planted her hands on her hips. I don't have the time right now. I marched toward her, ready to move her out of my way if push came to shove. Fortunately, she pivoted, turning sideways and allowing me free passage. I climbed into the truck and stared at her through the bug-splattered, dusty windshield. She met my gaze with emerald eyes. After a moment, she raised her hand and wiggled her fingers in a mocking wave. I fired up the Tacoma and drove into town. When I arrived at my destination, about an hour early, I remained in the warm truck and watched vehicles entering the parking lot. I watched the restaurant's front door, planning to sprint to Lennon or Raleigh, when I saw one of them. To my disappointment, Raleigh arrived first. I had hoped I would see Lennon so that I could intervene and convince her to bail on the reservation, to lose Raleigh's number and never think of, let alone speak to, him again. The lanky vampire strolled to the restaurant's glass door, opened it, and entered. When I caught up to him, he stood in the waiting area, staring at a wood-frame picture of a steam engine barreling across a track. He crossed his arms at his lower back. I shuffled forward. My fingers itched to draw my horsemen, sickles, and remove his head from his body. Instead, I shoved my hands into my pockets and stood like a marble statue beside the vampire. He smelled of cologne and cigar smoke and scotch. For a time, we stood like that, monster and human, side by side, studying a framed black and white photograph of a train. It's a shame you never showed to return my property to me. By property, Raleigh meant Cade Murray. His head turned square to me, his dark eyes, like tendrils, grasping onto me, refusing to release me from their grip. It's a shame. Doryan Samuel Miller. At the mention of my name, everything inside me shattered. Despite my faked death, fake name, and fake appearance, Raleigh had learned my identity. Born December 30th, 1993, to Sandra Lee Miller and Doug Scott Miller. You have one adopted sister, Aaliyah Marie Miller. She's 14, the perfect age to become a vampire. Too young, and they remain children forever. If you touch a hair on her head, you ended your relationship with Lennon Blake Hamilton before she could end it with you when she left for college. 8 years later, while Lennon was engaged to Stephen Daniel Porter, you rekindled your relationship, conceiving a precious baby girl, Vivian Hope Miller. Porter. Raleigh returned his gaze to the photograph. I'll kill you, I said through gritted teeth. No, you won't. You see, Doryan, you put this freight train in motion. Now we're headed across tracks that lead to the end of a cliff. There's going to be a tremendous and beautiful crash, and you can't do a thing to stop it. The entrance bell rang, signaling a new customer had entered the restaurant. I didn't have to turn around to know Lennon had arrived. Raleigh's growing grin told me everything. My tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth. I felt distant from the scene, like a spectator watching the train wreck of my life. I was a mere observer, incapable of fighting back and making a difference. Raleigh turned and spread his arms. His face brightened. Lennon. I couldn't look at her to see the excitement on her face as she greeted the vampire. Yet, I forced myself to wear a mask of courage and confidence, and I shuffled around. Seeing Lennon and my daughter Vivian greeting the smirking Raleigh made me feel more than helpless. I felt complicit. Guilt from my role in the situation burned through me. I had never experienced such impotence in my life. This is Doryan, Raleigh said, gesturing to me. I'm so glad you invited him to our dinner. We were just sharing stories of Doryan, stories I'm sure we'll have to retell soon. I wanted to vomit, but I swallowed my nausea and forced a carefree smile. Hi, great to see you again. Lennon accepted my outstretched hand with a firm shake. Her hands were small in mine and warm to the touch. She always had warm hands, even in the winter. Raleigh shifted his predatory eyes from me to her. You two have already met? At Doryan's funeral, Lennon said, releasing my hand. Vivian clutched the hem of Lennon's shirt, and she rested her little head on her mom's thigh. Hey, I said to my daughter, my voice breaking on the syllable. Do you remember Doryan? Lennon rubbed her daughter's head. Can you say hi? Vivian averted her gaze from me, a complete 180 compared to her upbeat, burning energy at the funeral. Lennon patted Vivian's back. She's getting over a cold. Usually, she's a little more outgoing. I remember from the funeral, she laughed at my name. It is quite the name. Raleigh clapped his palms together. Anyway, now that we're all here, I believe they'll seat us. Raleigh and I sat on one side of the table, our chairs so close they nearly touched. Lennon and Vivian sat across from us. Vivian colored a picture with crayons provided by the restaurant. The din of conversation filled the place, along with the speaker system playing old country tunes. George Strait, Alan Jackson, Randy Travis. A few minutes after we sat, the server stopped by our table to take our order. Nothing for me, Raleigh said, raising his hands beside his face. I'm not hungry. The rest of us placed our orders. When the server left, the vampire folded his arms on the table and leaned forward. Lennon, I must apologize, but I'm afraid I can't stay long for dinner. I received a business-related call before I arrived, and I'll have to see to it. However, I'm sure Doryan will provide you with company to die for." Lennon scrunched her face. I couldn't tell if she appeared relieved of Raleigh's early exit or disappointed. "Sorry to hear that. I looked forward to—" She trailed off, as if unsure of what she had looked forward to. "Hearing stories about Doryan." Lennon wrapped her arm in Vivian's shoulder and pulled the girl close to her. "Yes, well, I don't have many. We only worked a short time together. However, Doryan should have ample stories to share with you. From what I understand, he and Doryan were so close they could have been the same person." He stood, grabbed my shoulder, and squeezed. "Doryan, as always, it was a pleasure to see you. Lennon, you're a star amidst a dark sky, radiant. I am blessed having met you and your beautiful daughter. I look forward to seeing you again." As if his feet didn't touch the ground, Raleigh glided out of the restaurant, leaving me alone with Lennon and our daughter. Lennon snickered. "He's a strange man, but he seemed nice enough. You knew him?" "Never speak to him again." The words came out harsher than intended. "What?" I drank iced water to cool myself down. "He's not a good guy." "You are, though?" I shook my head as tears stung my eyes. "I don't know." Lennon sighed and blinked at the ceiling. "Doug says, you knew Doryan?" "We worked together in Half Moon Bay." "Before or after?" "Before or after what?" "He and I reconnected Texas." I swallowed, remembering in vivid detail the moment she referred to. "I worked in a temporary position as a ranch hand for an old man who couldn't keep up with maintenance tasks. Austin was 20 miles from his farm. Lennon performed Broadway plays in Austin back then. I didn't know that until we ran into each other at a bar. She wore a ring with an enormous diamond. We took shots to celebrate her engagement and success and happiness. Shots led to more shots, which led to beers, which led to a late-night conversation, which led to—" Vivian cocked her head as she colored an elephant orange. Lennon titled her head as well. They looked identical to each other, down to their mannerisms. "He told me about what happened in Texas," I said, my voice a gravely rasp. "So, after?" "Yeah, I guess. I knew him after what happened. He told me about your engagement, too." Tears washed over my eyes, and a huge acidic lump sat in my throat. He felt a tremendous amount of guilt about that night. He never intended to destroy your life or happiness, to ruin your engagement. I couldn't contain the tears. They slipped down my face. I stole a deep breath and coughed, hoping to hack away the sticky lump in my throat. He told me he shouldn't have allowed the night to go that far. He wasn't the only responsible person. We had history and an ending that ended too abruptly. I think we both craved or desired a proper farewell. It's not an excuse or justification, but the truth. I wouldn't change that night. Lennon stared at her hands, which rested on the table. I wish I would have told him that before prison. I wish I would have told him about her. I glanced at Vivian. Maybe he would still be alive had he known the truth. "What about you and Stephen? Had you told Doryan everything, how would that have affected your marriage?" "I told Stephen what happened the next day. I called him, sobbing, and I confessed." Lennon lifted her gaze and stared at me, and I swear when she spoke to me, to Doryan Miller, not Doreen. Stephen stepped away from our relationship for a few days before returning to have a conversation with me about what happened. He was gentle and understanding, as much as he could. He asked one simple, yet hard question. Did I still love Doryan? I answered him honestly. I held my breath, knowing the answer. I said no, I didn't. Lennon bit her lower lip. That's it. We chalked it up to a mistake, fueled by alcohol, nostalgia, and a long-distance engagement. When I told him I was pregnant, likely with Doryan's child, he adopted Vivian without hesitation. I regret not telling Doryan because I think I could have saved his life, but I wouldn't have ever done it differently. I think if Doryan knew, he would have confused the situation with a false sense of loyalty and responsibility. He would have fought too hard to be her father, but she's Stephen's daughter. Lennon's words hurt. They cut deep. Why did you want to meet me? I asked, anger born of the pain driving me forward. Why arrange this reservation with Raleigh? Why tell Vivian of Doryan? What does all this accomplish? I did it for Doug and Sandy. Vivian is their granddaughter, and they deserve to have a relationship with her. I regret not telling them until after Doryan's death, but she's asking me questions about them and about Doryan. She wants to know, and I don't know what to tell her. So I figured if I could meet with people who knew him as an adult, I could tell her about her father. All I know right now is that he murdered a man and died in prison. As the silence ballooned between us, the server arrived with our meals. We ate without another word. When we finished, I broke the silence. Doryan would have loved you and Vivienne more than you could imagine. He loved hard. I blinked fast, fighting against another bout of tears. He was loyal and protective, and he always tried to do the right thing. That doesn't mean he always did the right thing, or what others thought was the right thing. But he tried to do what he believed was right. I know for a fact he would have thought Stephen, raising Vivian. I trailed off, finding it difficult to form words. He would have thought Stephen could provide a stable and consistent home for his daughter, and that's something he could never provide. We said little after that. Vivienne never once said a word to me. When she finished her picture, she rested her head on her mother's ribs and stared across the way. Lennon never asked for a specific story about Doryan, and I never volunteered one. Whatever she needed from me, whatever she needed to say or hear, she had accomplished it. I insisted on paying the tab, and we left the restaurant together. I walked her to her car, keeping a careful eye on any potential traps set by Raleigh. When Lennon drove away, I hurried to my truck and sped to the estate. I had one thing on my mind, a question, and I meant to satisfy my curiosity, no matter what it entailed to earn an answer. Chapter 14. I stormed to the underground monster prison. My thumb pressed against the rune, and the fortified, solid wall to Cade's cell shimmered and faded, becoming transparent. The vampire fledgling sat on the ground in the corner of his prison, staring at me with hungry eyes that chilled me to the bone, like coming face to face with the predator hunting you. Despite the discomfort of his ravenous look, I remained impervious to fear. The reinforced cement prison could hold the most powerful of monsters. A fledgling like Cade didn't stand a shot of escaping. "Where's the Vane's heart?" I asked, raising my voice to make sure he heard me through the thick stone. Raleigh knew my true identity. He knew I hadn't died in prison, but faked my death, that I had joined a secret, supernatural organization. The vampire thrall had learned the names of everyone I ever loved, and he would use them to hurt me. He savored and relished in the game of tormenting, of allowing me to know that he had access to my parents and sister and daughter at any time. He could, on a whim, slaughter anyone he wished. He could, from an errant hare, descend upon any of them and infect them with his vampiric curse. I had to find him, and I had to kill him, before he could exact any misguided sense of revenge on my family. When Cade took too long to respond, I slammed my fists into the transparent stone wall and roared. Through most of my life, I struggled with my anger. In the past, I directed my quick trigger into physical confrontations. As I matured, I learned healthier outlets exist: psychology, exercise, cutting back my alcohol consumption, and punching inanimate objects. However, the situation drowned my progression. Anger didn't simmer beneath the surface. It bubbled over, hot and steaming. I had to punch something other than a stone wall. Allowing my desperation to guide my actions, I raised my hand and touched another rune, one which unlocked and opened the door. The stone shifted and slid into a hidden pocket. My heart raced. My blood boiled. I saw nothing but Cade's pale, scrawny form. I drew one of my 2 sickles and flew across the 10 feet, separating me from the half-vampire. The crescent blade pressed against his throat, biting into his skin, drawing trace amounts of brackish blood. Where are the vampires? Cade swallowed, his bulging throat scraping across my magical blade. I told you, I don't know. Though fear beat at his face, as perspiration, I didn't believe him. Vampires had a reputation for deceit and manipulation. To make sure he uttered the truth, I removed my second sickle, pressing the point of it against his sternum. I pushed my knee into the back of my hand, driving the blade an inch into his chest. His eyes bulged from his face as he kept licking his lips. Where are the vampires? I swear, I don't know. You understand how this works, don't you? I drive this through your heart, and you become vulnerable. That's when I remove your head from your shoulders. That's when you die. When you die forever, right? You sacrificed your soul to become a monster, and you can't continue into your next life. I guessed at that last part, based on a few pieces of literature I had read. The vampiric curse caused the soul to bond with mortal flesh, allowing the vampire to live a human existence forever. They can't die through natural means. When they die through means of violence, the vampires don't shed a soul. They've already experienced the entirety of their corrupted, unnatural existence. Tears blazed down Cade's cheek. Please, believe me. I know nothing. They don't share any information with fledglings. That night, the night you abducted me, that night was supposed to transform into a thrall. I would have learned then. How does the protective glamour work? If Cade couldn't reveal where the vampires lived, maybe he could share insider information about how their abilities worked. What do you mean? Every vampire has a glamour, right? It protects them from running water and sunlight, and it allows them to integrate into human society. That's where the stake to the heart lore comes from. The piercing shatters the glamour, allowing a moment of vulnerability where the vampire can burn in the sun or die by a blade. Cade shook his head. How does the glamour work? You just explained how it works. Is it magic? Do you cast a spell to encase yourselves in it? Is it something else? Snot drooled over Cade's lips. I don't know. I inhaled through my nose and stepped away from him, removing the blades from his neck and sternum. Before I could think of what to do next, I kicked Cade across the face. He rolled onto the ground. I straddled him, pulling strength from the runic tattoos love had inked over my body. I grabbed his face and lifted his head, slamming his skull against the stone floor. His eyes rolled back for a second. His body went rigid beneath me. I released my grip and scrambled to my feet as Cade regained awareness. Though inflicted with the vampiric curse, Cade hadn't transformed into a full vampire. Still, he had a higher threshold to injury and pain than humans, and he healed at a rapid pace. With my runic tattoos, he and I shared a similar level of power, so I had a loose understanding of how far I could drag him through the torturous mud. As Cade grunted and rolled on the ground, I kicked him in the ribs. His body folded around my foot, and a bone splintered with an uncomfortable crack. "The thing about your fledgling status," I said, "is you can withstand more than I can dish. My endurance will wane long before you break, but it will take time for me to fatigue, and you will experience tremendous pain. Fatigue and pain we can avoid if you answer my simple questions." Cade crawled onto his hands and knees. A string of bloody saliva reached from his split lips to the cracked floor. He teed up my next shot. While in the position, his face snapped back from the impact of my foot, and he flopped onto the floor. I panted, my chest heaving. "Raleigh has threatened my family. Do you understand where I'm coming from now? Do you understand what this means to me? I have to get to him before he gets to them. I need you to answer my questions." "You're asking the wrong ones." I considered his advice, allowing him a second to recover. I had asked about the glamour and where the vampires lived. Cade hadn't known the answers to either question because why would he? He had yet to transform into a full-fledged vampire, thrall, which would cement him into their vein, making him privy to their secrets. Despite his lack of status, he had to possess some pertinent intel. Adria had believed and argued that Cade found the vampires and asked them to infect him. Vampires don't attack humans on a whim. It's against the Golgotha Accords. Cade chose his path to becoming a vampire. "You asked Raleigh to infect you, didn't you?" Cade rolled into a seated position and scooted away a few feet until his back rested against the stone wall. After he spent a few seconds catching his breath, he looked at me and nodded. "How did you find him?" "The Golgotha Accords prohibit vampires from feasting on human blood. They've evolved to feed in other ways." "What do you mean?" Cade sniffled and wiped the blood from his mouth. "It depends on the vampire. Some are purists. To an extent, they feed on the blood of animals, and it fills them. Others feed on powerful emotions, such as grief, lust, anger, despair, joy, love. Whatever their diet, it doesn't match the powerful nutrients provided by human blood. Still, it prevents people like you from hunting them down and slaughtering them." I squatted. "So, how did you find him?" "Raleigh feeds on emotions. Some vampires own funeral homes, while others own churches, or theme parks or nightclubs. Places where emotions run hot and high, where vampires can feast. I learned that much after minimal research into the supposed supernatural." He meant that last as an insult to me. If he could figure it out with limited resources, how had I not come to the same conclusion? So, I visited the first club that popped into my mind. Raleigh, how to say, plus. That's where I met him. What was the name of the club? The fledgling licked his bloody lips and flashed me a bloody victorious grin. "You're too late." A fraction of a second later, something hard crunched against my skull, and the floor sprinted toward me. Before it slammed into my face, I slipped into a world filled with nothing but darkness. Chapter 15. Pinpricks of awareness pierced the all-consuming darkness, allowing slivers of light to guide me back to consciousness. I moved my head, and a flood of pain sloshed from one side to the other. I grimaced, squeezing my shut eyes shut tight. Once I garnered enough courage, I forced them open. I lay in my bed, in my room. A dim light from the hallway spilled across the floor, chasing away the early morning shadows. A dim but painful light. It caused a sharp explosion behind my eyes that traveled to the top of my head. I winced, but powered through the discomfort to discern more details. Two people sat in the chaise chair furnishing the corner of my room, the chair I often used as storage for my clean clothes. Another person sat in a wheelchair beside the chaise. Behind the wheelchair, slumped on the ground with their back to the wall, sat a fourth person. I blinked a few times, allowing my eyes to adjust and the blinding pain to ebb. The fog cleared. Adria and Winnie Love shared the chaise, both asleep. October slumped against the wall as she sat on the floor, her head resting against the chaise's soft side. She also slept. Haller, in his wheelchair, watched me with his cool blue eyes. I opened my mouth, and my lips stuck together before peeling apart. My tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth. "Do you have any water?" The sound of my voice acted like an alarm, springing the dead back to life. Adria and Love shot awake, prying themselves away from their tangled positions and jumping to their feet. October startled, her head shooting upright. She stared at me with wide eyes. Adria held her chest as she heaved, and she shook her head. "You scared the living snot out of me." She glanced around the dark room, illuminated only by the hallway light. "What time is it?" "A few minutes before 6 in the morning," Haller said. Adria rolled her eyes and settled back onto the chaise. "Ryan, do you have no consideration for anyone else? You're the only person I know who would wake up from blunt force trauma to your skull at 6 in the morning." "Water?" I croaked through a famine-plagued mouth. "October," Haller said, glancing off his shoulder. "Fetch Doryan some water, please." Without a word, October climbed to her feet and scurried from my room, leaving me at the mercy of Haller, Love, and Adria. Maybe they had waited for me to wake out of concern for my well-being. Maybe. More likely, they waited so I could explain to them how I ended up unconscious in their hidden monster prison. I lacked the energy to hold my eyes open, let alone recap what I remembered. I had dinner with Raleigh, Lennon, and Vivian before speeding home and interrogating Cade. Then, nothing but darkness and pain. What had happened? How had I ended up in my bed with the world's most severe headache? A minute later, October returned with a glass of water. She delivered it to me, placing it on my nightstand. She touched a gentle hand on my shoulder. "Let me help you scoot into a seated position." With our combined effort, I worked my way upright. Nausea worked through my body in a wave of dizzying heat. When the surge of disorientation passed, I accepted the water from October and sipped. No one said a word, which meant they waited for me to deliver the debriefing. I worked their patience, taking my time to recall what had happened in the prison cell with Cade, to determine how much information I wanted to share. Would I tell them about Raleigh, about my parents, about Lennon and Vivian? Did I have a choice anymore? "Ryan," Adria said as she rested her head on the back cushion of the chaise. She had her eyes closed. Usually, she didn't rise until well after the sunrise, like hours after. Considering the time, her prickly presence surprised me. To catch you up to speed, in case you're thinking about what exactly to say, October found you in Cade's cell. Cade being the vampire we had imprisoned, on account of him being a violent and dangerous vampire. October found you unconscious, with a pool of blood haloing around your head. Guess who wasn't in the prison cell with you? My stomach tightened and cramped, the throbbing in my head turned to a jackhammering, beating in time with my racing heart. "Since you look like you suddenly pooped yourself," Adria said, "I'm guessing you have concluded that Kate escaped. To make matters worse, because they can always get worse, he captured Brigitte and took her as his hostage." When Adria finished her recap, a heavy silence encompassed the room. She remained motionless, her eyes closed, as if she had passed out after delivering the news. Haller rolled his wheelchair forward a foot or two. "Doryan, what happened?" I glared at him, wondering if he already knew, but asked to see if I would answer him with the truth. Had he rummaged through my mind while I was unconscious? Did he ask me to summarize the events to test my loyalty? If he already knew, and if I lied to him, did that place my family in greater danger than if I offer the truth? My thoughts buzzed through my mucky, smoky head. I couldn't make sense of what to do. So I leaned into my default response when I lost direction. WWMMD. What would my mom do? When I asked myself that question, the answer always came without complication. Even if it's hard, even if it hurts. Tell the truth. Admit guilt. Accept the consequences. Learn from the experience. I scratched behind my ear and stared at Adria as she feigned sleep. I found it easier to look at her than anyone else. Focused on Adria, I told Haller, love and October, everything. I began with the morning I had watched Lennon, Vivienne, and Stephen in the park. Wound my way to the dinner I had with Raleigh, Lennon, Vivienne, and ended on my reactionary visit with Cade. When I finished my account, I chugged the water October had provided and waited for the hammer to fall. Haller and October shared a look before Haller shifted his attention to me. "You spoke to Cade the other day too." At first, I couldn't shape a response. I had expected repercussions for deliberate disobedience. Instead, he presented me with a question. My mouth moved without words escaping. I felt like a fish. Then I felt enraged. The fury sparked and exploded. "You invaded my mind. I had suspected as much, but the truth spilled over me like slime." "I had no choice," Haller said. "There's always a choice." "What if you never woke? I had to protect this estate and organization." "You brought it on yourself," Adria said from her stupor. "When you spoke to Cade the other day, what impression did you have?" Haller asked. I glanced at each person in the room, wanting nothing more than to toss them into the hallway. My fuming blazed into my head, further stoking the flaming inferno within my skull. I closed my eyes, hoping the simple action would reset the early morning. "Doryan, Cade took Brigitte," Haller said. "We'll address your familial situation later. Right now, we have more pressing matters to attend to. One of our own has fallen into the clutches of the vampires." "More pressing matters than my family?" "You have no family beyond us," Haller said. "You accepted that fate when you joined Project Phoenix. So when you say matters of family, Brigitte is that subject." I drew my memory of the interrogation with Cade to the forefront of my mind. He cowered on the ground at my feet, answering my questions. I ripped the sheets off of my body. Cade didn't take Brigitte. She went with him. Haller narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips. The unspoken question hung in the air. "She snuck up behind me. Knocked me out." "You're sure?" Haller asked. "Unless it was one of you." "But no. I'm sure. The other day she brought me to Cade. They had an interaction." "What kind of interaction?" "It was the way they looked at each other. It seemed odd, but I barely thought anything of it." "Adria, Do you remember when we staked out Cade's place while on the neighboring roof? Brigitte said she had a crush on him. You're embarrassing, Adria said, through a half yawn. How did you let a fledgling vampire and a half werewolf compromise you? You're the next in line warden who's supposed to protect us from the apocalypse. My anger boiled over, enhanced by my swelling irritation, toward Adria. I swept my feet off the bed and onto the ground. A current of dizziness crashed into me. I anchored my hands to my mattress to prevent from toppling over. What's crawled up your ass the past couple of days? Enough. Howler rolled his chair between Adria and me. There's enough on our plate already. We don't need to add killing each other on the list. Now, Doryan, listen to me and answer my question clearly. Can you say, with certainty, Brigitte knocked you out? Why don't you read my mind? Howler's jaw twitched. We're not enemies. You had me fooled. Answer his question, Winnilove said. I gritted my teeth. Cade didn't knock me out. Unless Adria did it, it was Brigitte. With her eyes still closed, Adria shook her head. Howler spoke, though. That makes Brigitte a fugitive to our organization. When you track her down, you will treat her as such. Do not believe her if she pleads with you. Do not hesitate if the time comes. She's dangerous and willing to hurt us. Yeah. You don't have to worry your little bald head about that, Adria said. When I catch her, she won't get to enjoy the comforts of a prison cell. What does that mean? I asked. What do you think that means? That I'm going to buy her a luxury hotel suite? It means I'm going to put a silver bullet through her vampire-loving brain. We're not killing her. We'll track her down, imprison her, and question her motives. But we're not killing her. Adria shot to her feet, awake and full of vinegar. Where has your no-kill policy gotten us? Cade, the vampire you refused to slay, has escaped with Brigitte. He knows where we live. Brigitte knows about our security measures. Where do you think they're going, Ryan? To Cancun? To sit on the beach with their toes in the sand while enjoying a cold beverage? They're going to Raleigh. They're going to tell him everything. Because you refused to kill the fledgling vampire. You've not only put your past family at risk, but us too. Adria tapped her temple with her index finger. Get it through, you thick, stubborn, stupid skull. We're not dealing with people. We're dealing with monsters. They aren't extensions or projections or reflections of your redemption arc or any other psychobabble nonsense, but bloodthirsty and dangerous monsters. They're rabid dogs. We're animal control, and it's our job to put them down. When we fail, we jeopardize the lives of innocent people. I hated to admit it, but Adria's rant held water. By allowing Cade to live, by imprisoning him, Raleigh had tracked us and learned my identity. My role in Cade's escape put all of Project Phoenix in danger. My actions led to the endangerment of my blood family and my found family. Yet I still struggled with the thought of murdering Brigitte or Cade. They're not full monsters. They're half human still. Adria laughed and shook her head. Half human equals full monster. In fact, it makes them worse. You ever hear of the theory that baby snakes or spiders are more dangerous than adults because when they bite you, they can't control how much venom they release? That's fledglings and half werewolves. They can't control their hunger, which makes them more violent than their mature counterparts. Brigitte did just fine controlling her hunger, I said. Adria pointed at Love, because he marked her with a rune to suppress her appetite. Before Love ever intervened, she abstained from consuming human flesh. Adria combed fingers through her hair and growled at me. That makes her more dangerous. The hunger intensifies until it's satiated. Think of when you're hungry, you moron. Does your body suddenly realize it can function without food? After so much time, you become weak and fatigued. Sure, she hasn't obliged her hunger yet, but each passing day becomes more difficult until her appetite, her beast, consumes her soul. Then there's nothing left but the rabid desire to bathe in blood. I rub my eyes, exhausted physically and mentally, and exhausted of Adria constantly opposing my every word. If she's half human, if she's not fully a monster, there's a chance we can reverse the corruption. Adria threw up her arms. Haller, I can't anymore. I'm wasting my breath on him. Haller cleared his throat. When someone enters this facility, either as a reaper or a prisoner, Winnie Love imbues them with a rune. Winnie Love, who lounged on the chaise, cleared his throat. It's a built-in GPS for emergency situations. I can track it in case one of you becomes compromised or captured. Or if a prisoner escapes, the magical connection becomes distorted or severed from certain interference. Running water, daybreak, abjuration, or warding magic with a dispelling or repellent property. I stared at Love as he spoke, his voice smooth and slow, as if he had all the time in the world. When the pack of werewolves had captured October, Adria stenciled a similar rune against October's skin. We tracked it to find where the werewolves held her hostage, following a smoky blue line through the college campus. Except only Adria had seen the smoky trail because she had drawn the rune. How will we track her? I asked, my voice drowned by Adria, who asked another question as I spoke. Where are they now? Love frowned. It's hard to say with certainty. The tracking appears as a faint line I would have to follow. Currently, it's headed north, toward Sacramento. As I mentioned, many things could distort the illuminated path. I can transfer the bond from me to you by replicating the rune. However, it attaches to one person. I looked at Adria, and she looked at me. If I allowed her to receive the rune from Love, she could manipulate the situation. She could lead me somewhere, trap me, or knock me unconscious. She was a better fighter than me, and go off in search of Cade and Brigitte alone, killing them once she found them. I'll take it, we both said, our voicing harmonizing discordantly. I turned to Haller, hoping the leader of Project Phoenix would intervene. His hands rested in his lap, and he appeared more likely to jump out of his wheelchair and dance than lend his authority to our decision. Who will it be? Love asked. Chapter 16. The hazy blue line tugged at me, like the world's most powerful magnet, leading me to a warehouse in Sacramento. I pointed at a structure riddled with vandalism and overgrown weeds. It's in there. Since I won the coin toss to determine who received the tracking rune, Adria insisted on driving. You look like you're 1 foot in the grave, she had said. I'll drive. You can navigate from the passenger seat. I accepted the proposition. One of the enhancing runes, Love tattooed, on my body helped me recover from injury. As a bonus, my sorceress origins allowed my body to recover quicker than the average human. Growing up, I never experienced seasonal sickness or allergies because of my sorceress immune system. However, after Brigitte clubbed my skull, my head felt like cement breaking in half, so I had no affinity to drive. Adria drove her RAV4 a few blocks beyond the building and parked, hoping to avoid the detection of suspecting lookouts. Up to that point, we had said little beyond me telling her which direction to turn. Silence built tall, thick walls between us. Yeah. When she parked and turned off the engine, she looked at me. I sucked on my teeth and waited for her to speak. You don't have to like me, Ryan. I like you fine. What I don't like is your recent behavior. You've acted like you hate me, like you hate everyone and everything. She stared out the windshield. A sprinkling of rain blurred our vision. I'm not sure what she mulled over, but she considered her thoughts for an extended moment. If we get through the situation you created for us, maybe I'll share my personal mess with you. Until then, we're here. This is our present. To survive the right now, we have to get on the same page. I scratched the edge of my nose. Adria licked her lips and nodded. When we go into that warehouse, I'm not sure what we'll find. Maybe it's Brigitte and Cade going at it like bunnies. Maybe it's a flock of vampires. Vain. What? That's what Cade said they're called. A vein of vampires. Adria curled her lip into a malicious grin. I don't care a lick what they call themselves. I care about multiples of them waiting to ambush us. So, if we're walking into a trap, I want to make sure we're doing it with our eyes wide open, and that we're on the same page. What page is that? The vampires die. If it's a trap, they all die. I'm not worrying myself about sparing their corrupted lives, if it means putting mine at risk. If we can save Brigitte, we save her. If Brigitte looks at me funny, I won't hesitate to rip her face off. I clicked my tongue for a second, weighing the situation. If Adria's paranoia proved correct, if we walked into a trap, we could be up against multiple vampires. As formidable as Adria proved in a fight, and as much as I had progressed in my training, we wouldn't stand a chance at defeating multiple vampires. Unless... Have you made any progress with your totem? Can you transform to the Panther Nagual at will? If you're right about the trap, we're going to need a major power spike to survive. She fiddled with her hands and stared at her lap. If we're walking into a trap... Adria trailed off, shoving her thumb into her mouth and chewing the nail. Is Ireland with us? I shook my head. I haven't seen her since training yesterday. So, we're without Ireland's spirit, and without the Nagel's influence. You don't have access to it? When have I ever had access to it? It's only worked once. Against the werewolves. Why wouldn't it respond to vampires too? It didn't respond against a necromancer who planned to destroy the world through his ritualistic summoning. That's about as big of a threat as we'll face, and the Nagual spirit snoozed through it. I rapped my knuckles against the passenger window and inhaled. So what do we do? How do we defend ourselves against a vein of vampires? Adria looked at me and flashed a knowing grin. We've done it once. We'll do that way, as we beat them at the club. I cocked my head, not sure what she meant. You'll walk through the front doors and make a scene. Call for Brigitte and Cade. Draw the attention to you. I'll sneak into the building another way and hide in the shadows. When they spring their trap, they'll direct everything your way. That sounds fun. I'll move like an assassin, picking them off one by one. You just have to survive. It's that easy, huh? When you're with me, it's always that easy. Do you have a better idea? I had zero ideas, but I refused to admit that to Adria. So I settled to admit her idea trumped my non-existent one, though she didn't have to know the non-existent detail. Adria unbuckled and reached for the door handle. The best part about scribbled together plans is that they often fail. That's my favorite part too. When they fail, the lack of preparation forces improvisation. We're not pigeonholed to stick to what we practiced and drilled. That lack of rigidness allows flexibility. I opened the door. Here's to hoping the plan fails, then. After exiting the RAV4, I followed the blue smoke to the abandoned warehouse, having to climb a chain-link fence and cross over the muddy, littered property. I stomped to a rusted metal door and tried to the handle. It creaked open, revealing a dim interior lit by the dull winter day, bleeding through holes in the roof, creeping through the shattered windows lined on the upper walls. Soggy cardboard boxes lay in piles across the water-covered, trash-strewn floor. Empty pallets covered in ragged, threadbare clothes and blankets piled around the vast space. Graffiti decorated the walls. In the center of the destruction, Cade and Brigitte sat atop metal barrels like the queen and king of the trash mountain. They appeared healthy, and they seemed happy about my arrival in their kingdom of garbage. "Ryan," Brigitte said, hopping off the barrel. She stepped toward me. My hands buzzed in anticipation of conjuring the horseman's sickles. "Not another step. You betrayed me in Project Phoenix. After I fought for you, after Haller brought you in, you betrayed us. Ryan, listen to me. Now that Cade has escaped Love's protective wards, the vampires can track his exact location. They will be here." She glanced at the rafters, searching through the dark shadows of the ceiling. "They might already be here, waiting for you." "Come back with me," I said. "This is your one shot at complying. If you don't listen, I fear what might happen to you. I'm sorry I hit you. I never wanted to hurt you or anyone. But Cade and we're running away together. We're leaving Project Phoenix, and we're leaving the vein. We're going across the ocean, where no one can find us." "Why haven't you left then?" I asked. She had knocked me out for hours. Why had they fled to the warehouse? Had they waited for Project Phoenix and the vampires to arrive? Why wouldn't they have jumped on the first boat or plane out of town? If you're leaving, if you truly didn't want anyone to find you, why did you stop here and wait for us to find you? Brigitte's face dropped. Cade couldn't leave without speaking to Raleigh. I have Love's tattoo to suppress my urges. Cade has nothing. If we left, he would have to kill and become a full vampire to abate his hunger. He doesn't want that to kill. He asked Raleigh if there's a way to reverse the disease. We have to. A snapping sound echoed through the warehouse, followed by a meaty thud and an airy gasp. I glanced beyond Brigitte, at Cade, where the grunt had issued. A bolt stuck from his chest, driven deep into his heart. A blink later, Adria stood before him, her pink magical daggers sparking with energy. She slashed forward, removing Cade's head from his shoulders. As his head thumped on the ground, she turned and faced Brigitte. "We're leaving. If you resist, I won't hesitate to kill you. Let's go." My eyes bulged from my head, and my jaw dropped. A rush of emotions, along with a flood of questions, mucked my inner engine. The most prevalent emotion was anger, and the most burning question wondered why Adria had killed Cade. Brigitte kicked into gear, screaming as she rushed to Cade. She fell beside and draped over his body, begging him to say something. In my momentary state of shock, confusion slipped through the cracks, and an unthought question bounced off my tongue. "Where did you get a crossbow?" Adria shimmied her shoulders and turned sideways, modeling her reese bag. Winnie Love had created her a Dungeons & Dragons style bag of holding, allowing Adria to fit numerous items in the interior, which operated like a Harry Potter house, much bigger on the inside than it appeared on the outside. The only hard, fast rule was that the item in question had to squeeze through the opening. Adria snapped the crossbow in half. I found this a month back and purchased it. The limbs fold in, making it compact enough to fit in the Reese bag. Pretty neat, huh? I thought it would come in handy for our mission. I thought, right. You thought wrong. Cade wanted a cure. One doesn't exist. Raleigh would have enthralled him, and they would have murdered someone to complete his transformation. How does that old saying go? Save a monster, kill a human. Kill a monster, save a human. You're welcome. Now, let's get out of here before... A smoky voice interrupted Adria. It appears you missed your moment to leave. I turned my attention to the sudden, unaccounted voice. Raleigh stood framed in the door, a victorious grin carved over his pale, gaunt face. Adria snapped her crossbow into its full length and loaded another bolt, which she drew from the Reese bag. She pulled the trigger. Despite her frenetic pace and lack of proper aiming, the bolt flew true and straight toward Raleigh's heart. At the last possible moment, his hand blurred, moving faster than my enhanced perception could track, faster than a crossbow bolt could fly. He caught the projectile an inch before it burrowed into his heart. The vampire released it, allowing the bolt to clatter on the wet cement floor. Raleigh smoothed out his shirt and looked at us. Let's try this again, shall we? From outside, 6 more vampires funneled through the door and into the warehouse, fanning around the building. They carried assault rifles, a strange detail for me to grapple with, considering they were vampires. Now let's come to a crystal clear understanding. Raleigh strolled deeper into the warehouse. I won't kill you. Well, I won't kill Doryan. Or is it Doreen? I can't remember. He scrunched his angular face and shook his head. It doesn't matter, does it? I won't kill you. Instead, I'll have you watch as we rip those 2 women apart, limb by limb. When we're done, I'll release you like a fish that's too small for me to care about. Except, I care. I care too much. Not only did you abduct my fledgling, but you murdered him. I had planned to reprimand you thoroughly for your actions. The consequences have become severe now. Do you understand? Death is no longer an option. For you. I will destroy your family as you watch them die. I will infect them with vampirism, and I will starve them of what they desire, until they're raving mad, and their minds are nothing but shattered fragments. Only then will I release them into the world, to feast as they please. I won't kill them, Doryan. You will. A shiver raced down my spine. Behind me, Brigitte sobbed over Cade's headless body. Adria held her unloaded crossbow in both hands. There's no spirit here? Adria asked, speaking out the side of her mouth through clenched teeth. I knew why she asked. Spirits could fuse with me, and, with their unnatural abilities, we could teleport short distances. With Ireland's presence, we could have escaped the vampires. However, we didn't have that luxury. 7 vampires circled us, and a hysteric, half-werewolf, who I doubted, wanted saving by the people who murdered her lover. You're a sorcerer, Adria said. Don't you know any spells? I don't know one well enough to use on 6 vampires. It'll kill me. Well, do you have a better idea than me dying? I asked. I have a few. That doesn't involve me dying? I bit my tongue. I didn't have a single idea how to escape the vampires. They tightened their ring around us. 2 of them separated from the group of 6, and they grabbed Brigitte, dragging her from Cade as she kicked and screamed. Raleigh stood outside the circle, watching the scene with a glint in his dark eyes. My body hummed, and my blood ran cold. A foreign presence beckoned to me, screaming for me to respond to its call. It took little deduction for me to recognize the bitter voice. Death, or rather, the horseman of death, or rather, the horseman's weapon. Its scythe which had taken the form of 2 sickles in my possession. Ireland Earp had owned and operated the weapon before me, which appeared to her as twin revolvers. The scythe held the unadulterated, endless power of a fallen angel. I didn't know how to use it, other than to hack and slash. But if it had sentience, if it could reach out to me during my time of peril, maybe the weapon could help us escape. Yet, if I drew the sickles, the vampires would know of the artifact's existence, of my possession of it. Raleigh could use his knowledge of my life and family to wrest the horseman's scythe from me, and he could use the sickle to break the seal and release the horseman of death into the world. Talk about a rock and a hard place. It's difficult to make decisions which will affect the future, as opposed to choices that impact the present. If I concealed the sickles, I would protect the world, but at the cost of Adria and Brigitte. An obscure idea, such as that, is difficult to grasp, like clutching at smoke. At that moment, the obvious option was to save Adria. I couldn't allow her death, knowing I had the power to prevent it. Besides, I'm a drifter. I've never lived with a future in mind. I wake every day and immerse myself in the present. Without another thought, I conjured Death's scythe, and it appeared in my hands as twin sickles with black handles and obsidian blades. The weapons seemed to challenge the vampires. They steadied their assault rifles against their shoulders, aimed at Adria, and fired. Red-hot energy, like a volcanic explosion, gushed from the sickles and into my body, empowering me far beyond that of my normal enhancements. The spray of bullets moved through the air as if pushing their way through gelatin. I could have strolled from round to round, plucking them from the air and filling my pockets. Instead, I holstered one sickle and grabbed Adria. She weighed as much as a doll. Throwing her over my shoulder, I sprinted past Raleigh and toward the exit. The vampire kicked out his leg and tripped me. I lost my balance, and Adria launched forward and crashed against the ground, rolling toward the door. I fell belly first. My face slammed against the wet cement, leaving a crack in the concrete. Raleigh jumped on my back. He grabbed a clump of my long hair, pulled my head off the ground, before driving my face into the cement once more, leaving a crisscrossing crack. You thought me so pathetic, you could race past without a fight. You disrespect so much. He introduced my face to the ground a third time. Then he climbed off of me and kicked me in the body, flipping me over. His gaze fixated on the sickle. I released the weapon, dismissing it to whatever reality it existed in when I didn't brandish it. Raleigh licked his thin lips. You're full of surprises. Run along now. I'm tired of our games. It's time I ruin your life. I climbed to my feet and stumbled to the door. Adria wasn't anywhere in sight, so I hobbled outside. Cool rainwater misted across my face, and I stood in it for a moment, allowing my body and mind to recover. The RAV4 skidded to a stop 40 yards away. Adria sat behind the wheel, waving at me to get in. Chapter 17. I tossed the brown, greasy fast food bag into the back seat of the RAV4 and stared through the windshield at the intersection. Adria had ordered us lunch to go, and we ate our meal in the cab of her vehicle while listening to country music on low volume. A misting of rain coated the windshield, and a sharp wind pushed against the bare, skinny trees still supported by stakes. Adria dabbed a splotch of ketchup off her lips and glanced at me. You won't want to hear this. Then don't say it. We should have killed Brigitte. I scrunched my face, forcing myself to suppress blossoming anger. You shouldn't have said it. Ryan, take your rose-colored glasses off and pull your head from the sand. We're living outside of the reality everyone else exists within. We don't play by the same governing laws or moral codes. Nobility with corruption makes you complicit in the evil. It's our job to protect Umenta. Keiths, humans. As soon as we side with the monsters, we put everything at risk. Have you not learned that lesson yet? I clenched my jaw. You killed a human, right? You killed an abusive man some would call a monster? Why did you do it? To protect October? How is killing an actual monster more difficult for you? My seatbelt locked as John put in my seat to face Adria. Because I killed him. I know how it feels to kill someone, and I don't want that on my conscience again. What if there's another way besides killing? Why does half monster mean they can transform into a full monster, but half human doesn't make them capable of returning to their full humanity? Those are the rules. That's how it works. No, that's how we think it works. We know nothing about this world. You've said that. Haller has said that. We're learning as we go. You can't say with any certainty a cure or a reversal doesn't exist. It doesn't exist until we know differently. By preserving the lives of monsters, we're risking the lives of innocent people. By allowing Brigitte to keep breath in her lungs, you've jeopardized the safety and the anonymity of Project Phoenix, of your sickles, and of your family. If you had killed Brigitte months ago, when we faced the werewolves, we could have prevented this. Had we killed Cade, instead of imprisoning him, we could have prevented this. Now, look where we're at. More specifically, look where you're at. Raleigh allowed you to escape from there, so he could torture you by destroying everything you love. Why? Because you insisted we save a couple of monsters. Lives. Your self-perceived nobility and sense of righteousness has put everything at risk. I pressed my tongue against the back of my teeth and shook my head. It didn't matter what I said. Adria and I would never agree on sparing the lives of the corrupted. So, I changed the subject. The sickles poured incredible energy into me. When it happened, I felt like the Flash. I moved so fast, time slowed to a crawl. You weighed next to nothing, and I touched my intact face. I didn't suffer any damage, yet Raleigh moved just as fast, and he had just as much strength. Adria nodded, as if I was slow to arrive at the punchline of a simple joke. First, Ryan, a warning. Tread with care when you're pulling energy from the sickle. Think of it as a high-grade painkiller. It can mask your discomfort, but that doesn't mean it has healed the injury. Often, it lulls you into a false sense of security, tricking you to do more than you're capable of, and exacerbating the wound. If you're going to draw pure energy from an artifact, do so with discretion and care. I clicked my tongue, not sure how to respond to Adria's thoughtful advice. I had become accustomed to her jabs and insults. As for Raleigh, she said, not allowing me time to explore her warning. He's a vampire thrall, right? His power rises with the quantity of his offspring, and their offspring. Now, consider his strength as a mere thrall, and imagine the power of an elder or master vampire. If we hurt Raleigh, it creates a ripple effect of disruption in the vampire hierarchy. Whichever creature turned Raleigh loses him as a source of power. Also, they lose all Raleighs to Bibicalis Shays. Fring 2, since the connecting link broke. Do you know what that means? I bit my lip. It means if we kill Raleigh to protect your family or our organization, we don't solve the problem. We exacerbate it. Raleigh's sire will come after us, and he or she will have far more power than even Raleigh. If you thought him formidable, she trailed off, not needing to finish her thought. I chewed on my tongue for a moment, considering everything she had said, weighing it against my recent choices and actions. The routes all led to one destination, a showdown with Raleigh to save my family and protect Project Phoenix. If we succeeded, that meant one inevitable truth. We would have to prepare to fight against an elder or master vampire. How do we fight against something that powerful and win? I asked. We protect the world and the innocent by enforcing a balance. We can't expect to defeat Raleigh, not us alone. If my Nagel totem ever responded to me, we would punch in the same weight class as a thrall, as we did with the alpha werewolf. If you had centuries of training and familiarity with the scythe and your sorceress powers, we could stand in the ring with an elder. We killed a powerful necromancer, I said, hoping to lend some credibility to our chances. We got lucky, and we had the help of Ireland. Even then, we barely defeated him. We can't rely on fortune to favor us in every encounter. That's why our anonymity is key. We stay off the radar, and we don't tip the scales of balance. We respond to right the inequality. I scratched the back of my neck. A stinging guilt chilled my body. What kind of mess had my selfish, impulsive behavior made? Would we have the tools to clean it up? Knowing the conversation had ended, unless I wanted to circle the dead topics, like a vulture around roadkill, I changed the subject again. Adria acted more aligned with the Adria I knew, not the short-tempered, cruel version, as of late. I took a shot at delving into her recent attitude change. Everything okay with you? She drummed her fingers against the dashboard. Why do you ask? You seem off over the past few days. I'm not sleeping. At all. Adria shook her head. I'm having lucid nightmares. I don't know if they mean anything or not, but I'm scared. They're terrifying me. She chewed her lower lip for a moment. I've redoubled my search for Herbert. I think my nightmares stem from my inability to control the Panther Nagwal, and I'm hoping he'll have answers. Her admission clicked in my head. Lack of sleep multiplied by paranoia or fear contributed to her behavior. I cleared my throat. Well, I'm here for you if you need anything. A knight in shining armor and all that. I got it. She rested her head against the side window. What's the plan? What do you mean? Raleigh has threatened to turn your entire family into vampires. How do you plan to stop him? Or will you sit on your hands and hope for the best? If I didn't come up with a plan, I would watch as Raleigh burned my world to ashes. How did I defeat a creature as powerful and conniving as Raleigh, though? Adria's phone buzzed in the cup holder. She reached for it, glanced at the caller ID, and side-eyed me. It's Haller. Answer it. She tapped the screen, once to answer, twice for speakerphone. Adria speaking. How may I help you? Haller answered in his usual calm. There's a situation in downtown Sacramento. I'm fairly certain it's connected to the pills that temporarily grant humans power. I'm sending you the coordinates now. What's the mission? An individual is terrorizing the area with currents of electricity. Like lightning powers? Adria asked, to my understanding. Amazing. Respond to the scene. Do not kill the perpetrator. We need answers about the drug. I repeat, do not kill the perpetrator. Adria shifted the RAV4 into drive and peeled onto the street, cutting off oncoming traffic. Horns blared at her. Ryan, she said, tossing me her phone, direct me to the scene. I've always dreamed of fighting a real-life Sith Lord. Chapter 18. With the traffic and the police presence surrounding the ongoing development, Adria parked a few blocks from the pinned location. We hoofed it through a crowd of onlookers, moving people to the side if they refused to allow us progress. We both wore glamour, magical disguises donned through Winnie's runic magic. I didn't look too different from my normal self. My costumed beard was a little longer, more scraggly, and a lighter shade of brown, and my hair was short and styled. Also, eye color changed from a dark brown to a light hazel, and I stood shorter than my natural 6'3". "You go straight," Adria said, through bated breaths, as he hustled closer to the provided coordinates. "I'll enter from a back point, similar to before, though with fewer crossbow bolts." "No crossbow bolts," Haller said to keep him alive. "I shot one crossbow bolt earlier. What's less than 1? 0, which means alive." Adria peeled away, cutting through a side alley. I pushed forward, plowing through the gaggle of spectators. The commotion of shouting filled the area, along with an occasional explosion, followed by the barking of gunfire. When I broke through the gathered crowd, I stepped into a walking park. A half-dozen lifeless bodies lay scattered on the damp grass. Halved tree trunks stood like snapped twigs, their branches littered crosswise throughout the park, some aflame. A contingent of law enforcement vehicles parked at mismatched angles on the surrounding sidewalks, creating a dual-purpose barricade. It formed a line for the onlookers not to cross. The crowd stood a healthy distance from the vehicles. The officers hid behind the cars and trucks with their weapons drawn. Every few seconds, one would risk raising a hand over the roof and firing a volley of blind shots at a young woman. She hovered a few feet off the ground. Leaves twisted around her, as if caught in a stationary tornado. The gunfire rounds fire at her wavered off trajectory, thrown astray by the forceful currents of twisting wind. A white, pulsating ball of energy expanded in her hands. Once it grew to the size of a basketball. It blitzed forward in a jagged streak. A second later, a police vehicle exploded. A pair of teenagers cowered beneath the levitating feet of the young woman controlling wind and lightning. I wondered if that's why the officers appeared reluctant to waste an entire clip on the woman. They feared the driving wind might send a bullet into a kid. The winning course of actions involved doing nothing but waiting for the young lady to deplete her energy. When she died, the officers could rush forward and save the children. Yet her death would equal the continued distribution of the drug, if that's what empowered her. Maybe her sorceress powers had unlocked through a traumatic event, corrupting her nature and breaking her mind. Either way, I couldn't allow her to scorch her soul to ashes. With little thought, operating on instinct and impulse, I charged onto the scene. With each step, the whipping wind grew more powerful. I drew from my runic tattoos to increase my strength, and I bowled my way through the tempestuous gales. The young woman shifted her white, crackling eyes toward me. "I'll fry these kids if you come closer." I raised both hands in a show of goodwill. "I'm not here to hurt you, but to help you. What do you want? What can I do for you? You name it, and I'll do it, as long as you release the kids." She screamed like a Valkyrie storming into battle. Static electricity sparked in the surrounding air. "I could vaporize you where you stand." My enhanced vision caught an almost imperceptible movement behind the young woman. Adria crept nearer, sneaking up from behind. "You took a blue pill, didn't you?" I asked, distracting the young woman. "Someone promised to give you..." "What? Power beyond your imagination? Look what the power has given you. You've taken lives. It's corrupted your nature. Before it destroys your soul too, deny it. Release it." Adria removed her crossbow from her reese bag and inserted a bolt. What was she doing? She took aim, though not at the young woman. The bolt sprang forward, driving through the current before getting thrown off course by the twisting winds. The wayward bolt drove square into the young woman's head. The white in her eyes sparked and extinguished, replaced by a gentle brown that rolled upward. The squalls dwindled and died around her, and she plummeted 5 feet. A sharp crack reported across the park as something in her leg gave way and broke. Adria and I sprinted forward in unison. Of course, Adria beat me to the fallen woman, though only by a stride. "You said no crossbow bolts?" Adria shrugged. I replaced the pointy head with a blunt end. "See, she's breathing." I glanced over my shoulder at the army of law enforcement officers, training their weapons on Adria and me. "Well, we have another fish to fry." I love fried fish. "Why can't anything ever be easy?" "Where's the fun in that?" I looked at Adria with wide eyes. "What do we do?" She bit her lip and cursed under her breath as touched the fallen woman and closed her eyes. "Here's go nothing." A heartbeat later, the young woman's eyes burst open. She gasped and shot to a seated position. The color in her eyes bled away, fading until they returned to a starlight white. Electricity formed and crackled in her palms. I furrowed my brow. "What did you do?" Adria drew one of her magical daggers from behind her back, pressing the edge of the blade against the woman's throat. Channeled a burst of runic energy into her body, hoping it would wake her. It worked. I glanced over my shoulder at the police officers. They aimed their guns at us and barked commands, which centered on having Adria lower her blade and raise her hands over her head. Adria shuffled around the young woman. She held her dagger tight against the woman's neck. "If you try anything shocking, I'll slit your throat faster than lightning strikes." I rolled my eyes at her pun, but complied with the officer's demands, not caring to add to their stress. Love or hate them, cops want to return home. I didn't want to contribute to a statistic based on a reactionary impulse driven by fear. So, I raised my hands and turned to the officers. I raised my voice to overcome the commotion of the crowd, the commands of the officers, and the constant chirping of the radios. "We're trying to help." "On the ground." I shook my head, preparing my defensive runes to deflect bullets. "I can't do that right now." Behind me, Adria questioned the young woman. "Answer me truthfully, and you'll live through this. Did you consume a little blue pill to get magical abilities?" The woman hissed in pain. I kept my attention on the multitude of guns pointed at me, so I'm not sure what light torture Adria employed. "Answer me. I'm your lifeline, the one ticket you have out of this. Did you take a pill?" "Yes." "What's it called?" "Prometheus." Adria paused her interrogation for a beat. In her second of silence, an officer spoke through a speakerphone, distinguishing her voice above the din. "Release the hostages to us, the children. Prove intention of goodwill." I had forgotten about the 2 children, who once cowered beneath the hovering young woman. They were curled on the ground, grasping each other, like drowning victims would clutch to a lifesaver. I made a point of raising my hands as far above my head as possible, not wanting to give the officers a reason to fire their weapons. I moved toward the 2 teenagers. "Where did you hear of Prometheus?" Adria asked, continuing her interrogation. "Who told you about the drug?" "Go," I said, urging the teens to move. "Run to the cops. You're safe with them. Go now." The air turned to static. My hair stood on end. A strange metallic taste filled my mouth. The younger teenager met my eyes, her face a mask of mascara and tears. I nodded at her, nudging her to move and to move fast. She listened, prompting the other teenager to his feet. Together, hand in hand, they sprinted to the line of officers. As they disappeared into the uniformed crowd, likely ushered to an EMT for medical attention, the smell of chlorine flooded my nostrils, and a strong case of vertigo twisted the world, snapping and crackling buzzed in the static-filled air. A bright white flash detonated from the young woman. Then, nothing. The tingling sensation, the vertigo, the metallic taste, and the ozone smell faded, replaced by a heavy thump. I turned. The young woman lay on the ground, grabbing her throat as she bled onto the grass. Adria stood over her, regarding with no emotion as she watched her die. She must have felt my gaze boring into her, because she glanced at me. She was casting a spell to strike us with lightning. You didn't feel that. You killed her. She tried killing us. I warned her, and I had to make true to my threat. Before I could process the sequence of events, before I could arrange a response, a bullet whizzed by my ear, followed by another. A third round drilled into my shoulder blade. It felt like someone took a sledgehammer to my back. The wards prevented the bullet from penetrating my skin, though the pain still demanded attention. "Still no Ireland?" Adria asked. I grabbed my howling shoulder. "No. Your lack of spirit companions is quite inconvenient. I guess we run." Without another word, she turned and raced through the park toward the thinnest grouping of police officers. I chased after her. The cops fired their weapons. Each bullet felt like a ball-peen hammer punching at my body. Adria lowered her shoulder and rammed into a muscular officer standing in her way. He careened to the side and landed in a tangle of limbs, unmoving. I charged after Adria. What other option did I have? If I stopped to chat with the police, they would arrest me. Would my glamour hold against fingerprinting? When they booked me, would they learn my true identity? My name? Would Haller pay for my bail? What would happen to my family while I sat in a cell, barred from stopping Raleigh from making good on his promises? I knew I shouldn't have fled the scene, but what other choice was there? What other option did I have? Chapter 19. The Reapers in Project Phoenix had forgotten about Christmas, at least until the week prior. October had driven by a subdivision filled with festive lights, or had heard a song on the radio. I'm not sure what inspired her. When she returned to the estate, she made it her mission to vomit Christmas into every single room of the mansion. No one complained. No one stopped her. Why would we prevent a little cheer from seeping into our dreary world? I thought of surprising her and the rest of the organization by stringing lights around the house. Training and studying interfered with my free time, and I put the light hanging on the back burner. Next thing I knew, the members of Project Phoenix, apart from Brigitte, sat around the Christmas tree October had chopped and decorated. No one had purchased and wrapped presents, so we didn't open any. Instead, October played holiday music and joined Winnie Love in the kitchen to create the most impressive brunch I had ever seen. We drank too much coffee and sat beside the tree, and we ate French toast and scrambled eggs and bacon and pancakes and fresh fruit and muffins. After the incidents in the warehouse and at the park, Haller instructed Adria and me to take a couple of days off. We remained at the estate, focusing on our training and studies. I worked with Winnie Love at enunciating and singing my spells. He explained how a spell's power in nature could adjust, as if on a sliding scale, like a singer can adjust a word in a song to fit into a rhyme or help with their vocal delivery. Same word, different intent. The bigger the note, the stronger your spell. You can shift what it does, not completely, but within the realm of how you shaped it, based on how you sing the verbal component. For example, if you attach the meaning of shielding to a certain word, you can alter how you speak that word, thus altering the spell to shield your home, your body, or a single hair on your head. It made about as much sense to me as flat earth theory. It didn't help that I couldn't carry a tune to save my life. Without the ability to sing, to run my voice up and down the keyboard, I lacked the talent to adjust my spells. Ireland and I went over the vampire encounter with Raleigh frame by frame. She, of course, learned that I drew my sickles to escape the ambush. The vampires knew I possessed an ancient artifact belonging to a fallen angel. Even if they didn't know it belonged to the horseman of death, they knew it contained pure, endless power. That put me in a dangerous and hunted situation. Adria locked herself in her bedroom. She didn't show at our usual training time. I wondered if it had to do with the debriefing after we returned from the park. Haller, who usually had the emotional range of a rock, hinted at anger. Not only did you murder someone who could have helped us find the source of Prometheus, but you executed her before an entire police force. Your faces are all over the internet. The supernatural world will know who you are. You have effectively destroyed the secrecy of our existence. Adria sucked on her teeth for a second. She wouldn't give us any information. Haller slammed his fist on the desk. You could have brought her here. I could have extracted the information from her. He tapped his head with a knuckle, reminding Adria of his ability to dig around in other people's minds. Bring her here. To you? Adria slouched in her chair, her arms crossed. What about the cops? How would have bypassed them while carrying her? It's super easy for you to sit there and nitpick how we did or didn't do our job, but you're not there risking your life, making split-second decisions. You have the luxury of hindsight. Haller's sky blue settled on me. Could you have done anything differently out there? Could you have saved the woman's life? I didn't blurt an answer to defend my partner's actions. Adria had murdered Cade, and she had murdered that young woman. She rationalized her actions on the merit of protecting the innocent, or defending ourselves from harm. I couldn't stand on that logic. I had seen the lack of emotion in her eyes as she watched the young woman bleed out. She didn't enjoy it, but didn't show remorse either. She had an indifferent reaction, and that terrified me more than anything. Her dejectedness about the situation. Doryan? Haller had asked, snapping me back to attention. We had 3 dozen cops pointing their weapons at us. The young woman was about to unleash a violent lightning attack. I sensed the electricity in the air. I smelled and tasted it. Had she released it, she may have overexerted herself. She might have died anyway. Adria's choice to kill her prevented the woman from hurting us or an innocent bystander. That's not what I asked. Could you have done anything differently? I thought of the woman hovering in the air, of the wind ripping around her like a miniature hurricane. I thought of the young teenagers cowering beneath her. If we had gone in with our eyes wide open, but even then, I'm not sure what we could have done differently. That was the truth. It wasn't a soundbite to defend Adria, or an excuse to defend my inability to save the young woman. I hadn't spoken to Haller or Adria since that meeting over a day ago. We all sat together on Christmas morning, though. Adria curled into an armchair. I sat on a couch across from her, sharing it with Winnie Love and October. Haller occupied his wheelchair. The absence of Brigitte, at least for me, was vast. It felt like we had one of our limbs chopped off, though we hadn't quite grown accustomed to the loss. After we finished eating our buffet brunch, Winnie Love cleared his throat, drawing our attention. As was his style, he wore a smile that warmed the room. I know we're a mismatched group working for an abnormal organization. Our lives, since we first discovered Project Phoenix, and likely long before that moment, have balanced on the thin edge of insanity. We saw spirits of the dead, heard the thoughts of other people. We lived in the wilderness our entire childhood, only to rejoin civilization as a monster assassin. The pictures we drew came to life and interacted with us. I cocked my head. What did that mean? I realized I had never bothered to ask Love about his life. That sudden knowledge twisted my gut into a tight knot of guilt. Love's permanent smile stretched further across his face. We experienced abuse. Life kicked us into the mud. Why didn't we break, though? Why didn't the absurdity, the severity of our lives, drive us insane? I don't have that answer, other than to voice my suspicion that we're made of something sturdier than steel. No one spoke to interrupt Winnie Love. Even Adria remained attentive. He licked his lips and reached to the side of the couch, producing a weathered guitar. Love strummed his fingers over the strings, yielding a thick, lively note. We came together not by accident, but through our metal and fortitude. Iron sharpens iron, and it's our job to keep one anther sharp. We may bicker, and that's okay, but we're all the family we've got, and we have each other's backs. October. Yeah? Can you turn off the music? Without a word, she tapped her phone's screen a few times. A second later, the music died. Love strummed the guitar chords again. I don't know what Christmas means to you. For some, it means opening presents. Some enjoy giving. Yet for others, it means celebrating sacrifice. Winnie Love inhaled, holding his breath and plucking a few strings in the interim. For me, Christmas has and always will mean family. It means warmth during the cold, and it means light during the stormy dark. It means hope and joy. Most importantly, Christmas means love. I love every one of you in this room, and I'm beyond grateful to have you in my life. To punctuate his speech, Love picked and strummed notes on his guitar to form a song. After playing through a station, through the melody, he sang White Christmas. His voice was smooth, with a little smoke laced into it, like a summer night smoking a rich cigar. Adria sank into her chair, curled onto the cushion like a lazy cat. She rested her head on the armrest and closed her eyes. Haller watched Winnie Love and mouthed the lyrics to the song. October sat on the floor beneath the Christmas tree. The colorful glow cast her in a hypnotizing light. I know it's cheesy to say, but at the moment, as Winnie Love's voice crooned the song, and as October watched him with her big hazel eyes, she looked like an angel. The feeling shifted, though, moving from October to Lennon. Not for the first time that Christmas morning had I thought of Lennon. More specifically, Vivian. I celebrated Christmas morning, but I couldn't spend it with my daughter. Sure, Winnie Love mentioned Project Phoenix as a family, but I craved my family. I needed to hold my daughter, to hug my mother, to laugh with my father. As Love played his guitar, from one song to another, I excused myself from the room. I wandered the labyrinthine corridors of the estate until I arrived in the library, where I sat in my reading nook and stared out the picture window at the rain-soaked property. Doreen. My dad answered my phone call on the third ring. I swallowed an errant sob. Merry Christmas. Same to you. You spending the day with family. I thought of Haller, Love, Adria, and October. Yeah, I am. I wiped a stray tear from my cheek. How's the Miller family doing today? He fell silent. We spent last Christmas without Doryan, but it was different. He was in Folsom Prison, so we saw him through visitation. Doug didn't suppress his emotion, as I had mine. This is our first Christmas since he passed, and it's tough. Even when he worked his odd jobs in odd towns, he always came home or called for Christmas. And Yeah, he's not here this year. This is the first Christmas we've had without our son. The tears rolled down my face. I'm sorry. For a minute or two, that was the extent of our call. We both cried, saying nothing at all. My father cleared his throat. I'm sorry about that. It's just tough. Yeah, I know. Thanks for calling and checking on us. No problem. Alistair Raleigh called too. My vision wavered. To check on us, see how we were faring. I held up better against him. Didn't break down. My father resorted to a weak-hearted laugh. I hear you had dinner with him and Lennon. Doug, it's not my place to tell you your business, but I can't bite my tongue. You can't trust Raleigh. If he's calling you up, it's because he has an agenda. He wants something. Be careful with him, okay? If he reaches out again, contact me immediately. Thanks for the advice, but Sandra's calling me. She's been begging for a family picture, and Aaliyah is finally cooperating. Thanks for the call, though. Merry Christmas. He hung up the phone. Before I could move my phone from my ear, another call came in. I glanced at the number, and my blood ran cold. Chapter 20. I collected myself, erasing the emotions drawn from the conversation with my father. I answered the incoming call. Merry Christmas, Anita. I had met Anita Waldo in Tonopah, Nevada. Her husband had died at the hands of the necromancer. Her teenage son, Johann, played an instrumental role in saving my life. He had consumed the Prometheus pill, granting himself temporary, magical abilities. Once we defeated the necromancer, Anita and Johann returned to St. George, Utah. I hadn't heard from either of them since. To receive a call from Anita on Christmas morning sent a chill down my spine. I had a terrible feeling she hadn't called to wish me a Merry Christmas. A simple text message would have served that purpose. Anita's thin and raspy voice, as if ragged from crying, scraped across my ear. I don't know what to do. The simple yet vague statement provided no context. She dropped me in the middle of a situation, and I didn't know what she meant. Do about what? How can I help you? It's Johann. What about him? He's been missing for almost a week. I thought he would return last night, to be with me on Christmas Eve, and wake up with me on Christmas morning. I swallowed a stream of follow-up questions and allowed her to speak. I don't enjoy being alone, and he knows that. He's so good at supporting me through our loss. I know how that sounds. My teenage son supporting me, when I should be the one helping him process the loss of his father. Maybe I'm weak, or maybe I'm a terrible mother, or I'm selfish. I don't know. Maybe that's why he ran away. He didn't want to comfort me through the holidays, not when he needed comforting. Anita continued to speak, to ramble as she hiccuped over sobs. I listened to every word, not wanting to interrupt, but holding her pain like a precious stone, because I understood it. More than anything, I wished to be with my family on Christmas, but I couldn't. Never again. I had a vulnerability in my heart toward runaways, considering I had run away and continued to run. At 18, I skipped town and worked labor-intensive jobs to pave my way through life, never staying in one place longer than a season. Unlike me, Johann was 15 or 16 when he disappeared. From my limited experience with teenagers who have run from home at that age, they often return to their parents after a day or two. For Johann to have gone missing for over a week spelled the possibility of something more sinister. When Anita stopped talking, I picked up the reins of the conversation. Tell me what happened the last time you saw him. Where were you? Did you have a fight? What did he say? What did you say? Is this something unusual? Has he run away before? especially over the past few weeks after his father's death? Anita trailed off. I'd overstimulated her with too many questions. I needed to slow down, to give her a chance to respond. Has he run away since his father's death? Anita answered with a gasp. No, never. Not before or after. He's never threatened to run away? He's never spent a night somewhere without telling you? You met Johan. He's not that kind of kid. After what happened to Denzel, he hasn't left my side. I told you, I've fallen apart, and he's held me together. I nodded, running my tongue over the sharp of my teeth. I want you to remember the last time you saw him. What happened? Every detail matters. Where were you? What did you say? What did he say? Anita sniffled into the phone, her suppressed cries breaking through the cracks of her crumbling demeanor. We were in the kitchen, and we had a fight. What was the fight about? Anita chuckled, though her laughter held no amusement. It was a laugh to fill the silence. A laugh when there's no other response or reaction. Dinner. You fought over what to eat? Not quite, but yeah. A group of friends asked him to join them for dinner and a movie. Johan said no to the movie, but he asked if he could go to dinner with them. Again, Anita laughed, a sound oozing with embarrassment and disbelief. I told him he couldn't go. You know what I said? I shook my head, not that she could see me through the phone. I criticized him for being a rotten son and abandoning me. I said he didn't care about me or how I felt, that he was being selfish. If I'm being honest, I didn't want him to go. I was afraid to be alone without Denzel. Since we've returned from Nevada, since Denzel's death, I haven't spent a moment alone in the house. The thought of it terrified me. I know how that makes me sound, but I'm being honest. It makes you sound like a human being. We all get scared, and our fear makes us do things we might regret in the light of day. You shouldn't beat yourself up over it. But I should, and I do. He snapped. His grief must have overwhelmed him, because he had never spoken to me like that before. He said he has done nothing but sit at home and care for me. He said he hadn't grieved the loss of his father, not when all his focus has been on helping me mourn. Then he marched to the door. He looked at me with pity, and he told me he's going to dinner and that I would be okay. I haven't seen him since. I stared out the picture window in the reading nook. You reported his absence to the police? Of course. They spoke to his friends, the ones he went to dinner with. The friends say Johan never made it to dinner. According to the police, they haven't heard from my son since inviting him out that night. I chewed on a knuckle. Do you have any idea where he might have gone? None. Could a friend be lying and providing Johan with a bed and room? I don't think so. He has solid friends. I can't see them holding up under police questioning. The friends you know of. Excuse me? He might have friends you've never met. Friends who would help him hide for a few days. I mean, Anita drifted, losing steam to that train of thought. What about Tonopah? I asked. What about it? Could he have caught a bus to Nevada, worked his way to the town? Why would he do that? I pursed my lips and shook my head. To revisit the place where his father died. To search for answers amidst all the confusion that occurred. Ryan, Anita said, her voice losing its emotional edge as it steadied. What confusion? What do you think happened? I shifted my gaze to stare at the blank wall before me. Adria had mentioned how Keiths rationalized supernatural events until the incident fades from their memory. If they're predisposed to magic, they may remember. Often, those people end up raving about their experience to themselves because no one else will hear or believe them. The hidden information they stumbled upon breaks their minds. Anita's question made me wonder if she had forgotten how her husband died. Did she remember a necromancer had animated corpses to form zombies and golems? That he used his undead army to imprison the small town of Tonopah? Had she forgotten a golem tore her husband in half? When I failed to respond after a few seconds, Anita answered her question. We crashed the car on our way into Tonopah. You were there, and you saved Johan and me. Denzel died on impact. No. Yeah. I remember. Why would Johan need to go back? What confusion? It was an unfortunate accident. I slumped further onto the reading bench. Closure. I don't know. Whether he went to Tonopah or ran away to New York City, or worse, I can't lose my baby boy. Her words became wet again, heavy and mushy. I'll help you find him. I didn't know how I would make right on that promise, but my mind fixed on my family, on Vivian. What if she went missing? What would I do? Anything and everything to find her, and I didn't know her. I only knew she was my blood. Anita had raised Johan for 15 years. She had lost her husband, and now she feared she had lost her son. I didn't know how to find Johan, but I knew I had to find a way. I will help you, Mrs. Waldo. I promise. Chapter 21. One brick after another dropped onto Brigitte's forehead, 3 seconds apart. They were cold, and they exploded on impact like shattered ice. The constant torture awoke her from a dead woman's slumber, from a sleep where nothing but darkness and timelessness existed. Brigitte rolled away from the source of her crushing pain. The sudden movement sent thick, stagnant blood through her head like a ferocious wave. It crashed against her temple. A shiver shuddered over her body, followed by a rush of heat. She lost her last meal onto the cold, hard ground. Once only acidic bile hung from her lips in strings, she forced her eyes open to learn her location. The lycanthropy running through her blood allowed her to see in the heavy darkness. She lay on a slab of stone in a room no larger than a prison cell. A slight water leak allowed a steady dripping to fall from the 6-foot ceiling, landing where she had rolled away from where she believed bricks had cracked against her head. A steel door stood between escape and the stone-laced room. Brigitte stumbled to her feet and lurched for the door. It didn't have an interior handle, so she pushed with all her strength, to no avail. She screamed, allowing fear and panic to half transform her into a werewolf. Her hands and feet grew into sharp claws, and her face twisted into a dreadful rendering of a wolf. A surge of raw power blazed through her body. Using it, she reared back and launched herself into the door. It didn't so much as rattle. Again, Brigitte threw herself at it, roaring and howling like a trapped monster. Again and again, she used her claws to slash at the thick metal, but her sharp talons left nothing more than light scratches across the surface. Brigitte hacked and slashed and threw her shoulder into the door until she no longer had the energy to hold her half-werewolf form. She wilted back into her fragile human stature and collapsed from the expenditure of energy. As she allowed her mind to disconnect and jump back in time, to retrace her steps, to figure out how she had arrived in the dark cell, the steel door scraped against stone as it opened. Brigitte gasped and scurried backward until she bumped against the wall. Her eyes bulged as memory crashed into the present. A tall, lithe figure crossed the cell, closing the door behind him, entombing Brigitte in the cramped space, with him and nowhere to run. If she had the breath in her lungs, she would have screamed. He leaned against the closed door and smirked as he stared at Brigitte, his lips agape, his eyes narrowed in a predatory gaze. Hello. We finally meet, though not under ideal circumstances. We never had the chance to introduce ourselves properly. I am Alistair Raleigh, a vampire thrall from a vampire vein running through Northern California. Brigitte leaned toward the man, as if his velvety voice had numbed her, before hooking into her and drawing her nearer to him. What's your name, my darling? Before she could decide whether she cared to respond, words crawled off of her tongue. Bridget Adams. You're a werewolf. Not a question, but a statement. Well, not quite. You're stuck as an outcast to humans and monsters. How terrible, how hungry your existence must be. How do you know what I am? I can smell it in your blood, like a cheap beer pissed on a bathroom floor. There's something beautiful and terrifying within you, but you restrain the beast. Why? I don't want to hurt anyone. Again, Brigitte spoke the first thoughts that entered her mind. Doryan Miller. How do you know him? I work with him. Raleigh stuffed his finger inside his ear and wriggled it around. In what capacity? We protect the innocent and defenseless from monsters who break the accords. An oxymoron, your business statement. No? How can you protect the innocent and defenseless from a monster who has broken the accords? To break the accords means to commit harm. So, your company falls into a vigilante role. You protect future victims from a monster who has proven violent. You're a reactionary force. Bridget's headache deepened as she struggled to keep up with Raleigh's reasoning. What's the difference? We stop threats and save lives. Raleigh shrugged his narrow shoulders. What's the company called? Project Phoenix. Brigitte covered her mouth. She had provided a corrupted creature with the classified name of their organization. Project Phoenix, Raleigh echoed. Does Doryan Miller head this organization? No. No? Yet he wields an artifact of such power. Who leads Project Phoenix? Eric Haller. Brigitte bit the thick of her palm, hard enough to draw blood. Stop it. What did you do to me? I have merely opened your mind to speak what it wishes to say. You tell me the truth because you want to. You wish to expose Project Phoenix. Why? What did they do to you? Raleigh pushed himself from the stone wall and paced. You're a half-werewolf, after all. They hunt monsters. It seems like a marriage doomed to divorce. They killed Cade. She spoke into her bleeding hand and stared across the room. We wanted to run away, but Project Phoenix found us. They killed him. Sir, what did you expect from an organization who earns their marks through murder? We thought you would show first. Cade said you would understand. He promised you would reverse the vampirism. Is that true? Can you do that? Of course, my love. Nothing lasts forever. He folded his arms behind his back. I can also allow you revenge against Project Phoenix for what they stole from you. They saved me, Brigitte said. Haller allowed me to live and integrate into his organization. He gave me purpose. And they destroyed the one thing you loved. Tell me, did Cade threaten them before he died? Would he have harmed them? No. Why kill him? He was a vampire. He was a half-vampire, a fledgling. He was the same as you. Yet they plucked him from your grasp. Do you know why? Why? To exert control. Cade provided you with a reason to leave. He offered you an alternative perspective from their cultish ideology. They removed him, believing his death would reinforce your loyalty. They obstructed your one path of leaving their compound. They wouldn't do that. Did they not? Brigitte thought about the question. She didn't want to believe Haller had manipulated her into working with Project Phoenix, yet she couldn't convince herself otherwise. He could read minds. What if he had read her thoughts and learned of her plan to escape with Cade? If Project Phoenix had retrieved her from the warehouse instead of the vampires, would Haller have altered her memories to reinforce the importance of Project Phoenix? Was the vampire twisting her thoughts like a wet rag, wringing out the trust she had established with Haller? Raleigh stopped pacing and tilted his head as his piercing eyes bore into Brigitte. What other circus attractions does Project Phoenix have? Wizards? Dragons? 3 sorcerers, a Keith with a Nagual totem, and a young woman with some hidden talent. 6 of you? Yes, the sorcerers. What's their natural talent? Haller can read minds. Doryan can speak to spirits of the dead. Love can imbue objects and people with magic through runes. The vampire thrall crossed the cell in 2 strides. He squatted before Brigitte, reaching out and touching her face with an icy hand. Doryan had an artifact belonging to the Horseman of Death. Where did he get such an item? From a warden named Ireland Earp. She died, and the weapon bonded to Doryan. Ireland's spirit stuck around to train Doryan to become a warden. Raleigh remained silent for a moment. There's no cure. Excuse me. Lycanthropy. You were born with it, no? Yes. To cure it would be akin to changing your height or eye color. If a lycanthrope infected through their bite, it's debated whether a reversal is possible. The same goes for vampirism, though no one is born a vampire. However, fledglings can have their vampirism lifted by their sire. Once they're fully transformed, though, there's no turning back. Why are you telling me this? I could have reversed Cade's vampirism. Maybe I would have had he caught me in the right mood. You, though, there's nothing to change who and what you are. Project Phoenix has promised you a cure, but they can't deliver. They're keeping you to use you. Do you see where I'm getting? Just say it. When they're done with you, when you have served your purpose, well, you're a born monster. It's their mission to eliminate monsters from this world. Do you see now? They will kill you when your time comes, and they will do it in the name of the tenets they shoved down your throat and had you fight for, had you dedicate your life to. Brigitte shook her head, not wanting to believe Raleigh's words, but they rang loud and true, resonating with a deep-seated doubt buried within her. She was a monster. If an apocalyptic war broke loose, Haller wouldn't hesitate to eliminate any threats to their victory against corruption. I'm curious about something. What? Brigitte tilted her head to the side, exposing the side of her neck. Raleigh flashed forward, moving beyond Brigitte's enhanced perception. His vampiric fangs dug into her throat as he drew blood from her body. She screamed and pushed him away, but he was as solid as the door holding her in the dark cell. After a handful of seconds, Raleigh pulled away. He wore a mask of her blood. You tasted interesting. Brigitte covered the open wound with her hand, applying pressure. What did you do? Conducted a science experiment. It's impossible to infect a full lycanthrope with vampirism. Yet, you're half human. Will your lycanthropy reject the vampirism, or will your human blood absorb it? What happens when a vampire infects an unrealized werewolf? Chapter 22. Adria sat in the RAV4 and stared at Richard Dawkins' 30-something-year-old daughter and her 3 little brats, 2 snotty boys and a whiny little girl. Adria hadn't spent time with the kids, but they fell in the age range of 3 to 7. Did kids within that range exist who weren't bratty, snotty, and whiny? Maybe. Adria doubted it. She had dragged herself from bed early that Thursday morning, arriving at Anna Alway's house before 8. Since parking the RAV4, she hadn't moved the vehicle, though her stomach roared with hunger, and her head throbbed with a lack of coffee headache. Adria had wrongly assumed the woman would trickle out of the house with her children and husband, Chad, for a post-Christmas escapade. Instead, they had bundled behind the walls of their quaint, well-kept home. For a moment, Adria considered breaking her cover and knocking on the door, as her impatience convinced her to improvise from the original plan. The front door opened. It spat out the 3 tow-headed children, followed by Anna and Chad. They were a magazine cover family, beautiful and cheery and well-dressed. The 5 of them hunched against the driving rain and hurried to their SUV, which they parked in the driveway and not the garage. The SUV backed into the road, rolled forward to a stop sign, and turned right. Adria didn't waste a beat. She sprinted across the street to the side yard to avoid the front door security camera. She hopped a locked gate and worked her way into the backyard. Though she moved with haste, she didn't move without care. Adria creeped to the back door, which allowed entrance into the nook. She removed her lock-picking set. It took her around half a minute, but she manipulated the lock without an issue. The door creaked open, allowing her full access to the Alway home. Before she invaded their house, she paused, wondering if they knew about Richard Dawkins' death. Was that where the family had prattled off to? The coroner's office, to identify a body? To speak to detectives? Adria chewed on her lip, and she reflected on the consequences of killing that man. In the end, what did it matter? She had made a choice, and she had to live with it. More importantly, she needed information about Richard's life to compile a list of passwords. After murdering the man, Adria had copped his phone, hoping to watch the security footage from the lot where he buried the treasure, except she couldn't bypass his lock screen. To find Herbert and learn why her Nagual totem wouldn't respond to her, to learn about the icy darkness and destructive nightmares devouring her sleep, she had to learn Richard's password to watch the security footage from the night someone stole the treasure from him. Adria stepped into the home. She didn't bother to disguise her presence. She opened cupboards and drawers, rifling through the items to find any information she could gather, important names, dates, and locations. Richard had a 6-digit password guarding his phone. Adria figured she needed an important date or a nickname. If she couldn't find anything in the Alway house to hint at the password, maybe she could stumble on Richard's address. Despite her unlimited resources and vast efforts, she failed to pinpoint where the man had lived. She drifted through the house, leaving a mess in her wake. When she entered the hallway, the first door she came across was closed. On it hung 2 wooden letters. P.A. Adria opened the door and slipped into a little girl's bedroom. Penelope Alway, the 5-year-old girl. She loved unicorns, the movie Transylvania, and the color lime green, at least according to the mess covering her room. After spending only 3 minutes going through the girl's possessions, Adria moved to the next room. To wooden letters hung on the door, J.A. Jared Alway was the 7-year-old boy. If his room was a window into his personality, he had the Type A version. He had it immaculate. The sheets were crisp and fitted over his bed, his clothes folded and put in their drawers. The posters of dinosaurs were straight and level on his walls. P.A. hung on the 3rd door in the hallway. Patrick Alway, the 3-year-old boy. Adria rested her forehead on the closed door and sucked in a lungful of air. What am I doing here? A dam broke within her. She couldn't explain or pinpoint the why, but it burst open. Adria dropped to her knees and tapped her head against the closed door, and she sobbed until her face felt like it might implode. Snot stringed from her nostrils and over her lips, and she twisted her face into an abstract painting depicting severe pain. Time slipped from her. She sobbed until no more tears bled from her eyes, and she sobbed until breathing became arduous. Then she inhaled and pawed the wet from her face, and she exhaled and rubbed the snot off her lips with her sleeve. With trembling hands, Adria removed her phone from her pocket and dialed Doryan. Please answer. Hurry and answer. 2 rings. Please. 3. Answer the phone. Hey. Adria must have sighed with relief or released a sob because Doryan's voice filled with concern. You okay? What's going on? Adria. I'm not me. A beat of silence. What? Somehow defying the laws of nature, tears stung her eyes once more. I've killed people. Yeah, I know. We've discussed it. They were monsters, right? Ryan, you don't understand. It's not me who's doing it. It's not me. I swear. There's something wrong with me. Where are you? I'll come and get you. We'll grab some lunch, maybe a beer, and talk it over. Adria blinked hard, and when she opened her eyes, she no longer felt anything. She chuckled. Got you. What? I was bored, that's all. Wanted to mess with you. See if I could play on your save-the-day complex. How was my acting? A barren coldness expanded through Adria, the expanse of a snowstorm covering all of life. What's going on? Adria ended the call. She slid her phone into her pocket and stood, opening Patrick's door and stepping into the kids' room. As with the other 2 rooms, he had nothing of note. In Anna and Chad Always' master closet, Adria discovered an unfinished scrapbook. It chronicled Anna's father's life, beginning with the day Richard Dawkins was born. It recorded all his accomplishments and included photographic evidence of them. His graduation from Berkeley, his wedding day, his children's birth, their milestones, their children's births. Jackpot! Adria shoved the scrapbook into her Reese bag. She strolled through the house to the front door, unlocked and opened it, and walked into broad daylight, unconcerned with the security camera, recording her departure or sending a notification to the Always phones. If she were so lucky, the Always would already be in the driveway. Wouldn't that be fun? To have an accidental run-in with the family. Maybe they would give her an excuse to spill some more blood. Adria ambled to the RAV4, hoping her slow gait would allow the Always enough time to turn into their driveway. No such luck. Chapter 23. I stood in the front entry of the estate and stared out the paneled window overlooking the driveway. Rain gushed from dark clouds, covering everything in a wet, gray sheen. Yet, I didn't gaze out the window to watch the rain fall. Like a stalker, I watched as October trained in the elements. She went through a martial art routine on the front lawn, moving with care and precision. The minefield training room could have simulated any weather October desired. It went so far as to slicking and muddying the floor when recreating rain. However, she brought her budding talents outside, into the actual storm. Her clothes stuck to her body, and my mind flashed to the night we first met, the night I murdered her husband. With that thought laden in my thoughts, my next task would prove more difficult. I swung open the door and marched to October, asking her what I meant to ask her, without hesitation or stammering. She hugged me and accepted my offer without a hint of awkwardness. The entire ordeal felt about as natural as scrambled eggs in the morning, except that all happened in my imagination. Though I demanded my feet to shuffle forward and my hands to grip the door handle, I remained more a piece of furniture in the entryway than anything else. The last time I asked a girl on a date was 4 years ago, when I ran into Lennon in a small Texas town. Before that, I was 16. I'd also asked Lennon to a date, to watch the sunset and have a picnic. You plotting her murder? Ireland asked, her thick drawl unmistakable. Woman to man, if you want the truth from me, don't pick a fight with that one. She's tougher than you can imagine. I keep hearing that she's not a Keith. What's that mean? Is she a sorcerer? That's not my secret to share. Ireland perked with a tight smile. But I'm not here to distract you. Remember, I've shared your body. I can't read your thoughts, but I'm quite in tune with what you're feeling. Quit hesitating. Quit second-guessing yourself. What's the worst that can happen? She says no. I built my success on the word no. Without another word, the spirit disappeared. I sighed and rolled my eyes. What the hell? Without another thought, I opened the door and trudged through the rain, stopping a few feet from her. It took her another minute to complete her routine, but when she finished, she moseyed over to me. Water soaked her blonde hair, plastering it across her face. Are you lost? The library is up the stairs and across the hall. My stomach did an Olympic gymnastic routine, flipping and bouncing and twisting. Hey. Hi. What's up? October widened her eyes and tilted her head. A small smile swirled across her face, fading into a more permanent frown. Enjoying the weather. What's up with you? You know? October nodded, as if she knew. Listen, I'm not good at this. Yeah, Dad. I don't know what this is, but your inadequacy goes without saying. We have a tangled history, and I'm not entirely sure how to approach you. Ryan, say what's on your mind. I close my eyes and calm myself. I have so much on my mind that I can't sleep, and I'm an incredible sleeper. It's one of my strongest suits. My world is fraying and tearing apart, and I'm not sure how to stop the bleeding or stitch it back together. Do you always speak in confusing metaphors? Since I murdered October's husband over a year ago, we had avoided communication outside of business-related topics in group settings. Sparking a conversation was almost as difficult, if not more difficult, than meeting with Lennon and Vivianen. Will you go to dinner with me tonight? October flinched as if I had swung at her. What? You can say no. Obviously. But I have to talk to someone. Adria, love, holler. There's plenty of people you can talk to. What about Ireland? Then you wouldn't have to bother the living or worry about her sharing your dirty laundry. I bit my lip. The conversation was going about as well as I had envisioned it. How could I tell her I didn't trust Haller with his ability to read our minds and implant thoughts into our heads, or that part of the reason I wished to have dinner with her was to discuss Adria's recent behavior? I could have asked Love to dinner, but something about October made me feel like I could share anything with her. You make me feel comfortable, I said. She scrunched her face as if in disgust and glanced over her shoulder. Me? I make you feel comfortable? You can't even spit out a coherent sentence right now. I mean, safe. I feel safe with you. Like whatever I tell you, You won't insult or criticize me. You'll listen. Does that make sense? You'll allow me to decompress. I won't get that with anyone else. The pattering rain filled the temporary silence. October blew a mist of rainwater from her lips. What the hell? How often does a widow get to enjoy dinner with her husband's murderer? I poked out my tongue and tasted the water on my lips. I didn't know what else to do or say. Never mind. It was a terrible idea. I'm sorry I asked. I showed her my back and headed toward the estate. October broke into an amused chuckle. Doryan, wait. I'm sorry for saying that. I deserved it. No, you didn't. I'll go. It'll be fun. What should I wear? I shook my head. Anything. It's just dinner. Where at? I shrugged. All right. Well, since I'm agreeing to this date, I get to pick our restaurant. Not a date. Two single attractive people eating dinner together? Call it what you want, but it's a date. I'll text you the location when I have it picked out, along with the time. We'll meet at the restaurant. I agreed. Our carpooling to the restaurant sounded like the next worst thing to eternal damnation. At least if we drove in separate vehicles, we could leave at any point and not have to endure further awkwardness on the trip home. Also, if Haller called me to respond to an emergency, I would need to have my ride. Wear something other than your dirty jeans, October said. I have nothing else. Figure it out. Now leave me alone so I can finish training. Chapter 24. I flopped onto my bed and stared at the slow-moving ceiling fan. Forget it. I'm not going. What's the point? She obviously has no interest in having dinner with me. And why ask her to begin with? What was I thinking? I flung my arms over my head and punched my pillow. Seriously? Why did I ask her to dinner? Because of everything going on? Because I feel like I might collapse and fold into myself and blip out of existence. Are you done yet? Ireland leaned against the wall across the room, her pale arms crossing over her black t-shirt. It's dumb, right? It's not dumb. The idea of having a one-on-one dinner with her, date or not. It's stupid. What does she have to say to me? What would I say to her? We're going to eat in awkward silence, with this massive elephant sitting between us. Well, first, besides, I have nothing to wear. She said to ditch my jeans. In her defense, you've worn those jeans. I only own 2 pairs of jeans. One of them has runes stitched into the denim for additional magical defense. My other pair, it's a normal pair of jeans. I can't wear that out. What if Raleigh intercedes? What if I have to fight? You're overthinking it. So what? Wear my normal jeans? When was the last time you washed your runic jeans? Again. I stuffed my tongue against my gum line and shook my head. A week or 2. I don't know. And you wear them every day? They're jeans. Do they smell? I'm not sure. My sense of smell falls below that of the average person. Obviously, if you never wash your jeans and wear them every day, why don't you buy a 3rd or a 12th pair of jeans? Haller expenses your life. It wouldn't solve the number of jeans with runes sewn into them. Love is working on another pair, but it takes time, especially considering the responsibilities piled onto his plate. I vibrated my lips. See, the jeans are a sign. I have to bail. You're not bailing on her. She wouldn't care. She would probably rejoice. Ireland appeared beside me, looming over me. Her red hair rained off of her skull like cascading flames. You're a moron. October is a grown-ass woman. If she said yes to your weird proposal, she meant it. Then she also meant what she said about the jeans. Forget the jeans, you idiot. Quit nitpicking for excuses. Wear your clean pair so you don't smell like the bottom of a hamper. Brush your teeth, trim your beard. Make it look like you put in a little effort. Maybe there's nothing romantic about this, but she'll appreciate the gesture. Also, she'll expect for you to be there on time, so we're going to make sure you're there. I groaned as I rolled off the bed. I hate when you're right, especially when I want more than anything for you to be wrong. I'm never wrong, and when I am, I'm still right. I did all the things. I squeezed into jeans I hadn't worn in weeks, the denim stiff and inflexible. Once dressed, I ran a brush through my tangle of hair, styling it from Ireland's instruction. When I finished readying myself, Ireland leaned back, admiring her work, like a sculptor might regard her statue after completion. Once you get through all the hair and angst, you're quite handsome. Not in a traditional sense, more like the Beast when he danced with Belle at the end of the movie. Rough and... Anyway, you clean up nicely. Can you come with me and tell me what to say in case I get lost in my head? As much as I would love to watch you stutter your way through a conversation with Toby, I can't. I have a hot Ouija board date with Eric. Gross. I hope you keep it PG. Nothing worse than 13. We shared a light laugh, which eased the tension threatening to implode within me. The drive took 7 minutes from the estate, and only that long because I followed a tractor for a stretch and suffered a long red light. October had picked a sushi joint. I wondered if she knew I despise sushi, hence her decision. I didn't doubt the possibility. The dark clouds of the past week subsided that evening. The moon sat heavy in the sky, and a sprinkling of stars glittered. I wrenched the leather steering wheel in my hands and stared at the restaurant's front door. Why did I keep putting myself in less than ideal situations? I must have some masochist tendencies to indulge in the self-abuse, especially considering I prompted most of it. Here goes nothing. I threw open the truck door and jumped onto the asphalt. I soaked in my surroundings, surveying the area for signs of potential threats. Raleigh had developed an annoying habit of showing up wherever I went, and I didn't want his presence to come as a surprise. Also, I wore my normal jeans, not my rune-stitched ones. Though I could draw magical energy from my tattoos, I still felt a little naked. Once I was confident that Raleigh and his minions hadn't shown for my dinner with October, I stepped toward the restaurant, my stomach a bag of angry cobras. A blurred movement jumped in front of me, followed by a sweeping, blunt force that slammed into my stomach. I folded in half. From behind, and prickly, opaque sack covered my head, blinding me. I pulled energy from my runic tattoos to enhance my strength and senses, turning myself into a less nuanced version of Daredevil. Using my ears and my nose, I discerned the approximate location of my assailants. I kicked back, forcing a gush of stored energy into the attack. My foot connected with a solid form, one that refused to move despite the amount of power I channeled. I shot forward, stumbling, tripping, and landing hard on my shoulder. Let's not make this difficult. The voice belonged to a man with a deep but gentle voice, like the ocean's tide rolling onto shore. You can waste all your runic energy on me. It won't matter none but delaying the inevitable. Now, I don't care to hurt you more than I already have. But I will, if that's what it takes for you to take a ride with me. I grunted and reached for the hood, covering my head. Leave it on. It's imperative, at least, until we get to where we're going. Where's that? On a mountaintop? In a valley? Along a riverbed? Does it matter where? Now please, do not resist. I'm going to help you to your feet, and I'll usher you into my vehicle. True to his word, the man launched me to my feet. He touched my lower back and steered me through the parking lot. Step into my vehicle. I obeyed. Can you at least tell the girl I was supposed to meet that you're kidnapping me? I don't need her hating me more than she already does. It's all taken care of. The man closed the door. The sound of it slamming shut made me flinch. The driver's door opened and closed. I ran through the list of enemies who could have captured me. Obviously, a vampire sat on top of the list. Except, could a vampire have taken a kick like that? I had thrown an abundance of juice into the strike, and it resulted in me kicking a cement wall. A vampire would have stumbled back. It wouldn't have sent me stumbling forward. I had to consider the way the man spoke to me. He didn't want to fight or hurt me. By the tone of his voice, the lapping of waves, I believed him too. Vampires had their enthrallment deal, and one could have made me believe anything it said if I failed to ward off a mental assault. The man hadn't ensnared me through a charm or a spell, but through simple words. So, who was he? Where was he taking me? After an undetermined amount of time, the vehicle rolled to a stop. The driver exited, and a moment later, the back door opened. Scoot on out. I'll make sure you don't fall off the floorboards. True to his word, he guided me out of the vehicle. Gravel crunched as he circled around and stood at my back. His bearish hand gripped the hood covering my head, and he ripped it free. I expected a burst of light to flood into my vision, extending my blindness. Instead, a soft gray met me. The landscape was gray, as if I stood in the center of a heavy fog. Two figures emerged before me. One was a woman with dark eyes, matching the color of her skin, and she stood tall and whip-thin. She wielded a broad sword. Beside her stood a man dressed in gray, flowing robes, who surveyed me with intelligent, sharp eyes. A giant appeared from behind me. Built like a bear, he stood a head and shoulder above the other two. At my 6'3" stature, I felt like a child beside him. The man with calculating eyes spoke. We are the 3 wardens. It clicked into place. As the new warden bearing a horseman artifact, I had to meet the other wardens. They never provided a time or place for our meeting. Instead, they found it amusing to kidnap me and bring me. Where are we? The robed man answered. Another dimension. Of course, these things can never happen at a Taco Bell. We have spoken to Ireland through Eric Haller. He informed us of her unfortunate passing and your unlawful possession of Death's scythe. It's time to discuss what we'll do with you, Doryan Samuel Miller. I glanced at each warden. Since you know my name, could I know yours? The man narrowed his concerted gaze. I'm David Le, the warden in possession of Famine's scales. David reached over and touched the woman's shoulder. This is Zarya Embiid, the possessor of War's sword. He turned left and lifted his chin at the giant beside him. I'm Herbert Wright, owner of Conquest Bow, father to Adria James Wright. Chapter 25. You're Herbert Wright, Adria's adopted father. How is that possible? He was a warden? Had he always served a warden, even as he cared for Adria? Or had he accepted the responsibility after abandoning her in the wilderness? Was that why he had left her? Zarya Embiid lifted her hands high above her head. A radiance simmered from her palms, gaining substance as it formed into a broadsword. White flames burned off the steel blade. Zarya lowered her weapon, extending it outward to me. Heat radiated against my chest. May your soul find eternity. Zarya cocked the incredible weapon over her head once more and released a primal scream. I didn't need further prompting. I dove into the vehicle and slammed the door. The fiery steel cut through the aluminum siding with terrifying ease. The white flames jumped to the leather seats. Heat pulsated in unbearable waves. I scurried to the door on the other side, throwing it open before the flames devoured me. Before Herbert kidnapped me, I plotted every possibility in my arranged meeting with the wardens, including a swift death because of my unlawful possession of the scythe. Unfortunately, I hadn't prepared to show another dimension without my friends to help me in a fight. Somehow, I had to survive the 3 powerful wardens and escape the strange dimension to which they had brought me. My need to escape came twofold, from survival and the responsibility of fulfilling a promise. I had committed to a dinner date. I resorted to my training sessions with Ireland and Adria. To survive the 3 wardens, I had to surprise them and steal the upper hand. Zarya had summoned her artifact. Why not pit fire against fire? I drew my twin sickles and pulled from their bottomless energy, shrouding myself in a shadowy ward. In a low crouch, I crept to the SUV's hood and peered around the grille. A hard, piercing force split through my defensive aura and hammered into my ribs. I fell onto my side, scrambling in the gray mist to regain my footing. Another lance ignored my efforts, striking me in the stomach like a battering ram. Breath rushed from my body, and despite my laborious efforts, I couldn't swallow enough air to refill my lungs. David rounded the SUV. He kneeled before me and reached out a diseased, withered hand. On his index finger, he wore a black ring with a square face depicting balancing scales. The warden touched my cheek. A sensation of freezing cold and scalding hot froze my shadow-cloaked aura and burned it into mist. David Liu's sapping touch evaporated all the energy from my runes. Though he couldn't deplete the pure magic in Death's scythe, he froze it, making it inaccessible to me. To complete his crippling sting, he erased my natural energy. I slumped to the ground. Chills racked my body. I suffered from the worst fever ever imposed on any person. My strength dissipated. I could no longer lift a finger, let alone fight. David cocked his head, inspecting my withered form as if studying the remnants of roadkill. It's unnatural for a sorcerer to wield the power of a horseman, and with reason. Sorcerous power becomes corrupted by human nature. The magic you possess destroys rather than creates. That was the original intent of magic, to create, heal, and defend. Humans twisted and warped its nature. For a sorcerer, or for any creature predisposed to the supernatural, wielding a horseman artifact corrupts the pure nature of the artifact. It weakens it. The sorcerer relies on their natural tendencies, rather than surrendering to the power they're offered. I grunted, but the unintelligible sound never rose above my throat. I struggled to breathe, and I lacked the energy to focus on sucking in enough air and forming words. You're a pathetic excuse for a warden. It's our belief that the scythe chose you to wield it, to play on your natural power, to corrupt you, to trick you into breaking the seal and freeing death, its true master, into the world. These artifacts aren't weapons, but sentient forms. They have intelligence. They're aware of corrupted magic and how easily they can control a human born of it. Doryan Samuel Miller, we do not trust you with the scythe. It will warp your mind. It will use your corrupted magic against you. That's not conjecture. That's the fact of the matter. My body trembled with chills. I had nothing to counter him with. I was helpless and at their full mercy, which seemed little to none. Zarya, your vote. The woman holding the flaming sword spoke without hesitation. We kill him and keep the scythe. Our numbers reduced to 3, But we won't have to worry about someone unworthy wielding the weapon. We won't have to worry about a horseman entering this world. David Lee nodded. He stared at my broken, crumpled body. I, too, vote to execute Doryan Miller. He's a liability to the security of this world. Though I'm not one to assume, I will make an exception and assume Doryan will vote to spare his life. I dropped my chin and struggled to find the strength to lift my head again in a pathetic attempt at a nod. David glanced behind me at Herbert. We need a majority vote to exterminate one of our own. It's your call, Herbert. I closed my eyes, anticipating the giant's answer. How could he allow me to live? As a warden, he had one responsibility: to protect our world from destruction. If killing me increased the chances of preventing a supernatural war, why would he save me? Ireland vouched for him, Herbert said, his tender voice a lion's purr. David frowned. According to Eric, who claimed to have spoken to her spirit through an Ouija board. Do we trust his word? He found Doryan, brought him into Project Phoenix. They have formed a bond. Would it not be natural for him to stand in Doryan's corner? You think Eric lied to us? I think we must dismiss his words when making our decision. Herbert held his tongue for a moment, bordering on an eternity. 5 worlds have now shattered, Zarya said. Only we stand as a barrier to the dragon's full reformation and emergence. I'm not staking the end of existence, not only our world, but all of existence, on one man. Herbert, you know the right decision. You know we must kill him. If he lives, so will the dragon. Herbert circled me and stood like a mountain beside David. He cradled a huge crossbow in his arms. The bearish man dropped to one knee. Release him. He can't harm us. Even if he could, he deserves to fight for his life, if he so chooses. You think that's wise? Herbert shrugged his semi-truck shoulders. Maybe, maybe not. If we kill him, one thing stands for certain. We won't know the truth of what happened with the necromancer in Tonopah. Sure, Eric can tell us what Ireland recounts. But, as you said, can we trust a man receiving his intel from an Ouija board? The warden wielding Famine's power scowled at Herbert, but he didn't argue with the bear. He released his grasp from me. A flood of energy rushed back into my body. Despite the return of energy, I curled into a ball as my body recovered from the shock. In went through. David led the shift in conversation. Doryan, Herbert has extended your life, at least for a few minutes. He's correct to say we need clarification about the incident with the necromancer. Tell us everything. I took my time. Why not? They needed information I had, and I didn't want to die after blabbering. So I allowed my breath to build, and my nerves to settle, and my mind to calm. Once I worked myself into a seated position, I retold the necromancer story and the most recent development with the Prometheus drug. David scratched the tip of his nose. He said he wished to summon a Nephilim or a demon. Is there a difference? Nephilim are the offspring of fallen angels and Iumenta, or humans. Demons are the spurts of fallen angels. Nephilim and demons remain trapped Sheol, summoned only through complex rituals. Nephilim can return to this world by inhabiting a mortal body, for they were half human. Demons, though, they need their physical, I said, their fallen angel bodies. David nodded. They can inhabit a human body for a temporary amount of time, and in a sorcerer's body for a little longer. However, once in this world, once summoned out of Sheol, they can transfer bodies whenever their current one fails. A demon can do that until it recovers its original flesh. That's what we're here to prevent. Do their original bodies exist? Their bodies never fade, as they're formed from pure arcane energy. Instead, the wardens before us hid their corpses beyond the world, built a wall, altered all known maps, and prayed no one would stumble upon them. Do you know the location of their bodies? No. I closed my eyes and recalled my encounter with the necromancer. Malachi said Nephilim, not demon. I'm sure of it. Relief released David O'Lee's tense jaw. Though not ideal, it's more encouraging than summoning a demon. It means the fallen angels' corpses remain hidden. What about the drug? That's another concerning development, and one we'll investigate. We're standing on the precipice of the end time, Doryan. We're looking at a horizon that promises destruction and desolation. At an incoming storm we must wage a war against. Do you see our dilemma? Your natural power serves that storm. How can we trust you to wield a weapon of significant power? How do we place the fate existence in your palms? We don't, Zarya said. We eliminate risk from the equation. He cannot live. David Lee grunted in approval. She speaks wise words. They are words I agree with. I'm not in favor of you living, Doryan. What do you think? How do you cast your vote, now that you have regained your voice? I paused for a moment, gathering my thoughts before casting my vote to such a momentous decision. If I allowed them to kill me, that simple sacrifice could prevent the scythe from falling into enemy hands. The three wardens could keep the artifact safe, except what would happen if one of them died? You said the weapons have sentience? I asked. What if you fell in battle defending the world from whatever? What if the corruption that defeated you came into possession of your ring? I looked at Zarya. Or your sword. Do the artifacts have a memory? Could they whisper to the corrupted creature where to find the scythe? Would they share the secrets on how to defeat the other two surviving wardens? Yes, you're taking a risk by allowing me to live. But I think you're taking a greater risk by killing me and whittling the warden number to 3. Herbert glanced at David. David frowned and stared into the gray expanse. To execute a warden requires a majority decision. As we stand, 2 of us have already voted to kill him. He has voted to live. You decide his fate, Herbert. Do trust a sorcerer to wield the power of death? Herbert Wright, Adria's adopted father, regarded me with eyes so heavy they weighed him down. His face shifted from a drooping frown to a hard grimace, as if he struggled to bite a stone in half. The bear raised his crossbow. I went cross-eyed, staring at the head of the arrow, pointed at the bridge of my nose. Herbert's lip twitched into a half sneer. We are wardens, and it's our job to protect this world from the invasion of the dragon and his demonic minions. His finger dropped from the guard and curled around the trigger, and he squeezed. Chapter 26. Adria sat on her bed, her back against the headrest. She held Richard Dawkins' locked cell phone in both of her hands, and she stared at her reflection in the dark screen. The room possessed an eerie silence. Wispy clouds drifted across the night, and the moon and stars poured light over the world. Despite the improved weather, everything remained soaked and muffled, muted. No insects or nocturnal animals dared to chirp or sing, to seduce a storm into returning. The gales had died too. Wind didn't shake trees or howl through gutters and send loose metal into a percussive frenzy. The night had died and fallen silent. Adria hated the silence. There was nothing relaxing or tranquil about the absence of noise. The silence invited memories that resurfaced in her mind, like bodies, buried in a shallow grave after a heavy rain. She saw her birth parents in the front seat of their car, driving for a half a day to Washington to sell their 7-year-old daughter to strangers for a wad of cash and a shoebox of drugs. She saw her second set of parents, the ones who bought her for a cheap price, in the front seat of their truck, bouncing along the rutted, unpaved trail leading into the forest, where they left her to die. Herbert Wright entered her mind, big as a bear, but gentle and warm as a summer breeze, until he fought against corruption, then he transformed into a beast. He had raised Adria from a girl to woman, acted as her step and father. As with her real father and her replacement father, Herbert had abandoned her too. He sold her to the Nagual spirit, and he left her in the wilderness to survive alone. In the unadulterated silence, Adria heard the pleas and the screams of monsters, both human and supernatural, she had killed. Their voices rose from the floor like a heavy fog, and their arms pushed against the walls, reaching for her. Their faces formed in the ceiling, twisting into abstract masks depicting fear and hate. The deep silence screamed at Adria. Chaos thrived in the silence. To drown the obstructive noise, she shoved headphones over her ears and cranked the volume to full blast. One by one, the memories faded. Adria stared at her silhouetted reflection in Dawkins' phone, allowing the music to release her tension. In that fringe moment, that state bordering and balancing between chaos and serenity, the passcode appeared in Adria's head like flashing neon. The doors! She alluded to the children's doors in Anna and Chad Alway's home. The initials signifying their rooms formed 6 letters, which corresponded to the number needed to unlock their grandfather's cell phone. Jared Alway, Penelope Alway, Patrick Alway. Adria typed their initials into the locked phone from descending order in age. Japapa. She held her breath as she entered the first attempt. The phone unlocked, opening to the home screen. Adria leaned forward and pretzeled her legs. She navigated to the search bar and typed in the security application linked to the cameras on the property where Dawkins had buried the treasure. As she worked, she held her breath. Shivers racked her body, covering her skin in goosebumps. The application opened. Adria scrolled through the history. After a few minutes of searching, she found the night the security guards died. The video feed showed 4 cameras recording. The 3 hired guards hidden around the field, equipped with high-powered rifles, wore body cameras, and the 4th camera nested a few yards from where the treasure lay buried, its lens directed at a plot of ground. Adria selected the option to view all 4 recordings at once. The screen split into 4 squares. Her eyes darted from feed to feed. Richard Dawkins had said the hired ex-military guards died without a fight, which seemed impossible, considering no one knew where the guards hid except the remaining 2 survivors, who buried the treasure. After the guards died, the perpetrator excavated the treasure and left, another difficult, if not impossible, feat. Nobody, including the guards, knew the location of the buried treasure. No one, except the men who buried it. Only 2 of them survived at the time of the theft. Richard had broken into Wade Blount's remote cabin and killed him, believing Wade had hired someone to extract the treasure or had revealed sensitive information. Wade denied any involvement, at least according to Richard's dying words. So, who had stolen the treasure? How had they learned of its existence and location? Apart from Wade and Richard, only Adria and Doryan knew of the treasure's existence, though they didn't know its location. As Adria's thoughts swirled, the video feeds rolled. A shadowed figure appeared in the bottom right corner. Adria paused the video, clicked to enlarge the square, and zoomed in on the figure. Dressed in black attire from head to toe, obscured in the shadows, stood a person of average height and lean build. If Adria had to guess, she would say a young male around 140 pounds. Adria rewound the video a few seconds, and press play. The shadowed figure appeared for a fraction of a second before vanishing, almost as if stepping into the darkness and becoming one with it. The guard never noticed the unannounced company. If he had, he never reacted, didn't call out, didn't shift his body, didn't raise his weapon. After a second, the guard's gargling, gasping voice filled the feed. The body cam plummeted as the wearer dropped to his knees. Blood rained over the weeds and wet ground, which grew larger and larger in the screen until mud blackened the lens. Adria returned to the split-screen format. The top two squares in the bottom left corner showed the empty field. The bottom right corner was black and unmoving. A minute later, the top right square went dark. Adria isolated the video, rewound it, and rewatched 5 more times. No dark silhouette showed in the lens periphery. One moment, the guard breathed. The next, he no longer possessed the ability to draw a breath. The third guard vanished similar to the second, no warning or fight. 1 second, he stood and breathed, and the next, he didn't. The top left screen, which Adria clicked on to fill the entire phone, recorded the spot of the treasure's burial. A minute after the third guard fell, the same figure, lean and clad in black clothing, stepped into the scene. As if he knew where to excavate the treasure, he surged forward with confidence, dragging a shovel behind him. He buried the spade into the soft ground and removed a shovelful of wet, sticky dirt. It took almost an hour. He operated like a machine, never breaking to breathe or rest his muscles. He moved dirt without tiring for an hour straight. That alone, even without the evidence of how the guards perished, signaled supernatural involvement. What corrupted creature knew about the treasure Wade, Richard, and Gregory had buried? The passing thought sent an icy lance down Adria's spine. She paused the video as the young man tossed his shovel to the side and stepped into the deep-dug hole. What corrupted creature knew about the treasure that Wade, Richard, and Gregory buried? The answer shined bright, her in mind, and she couldn't ignore it. Gregory Owen was a spirit Doryan had promised to help into the next world. To make good on his promise, Doryan agreed to help Gregory complete a task left unfinished from the spirit's natural life, provide his daughter with money accrued from the treasure he and his buddies buried. Doryan never completed the task, because Haller sent him to stop the necromancer. Gregory had joined them on their mission, and he had vanished in the aftermath. They assumed the necromancer had killed the spirit. Why else would Gregory have abandoned his chance at uncovering the treasure and providing for his daughter, of moving into the next existence? What if Doryan and Adria had wrong? What if Gregory slipped away and planned another way to extract his treasure? Or what if he struck a deal with the necromancer? As Adria voiced the question aloud, an invisible force flipped her room onto its side. Or had she fallen over? A sulfuric hissing steam wafted into the room, smoking from the floor. A voice unattached to anything substantial whispered, speaking from all around Adria, as if she drowned in the timbre of it. Now, you are nothing but mine. Now, you are nothing but mine. Adria leaped off the bed and sprinted to her door. She threw it open and stumbled into the hallway. Except she didn't step into the hallway, but the interior of a storage container. She stood at the door, her back to the night, staring at a collection of people sitting along the rusted metal wall. It smelled of urine and fear. Strangers stared at her with wide, broken eyes. Their lips quivered, and they raised their hands in a warding gesture as they pleaded and sobbed and screamed. Adria stepped back, retreating from the container and into the clear night. As she retreated another step, she realized the captives weren't pleading with her. They weren't staring at her. A creature stood before Adria. How did she not see it before? It stood so tall that it had to crouch to fit inside the container's interior. Smoke and ash formed its body, unformed, constantly reshaping and losing substance. It drifted forward, bypassing whimpering people, as if it had chosen its prey and moved to it. Adria cocked her head and peered into the darkness to pinpoint who the monster glided toward. She noticed a woman with her head dropped against her arms, refusing to look at the creature descending upon her. Adria refused to allow the corruption to consume the woman. She went to step forward, but her feet anchored themselves to the asphalt. Thwarted, but not defeated, Adria drew her magical daggers from the low of her back. They crackled with vibrant energy. Drawing power from the tattoos love inked over her body, she empowered her strength and chucked the daggers end over end toward the creature. Except her arms refused to complete the motion. Her hands never released the blades. Her feet rooted to the ground, her arms cocked over her shoulders. Adria reached deep into her lungs to scream, hoping to attract the creature's attention, but her voice failed. She couldn't do anything but watch. The smoking demon stretched its abstract talons to the woman's forehead and lifted her head. The creature's unformed, twisted mockery of a face leaned toward the woman and pressed against her lips. She gasped, and her eyes rolled back. Her body became rigid, though it trembled and convulsed. She appeared to suffer from severe brain trauma. When the creature had his fill of soul energy, it unlatched. The woman dropped to the ground. The monster turned its head, and Adria saw herself reflected in its corrupted face. Chapter 27. The moonlight broke and distorted in the truck's polished rims. For a moment, I lay on the asphalt and stared at the reflected light. The rain had subsided, and the clouds must have parted too, for moonlight to dwell inside the wheels. How much time had passed? I closed my eyes and trudged down memory lane, forcing myself to relive what I last remembered. Herbert pointing a crossbow at my face and squeezing the trigger. How had I survived? Why had the wardens allowed me to live? Had they accepted as one of them? I pressed my palms against the rough asphalt and pushed myself to a seated position. The puddles in the parking lot soaked into my jeans, the jeans without love's protective runes. I leaned against a truck, not sure if rested against my RAV4 or a stranger's random vehicle. My face throbbed as if someone had socked me square in the nose. I glanced around, searching for a sign of Herbert, his black SUV, or the other two wardens. Nothing filled the lot but starlight, bouncing off pools of dark water and cars, parked in rows. For a second, I couldn't conjure the reason I sat in a damp parking lot. Why had I dressed in my reserve jeans, not my usual ones? The answer hit me like a bag of bricks to the chest. October and I had a date. Rather, a dinner. I glanced at my watch. It showed 11 minutes past 7, grunting more out of embarrassment and frustration than from the pain breaking across my face. I massaged my eyes. Despite my tardiness, despite me wanting nothing less in the world than to walk into the sushi restaurant, I had to drag myself to my feet and suffer through a forced and awkward date. I pulled a trickle of energy from my empowered runic tattoos, using them to help ease the pain behind my face and provide me with a surge of energy. It gushed forward to bandage my aches and pains. I remembered David Le evaporating my stored energy. Had he replaced it? When I could breathe, without feeling like my eyes might explode, I stood and shuffled toward the restaurant. October sat in a booth in the front corner, beside a front window, overlooking the parking lot. Had she witnessed my abduction? Had she watched as I sat and stitched myself back together? That would make the night worse than it had begun. Anyone sitting there I asked, my voice a ragged, as if I had awoke from a whiskey-fueled night 5 minutes ago. October lifted her hazel eyes before dropping them and gazing at the empty booth across from her. If you didn't look like someone murdered you and disposed of your body by throwing you in the lake, well, I don't know what I would do. Probably invite you to sit. You're sure? I'm sure. You're being late. Allowed me to pregame this dinner and soften the sharp edges. I slid onto the bench opposite of where she sat. I need a drink. Well, if you're playing catch-up, I've already had 2. The waitress appeared, as if our discussion of ordering a drink summoned her to the table. Glad you could show? I nodded, not realizing October had recruited our waitress to her team. Would I have to watch for dandruff in my seasoning now? Spit in my drink? Me too, I said. Drink for you? Shot of whiskey and a beer. I guess I'm playing catch-up. I'll have another tequila soda, October said, lifting a finger. The woman turned away, leaving October and me alone. I found my utensils interesting, picking up my fork and inspecting the prongs. October must have seen something exciting happening out the front window, for she stared at it with deep intensity. You driving home? I asked, after a few strained seconds. What? You ordered your 3rd tequila and soda. Should you drive home? She scowled at me. I have my truck and can drive you. I don't plan on drinking any more than what I ordered. My index finger tapped against my skull. Being a reaper, I can't allow myself to binge. I need to stay clear and sober. I'll be fine. October picked up a menu off the table and read over it. Another icy silence formed between us. Nothing conversational came to mind. I had asked October to dinner, thinking we would have a simple conversation. She seemed like someone who, if we could hurdle our past complications, had a natural sociability about her. With everything happening in my life, with Adria acting strange, with Raleigh threatening my family, with Vivienne being my daughter, with my role or non-role as a warden, I needed someone to help me decompress. October set the menu on the table and stared at me. We're nothing. You know that, right? We'll never date or have a passionate fling. We won't be friends. It's not possible for us. I have forgiven you, but forgetting, it's impossible. We can cohabitate, work together, and be cordial. Beyond that, there's nothing for us. My entire body felt itchy. I resisted scratching my mouth, my eyes, my back, my arms, my neck. Instead, I remained still, staring at a picture behind October. It showed a blood-red sun sitting above a snow-capped mountain peak. I'm not sure if the artist intended to depict the sun rising or falling. I'm sorry if you wanted more, but... October trailed off, shaking her head softly. You killed my husband. Why did you say yes to this? I asked before I knew I'd spoken. My eyes never wavered from the painting. October straightened the menu in front of her. She opened her mouth to speak, but the waitress returned. The woman set October's tequila and soda on a napkin, and she placed my whiskey shot and lager in front of me. Appetizers? I deferred to Adria, as I had next to no experience with sushi. She placed a couple of orders. When the waitress scampered away, October returned her soft gaze to me. I don't know. You don't know what? I don't know why I accepted. Every atom within me screamed and demanded I say no to your invitation. After I said yes, I immediately sank. I've thought all afternoon about this dinner, about which direction it might take, about your intentions, about everything. So to level the field, I thought I should inform you of how I felt up front. If you're expecting something out of this, I'm not sure you'll find it. If you want to leave, I don't blame you. You can go. What if I don't want to go? Well, I'm not sure what's keeping you here, but I prefer eating dinner with someone rather than eating alone. I need someone to talk to. Therapists don't have to befriend their patients, right? October chuckled. Why don't you pay for a therapist? I shared the heartfelt laugh. And tell them what? The truth? They would admit me into an insane asylum. Yeah, I don't think they're called insane asylums anymore. Our appetizers arrived a few minutes later. October placed a dinner order for us to share, one which included raw fish. She insisted I had to try it. She said I owed her, or something. I couldn't deny her argument. The shot of whiskey tingled my lips and soothed my aching head. The beer worked in tandem, loosening my lips, allowing my thoughts to trickle to my tongue without a filter. I don't think I told you, and I'm not sure it matters much coming from me, but you look really pretty tonight. Maybe the alcohol blurred my sight, but I'm positive I saw October's cheeks flush. She tucked a strand of blonde hair behind her ear. Patients don't flirt with their therapists. I had to let you know. Well, thank you. You cleaned up nicely too. Ireland insisted I should trim the beard, comb the hair, wear clean clothes. I appreciate the effort you put into this. She lifted her tequila drink and sipped. What about you and Adria? I frowned and shook my head, not sure what she meant. What about us? Have you ever asked her to dinner? No. Why not? She's beautiful, intelligent, funny. Well, I licked my lips and gazed at the ceiling. That's one topic of conversation I hoped we would explore. You like her? You want me to probe her interest in you? October leaned forward, resting her chin on her hands. I'm not interested in her like that. October narrowed her eyes, pure disbelief painting her face. I can't imagine any guy not interested in her. Well, I'm not. That's not what I want to talk about, though. I finished half of my lager in a single gulp, preparing for what I had to say. She's volatile, but recently, she's been volatile by her standards. And she's insulting. Again, recently, she's insulting compared to her usual standards. I'm not sure what's going on with her, but I think she's going through something serious. Have you spoken to her? She won't talk to me like that. She's shutting me out, which she hasn't done before. Does it have to do with losing Brigitte the other day? I tried chili edamame. It tasted delicious. She's been acting odd since we returned from Tonopah. The other day, when Haller sent us to respond to the young woman with lightning magic, Adria. I trailed off and bit my lip. Listen, I can't say this with certainty, but I think Adria killed that girl. She bulldozed a cop standing in our way with enough force to injure him. I don't know. She's acting violent and reckless, and it concerns me. Have you told Haller? Not yet. Why not? I shrugged. I wanted advice before taking action. Hence, sushi tonight. October leaned back and crossed her arms. What do you want to ask me? If I report her to Haller, I'll sever whatever trust Adria has in me. We work in the field together. We rely on each other. Trust keeps us alive. Yet, if I don't report her to Haller, I'm not sure what she'll do. What if she kills someone? I'm worried her past has caught up to her, and it's breaking her down. That's not a question. I read between the lines, though. You're unwilling to confront Adria, and you wonder if you should have a conversation with Haller or take another route. Maybe ignore the problem. October reached for the paper-wrapped chopsticks on the table and opened them. I thought of how Adria had murdered Cade. He hadn't threatened us. Adria had snuck into the warehouse and killed him from the rafters. I think she's sick. I picked up my paper-wrapped chopsticks and tapped them against the tabletop. It's not a matter of speaking to Haller, but of what I think I should ask of him. What do you mean? I had another drink of beer. October stopped chewing. You want him to pry into her mind? No, absolutely not. And if he consented to your request, I would have no choice but to leave the organization. Haller cannot ever, under any circumstances, have permission to enter our minds. What's the alternative? Speak to Adria, despite how you fear she might react. Give her the benefit of the doubt. Give her the opportunity to defend herself. That's what you do. I closed my eyes and recalled the strange conversation I had over the phone with her. I'm not me. I've killed people. Ryan, you don't understand. It's not me who's doing it. It's not me. I swear. There's something wrong with me. What had she meant? Had something possessed her? Did Haller's telepathy allow him to invade her mind and sense another presence? Should I tell October the entire story? Would that information change her advice? Should I take what October said at face value? Provide Adria a chance to explain herself? I lied to you earlier, October said. Not entirely, but a small lie. About what? The reason I accepted your dinner proposal. I wanted to reject you. After I said yes, I wanted to call it off. But I thought I could manipulate you to work on my behalf. I furrowed my brow. What? I asked Haller to put me on the Prometheus drug case. He denied my request, stating I needed further training before I could work in the field. Well, I'm not taking no for an answer. I can find the dealer. I cocked my head and leaned back. What are you saying? I accepted dinner with a single intention. I'm going to investigate the Prometheus case. After we eat, I'm heading to Sacramento. Why are you telling me this? Because I need your help. I can't fight. I'm untrained, as Haller says. Though you might disagree with my decision, you won't stop me from making it. You will keep a protective eye on me, in case anything happens. Our sushi arrived. We ate dinner without saying another word. I fumed at the idea of having October use me to put herself in danger. She was right, though. I didn't have the authority to prevent her from doing what she desired, but I could keep an eye on her in case the scouting went south. Chapter 28. October stood in the heart of downtown Sacramento. Moonlight and the headlights of passing traffic reflected off the dark glass of commercial buildings, off the dark water puddling on the asphalt and cement. A frigid breeze sliced through the night, forcing her to hug her arms around her chest. Still, her teeth chattered, and her breath smoked off her lips. She shambled forward, favoring her left leg as she hobbled toward a man sitting beside a heaping shopping cart covered by a blue tarp. The man smoked a cigarette, the orange tip glowing in the dark. He wore a warm though ratty coat and tattered boots, and his patchy gray beard grew in tufts over his dirt-smudged face. October pursed her lips and widened her eyes, forcing herself to look as innocent as he appeared bedraggled. Excuse me? After dinner with Doryan, they had returned to the estate. October drew energy from the tattoos Love had inked over her body to shift her appearance, dirtying her features, marring her face, tattering her clothes, emaciating her body. I want to look desperate, she said to Doryan before the magical transformation. I want it to seem like I'm on my last stand, and I'm willing to do absolutely anything to make it to sunrise. Doryan had approved her interpretation of desperate. The dirty nails cement the argument. The cigarette-scarred skin, too. I want to look like an addict who's aching for her next high. Doryan hesitated, his tongue pushing against the inside of his cheek. I don't like this idea. It'll work, though. It'll work quicker than anything you and Adria could come up with. Couldn't we just disguise ourselves and implement your plan? October shrugged. Maybe, but have you ever lived on the streets? Have you wiped vomit from your mother's face and stared at her all night to make sure she didn't stop breathing? I know this world, and the language, and rules. I can play the part without having to act. Though I can't stop you, I can express my extreme dislike of this. I've noted your opinion. I'm sending Ireland with you. If anything happens, she'll report to me immediately. Always my knight in shining armor, aren't you? You saved me from my husband, from the werewolves, and now from whatever evil awaits. Ireland goes with you, or I do. October opted for the unseen spirit to accompany her as she searched for the Prometheus drug. Her first stop brought her to question the man smoking a cigarette. He eyed her with an instinctual distrust. You lost? October scratched her arms. Her eyes darted about, never settling on one spot for too long, and she constantly licked her lips. She stepped forward, close enough to smell bourbon and sweat and smoke sticking to the man's dirty skin. Prometheus. The man flicked his cigarette onto the wet cement and ground it to ashes with his toe. Go on now, you're making me uneasy. You've heard of it, though. I said to move along. I'm not in that world. Sober. For almost a year now. Everything apart from booze and kush. I don't run in those circles no more. But you know who does? You say another word on the subject, and I'll kick you on your way. Now get gone. I don't want to see you around me no more. October wandered downtown Sacramento for over 3 hours. Each person she approached sent her on her way when she broached the subject of Prometheus. No one denied having heard of the drug, but they shut down the conversation and shooed October along when she inquired about it. Around midnight, she slipped into a fast food chain, open 24 hours. The night had grown colder, and her feet ached. She ordered a carton of fries and a hot coffee, and she paid with crumpled cash and loose change. After receiving a sticky tray holding her greasy order, she sat in the back of the restaurant. As October palmed the warm paper cup for warmth and picked at her French fries, an older woman entered the building. She looked about 100, but so had October's mom when she passed at 47. The woman had a hunch to her posture, and she walked with an obvious limp. She bypassed the counter and shuffled straight to October's table in the corner. Mind if I sit? My legs don't fare too well, having to carry my weight around. I find their protesting funny, though, considering I done lost all the weight I could lose, everything but what my brittle bones and shriveled organs weigh. October motioned to the empty spot across the table. Yeah. Please. Sit. The woman grunted as she shimmied into the booth's bench seat. My apologies for intruding on your meal. That's okay. I'm Mallory. I'm Simone, October said, providing her fake name. Like the gymnast, then? Yeah. Mallory nodded and drummed her black fingernails against the white table. She grimaced, showcasing a checkered row of black gums and empty teeth. Her eyes swam in wide-set sockets, floating from one side to the other without ever settling. I ain't never seen you around before, and I know every bum, whore, and junkie in my here town. Where you come from? Lodi. Lodi. Pilfered a few dollars to buy a bus ticket out here. And for what reason? Think you can make it big here, in the big city? October never broke character. She scratched the back of her neck, picked at an illusionary scab on her chin. I heard a rumor about a drug in Sacramento, one not found anywhere else I'm aware of. Mallory rubbed her hair, showering her shoulders with dandruff. You come here for a high? That's beyond junkie dedication. A junkie doesn't leave their couch, no. They shoot up whatever turns off their nerve endings. Ain't traveling 4 towns over for an imaginary drug. October licked her cracked lips and rubbed her cold nose. I'm not a junkie. Mallory cackled like a defunct hyena. October leaned forward. I heard what it does. What it allows. Listen. Sure. I've used. You use. I spy your track marks. You hard for the needle, yeah? Well, what you're wanting comes in the shape of a pill. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I don't care about that. It's my mom. She's sick, and we don't have the money to afford medicine or treatment. Mallory parted her lips into a nasty sneer. Ah, the junkie's plight. She spends the last cent she begged for on another vial full of poison when she could save up and save her mother's life. You're a selfish whore, my dear. You're unworthy of experiencing the heavenly, otherworldly high of Prometheus. It would rot you from the inside out. October reached into her pocket and slammed a wad of fresh $100 bills on the table. Take me to the dealer. You can have whatever change remains from the transaction. Mallory's tongue swiped over her pink lips. It will kill you. That's nothing more than a guarantee. If I send you to the dealer, you won't return to your mother. You won't save her life, though you two may meet soon enough in the pits of hell. The woman scooted to the end of the bench. Her body cracked as she worked herself to a standing position. She sighed and stared at October. Do you wish to meet God? October's body buzzed with anticipation. Her eyes bounced about, never settling, but her mind remained fixed and focused. I'm ready to become God. That sent Mallory into a fiery bout of laughter. She had to grip the edge of the table for support. When she calmed, she shook her head and shuffled away, gesturing for October to follow her. My dear, do you not remember what happened when the snake tricked Adam and Eve into believing they could become God? They realized their nakedness and vulnerability, and God booted them from the Garden of Eden, where they learned nothing more than pain and death. Mallory grabbed the long vertical door handle and glanced at October. Prometheus is the snake. Though it promises you the power of God, it will only give you knowledge of pain beyond your simple comprehension. Then it will teach you about death. October scratched an imaginary itch behind her ear. I'm already sold. Quit trying to convince me to buy it. Chapter 29. I nestled in the library's reading nook and studied an ancient grimoire bound in leather. It chronicled the life of a necromancer called Lazarus. Not his actual name, but his practitioner moniker. The text considered him a dark lord, feared by nobility and common folk alike during antiquity. Lazarus preyed on vulnerable people who traveled along an isolated mountainous road. He kidnapped them, dragged them to his hidden lair in the forest, and performed sadistic experiments. The grimoire detailed his evaluations. Though gut-churning and vile, the words carried an educational weight. He spoke to the spirits belonging to those who met him on the road. Lazarus expanded on truths I had uncovered in my dealings with spirits, how they merge with my body and share their experiences and abilities. Lazarus expounded on the theory of spiritual teleportation, too, which aligned with Ireland's thoughts. Spirits who have not advanced to their next existence can dash into a fourth-dimensional realm, overlapping our world. the spiritual realm. While in that realm, the material world appears as a haze, as a wavering mirage. However, the longer the spirit remains in the material world, the more they could see of it while in the spiritual realm. A spirit merged with my body could drag me into the spiritual realm and teleport me across a certain distance. My physical body burst into a bazillion atoms, allowing my spirit to phase into the fourth dimension. Lazarus's research devolved from helpful to grotesque. He recorded ritualistic revivals, ways to immortalize himself, and the casting of necromantic spells. He presented most of his thoughts as the disjointed ramblings of a madman. I made sense of his spirit-based chapter on the merit that I could interpret through my experience. With the rest of the tome, I struggled to make heads or tails of his incoherence. On the nights I couldn't sleep, most of them, I cracked open the dry yellow pages of Lazarus's diary, and I reread his demented passages, hoping his lunacy would help me learn my sorceress abilities. Necromancy was the rarest form of magical power. It corrupted the practitioner faster and more aggressively than other forms of the arcane. I didn't have a necromancer mentor with north-pointing morals who I could lean on, who I could learn from. Instead, I had to resort to the depraved, sinister musings of a corrupted soul. "Ryan!" The sudden and sharp blast of my name startled me. I wheeled around, cocking the old, weathered book over my shoulder, ready to throw it at whoever snuck up on me. When I saw who stole into the library, the tension in my body doubled. I shot to my feet. "Is she okay?" Ireland nodded. "For now. She went with a woman named Mallory to an old apartment complex. Mallory refused to enter the building, but she gave Toby a room number. That's when I left to tell you. What are we waiting for now? Let's go." "You're ready?" "What? No, let me shave first." Ireland mumbled under her breath. In the blink of an eye, her spiritual form shattered, vanishing from sight, and her presence reformed within me. Her memories and knowledge exploded into me, becoming a part of me for as long as she remained in my head. Our coalescence happened in a fraction of a second. One moment, she stood before me. The next, she dwelled within me. And the next, my body burst into motes of nothingness. Ireland hadn't existed as a spirit for longer than a few weeks. She didn't have the power of a ghost, a corrupted spirit who has lingered far too long in the material world without moving to their next existence. While in the spiritual realm, she couldn't distinguish permanent objects in the material world. Everything appeared in a foggy haze to her. However, we had practiced escaping my room through teleportation until she could do it from memory rather than sight. We jumped through the window. My body snapped into physical form in the estate's front yard. We had nothing but an open road in front of us. "You won't deplete your energy and get me trapped in the spiritual world, will you?" Ireland shattered my physical body, piecing it together a quarter mile down the road. We traveled at instantaneous speed, covering the 25 miles to Sacramento in minutes. Toward the end of our journey, Ireland's energy waned, and our jumps decreased in distance. I convinced her to recoup her energy while I ran the rest of the way. To save the time, I empowered my speed with Winnie Love's runic tattoos. A few minutes later, I stood in front of the rundown apartment complex. Old furniture and clothing lay in the overgrown, rubble-strewn courtyard of the U-shaped building. A rickety stairwell, covered in grime and rust, ascended to the second floor. The other portion of the stairwell, which had led to the third and fourth floors, detached from the brick wall, bent at a 90-degree angle, suspended over the center of the courtyard. I'm not sure why the city hadn't demolished the building. If people sought refuge in the abandoned complex, it wouldn't take too much for them to stumble on something hazardous, if not fatal. Who would they hold accountable? The city, the building's owner. I turned to Ireland. What's the room number? Her form pulsed, fading in and out. She had brought herself to the brink of depletion through our jumping. 413. I swallowed my follow-up question, wondering if she could make one more jump. In her state, it seemed lethal. Also, she didn't know the layout of the complex, and she couldn't discern its features while in the spiritual realm. Without another word, I rushed into the building through a doorway without a door. Darkness breathed its frigid, menacing breath, encompassing everything. Winnie Love's runic art saved me from having to click on my phone's flashlight. I waded through the trash-addled complex, its walls covered in graffiti, or ripped apart, or scarred with black burn marks. At the end of the hallway, I came to a stairwell. Without hesitation, I took the steps, 2 at a time, to the 4th floor. As I rounded the last switchback, leading to my destination, a piercing scream shot down the stairs, cutting through the muffled silence like a sharp arrow. The frantic screech kicked me into another gear, one where I no longer cared about stealth or surprise. I moved with all the intent of an enraged lion. The numbered placards hung cockeyed next to their corresponding doors, or had fallen off to intermingle with the wood and plaster and refuse flowing across the hallway. However, the indentions of the numbers were stamped against the walls. 401, 403, 405 stood out like the pale side of tan lines. When I reached 413, I didn't set my ear against the weathered chipped door to gauge what I would find on the other side. It didn't matter, as long as I found October alive. Drawing energy from my runic tattoos, I lowered my shoulder and bulldozed into the apartment. 4 dark-clad figures faced away from me, fanning around October and closing around her like a school of piranhas. My explosive entrance invited them to peek over their shoulders. I drew one of my twin sickles, conjuring it from whatever dimension it vanished into when I didn't wield them. Smoke whispered from my palm, wafting to the ceiling and solidifying into a pale crescent blade the color of ash. I released a barbaric scream and charged forward, hefting the sickle back as I closed the distance between me and the person nearest to me. Unsure if I waded into a battle against humans or monsters, I chose not to kill anyone. Instead, I used the sickle as a decoy. My first victim tracked my wide-arcing weapon. I never stopped running, and I slammed into him with the force of a stampeding rhinoceros as I lowered my shoulder into his sternum. He careened at an odd angle, like a shanked golf ball. My momentum carried me toward October. Before I could reach her, though, my foot punched through a rotted floorboard. I lurched forward, slamming hard into the wall and almost punching through it into another room. As I pried myself free, 2 assailants descended on me. They must have worn brass knuckles. Their punches felt like the business end of a steel pipe, with my defensive runes absorbing most of the damage. As I sustained their assault, I stole a moment to search for October. The other 2 held their positions, not breaking formation to deal with me. They arrested October, grabbing her arms and yanking them at unnatural angles to control her resistance. She hissed in pain, but the fight drained from her. If she thrashed, her arm would snap. The man not restraining October fished a flashlight from his back pocket. A blinding punch snaked through my guard and rattled my vision. I roared, drawing a current of energy to dislodge myself. With speed beyond normal perception, I broke one man's nose and shattered the other man's kneecap. With them inconvenienced, I dashed toward October. The man with the flashlight shined the beam against himself, projecting his shadow against the wall nearest to October. The man restraining October sidestepped into the shadow, dragging October with him, and they vanished. I tackled the man with the flashlight with the force of a battering ram. He didn't fly forward and through a wall, but flattened. His head smacked hard against the floor. I swallowed lungfuls of air and scanned the apartment, searching for October. Panic wrapped its cold hands around my heart and squeezed. With little thought, working off impulse and fear, I dropped to my knees. With one hand, I grabbed the fallen flashlight and turned it on, placing the bright white beam in the man's face. He lay on the ground, not moving, apart from the shallow, rising and falling of his chest. I slapped him across the face. The man's eyes, which were open but distant, burst wide, clarity forming as he regained consciousness. Where is she? Where did she go? When he failed to respond after a second, ticked away, I slapped him in the face again. Answer me, or I'll shove this flashlight so far down your throat. Doryan! Ireland's voice cracked like a pistol on a crisp winter day. My glare never wavered from the man beneath me. My jaw tensed, and I breathed through my teeth. Ireland stepped within my periphery. They're vampires. Chapter 30. Ireland repeated herself for emphasis, to pull me from my anger-induced blindness and into rational thought. They're vampires, Ryan. They can heal. Vampires healed fast. The two, who I had incapacitated seconds before, would recover in a few breaths. Once back to full strength, how much longer would I last in a 3-against-1 fight? Even if they all held the fledgling status, I doubted I could keep pace with their power much longer. My runic tattoos stored energy, which enhanced my strength to match the power of one fledgling vampire. Love had also created a bracelet that constantly refuels after any physical exertion. As I walked during the day, the beads generated and stored energy. If I performed a more physically taxing task, they generated more energy. As Island's warning grounded me, I ran through a mental list of my spent magical energy. I had sprinted a mile to the abandoned complex, and I enhanced my senses to see in the dark, to hear a pin drop from 100 yards away, to smell the slightest shift in the air. I had bolstered my strength to bulldoze a door and fight vampires, and defended against a flurry of vampiric punches. The stored-in energy in my tattoos had trickled away. When charged and sparking with energy, the tattoos felt wet and heavy and warm on my skin. As I burned arcane energy, the runic ink dried and lightened and cooled, a natural gauge for me to monitor the supply. As I rose from my kneeled position, I paid mind to the tattoos. They had juice, but not much. The beating I sustained while stuck in the wall sapped a lot of energy. The two vampires I disabled had regained their footing. Their wounds had healed. The vampire on the floor beneath me bared his teeth in a snarl. I was alone in an abandoned apartment against 4 vampires. I glanced sideways, searching for Ireland. What do we do? Run. I spoke through clenched teeth. They have October. They have Brigitte. I'm not running from this. Why did you ask for my advice then? The vampire at my feet bunched his face into a mask of confusion. Who are you talking to? I ignored him and spoke to Ireland. 4 against 1. You're my teacher. Teach me how to survive, while leaving one alive for me to take home to Adria. The question I needed an answer to, permission I sought to receive, was if I could draw my sickles. Ireland had warned me against wielding them against corruption, at least until I furthered my training, and after my meeting with the wardens. Well, I had met with the wardens. It seemed Herbert voted in favor of me living, which translated to me as being a member. I know what you're asking, Ireland said, though I hadn't asked aloud. If you conjure the sickles, and if you die, they won't vanish. They will remain until discovered. Guess who discovers them if you die? The vampires who killed you. What other option do I have? To run. The two vampires tested their footing, finding it stable. They cocked their heads and watched me hold a one-sided conversation with myself. I hoped my perceived insanity caused hesitation. Ireland cursed, and her form blipped away. A sharp cold spike shuddered down my spine as the spirit fused with me. Step back. Her command meant for me to hand her control of my body and mind. I didn't hesitate to comply. Ireland's presence misted through me, numbing my toes and fingertips. Her voice modulated through my vocal cords, escaping my mouth in a strange distortion. Buckle up. As a puppeteer manipulates her puppet, Ireland stretched my arms outward. Pale smoke twisted around my palms and formed a column, solidifying and shaping into my iteration of Death's Scythe, my twin sickles. It took a half second for them to materialize, but Ireland didn't possess that kind of patience. She chucked one sickle end over end at one vampire. In its trajectory, the weapon completed his formation as the crescent blade cemented into the vampire's chest, digging deep into its heart. In the same movement, Ireland threw the other sickle like a frisbee. It spun sideways, the curved blade buried into another vampire's flesh. The corrupted creature screamed and clutched at the weapons, piercing their hearts. Ireland stomped on and launched off the subdued vampire at the two creatures, with a horseman's artifact plugged in their chest cavities. She grabbed the handles of the sickles, pulling energy from my runes to enhance our strength. She ripped the blades free in a splash of blood. In one fluid motion, the sickles arced behind her, then forward and at dizzying speeds, decapitating both vampires with a single swipe. 3 seconds had passed since forming the sickles. 3 seconds and 2 vampires lay beheaded, leaving one more. Ireland burst toward the last vampire. I wasn't sure how she did it, but pale green flames coated the sickle's blades as she attacked. She moved so fast, the vampire must not have registered her attack, because he didn't move, didn't evade. The burning sickles rooted deep into the creature's body. The vampire's eyes went wide. He grabbed the shafts, but Ireland held firm to them, pushing them deeper into his body. With my eyes, she stared at the creature, bathing in his fear, watching as realization paled his face. It only took a second, though from my end, time had stopped. Every detail of that specific kill happened in slow motion. White smoke drifted from his red-rimmed, red-iris eyes before they caught fire and darkened and popped. Pale green smoke fumed from his ears and nostrils and mouth. When he screamed, flames flickered in the back of his throat. Ireland burned the vampire from the inside. As she ripped the sickles from his charred flesh, a board snapped from across the apartment. We whirled to locate the source of the sudden sound. Another vampire appeared in the open doorway. He raised both hands in the universal sign of surrender. However, his mouth opened and he inhaled, preparing to scream. Ireland dashed to the creature, wrapping a steel vice grip around his throat and slamming him against the entry wall. As she held him off the ruinous floor, empowering my strength with what little energy remained in the tattoos, Ireland relinquished her control of my body. I regained my faculties in a hot, almost painful rush, like adrenaline flooding through my bloodstream. A second later, Ireland separated from me, appearing a few feet away, in a fatigued crouch, one hand touching the ground. She panted. A strange sight, considering spirits didn't have lungs, or the need to breathe. I pressed the point of my sickle against the vampire's heart. To my understanding, he couldn't see Ireland, didn't know she had possessed me, before wrenching herself from my person. To him, I had mowed through his companions, and now I prepared to exterminate him. Thoughts raced through my mind. Vampires had a certain connection to their vein. They could feel their family, know of their presence. Was that why the vampire had appeared? Had he sensed trouble? Had he come alone? Would Raleigh know about the vampire's deaths? Had he deployed a response team? How much time did I have before the others arrived? How did I escape the complex unnoticed, with the vampire prisoner in tow? Without Ireland to teleport us to the safety of the estate, without a vehicle to speed away in, how did I transport the vampire to the mansion? Winnie Love had installed runes around the property, preventing corrupted creatures from infiltrating our defenses, or at the least, slowing their assault to provide us ample opportunity to prepare for an attack. In the city of Sacramento, I didn't have such a luxury. If Raleigh appeared, I would have to face him and whatever reinforcements he brought with him. Our only option was to return to the estate, to hide behind Love's defense runes. I lowered my voice and enunciated, for the vampire to understand my every word. You and me, we're going to leave together. Do you understand? We'll move together. If you move too fast, if you try anything outside of what I expect is normal behavior, you'll beg for your death. Do you understand? I won't be as merciful with you as I was with them. I nodded to the decapitated and charred remains of the 3 dead vampires. He nodded. With a concerted effort, I lowered the vampire until he stood. I pressed the sickle's blade against his throat. With my free hand, I reached into my pocket to withdraw my phone. Adria's annoyed voice grated through the line. What could you possibly want at this time of night? I rattled off our location. I need you here 5 minutes ago. After hanging up the phone, I glanced at Ireland. She stood a little straighter, but she appeared less tangible. Her ethereal form seemed more transparent, as if she was fading away. What's going on? Are you okay? Apparently it drains my energy, if I'm using your body to implement my abilities. That skirmish after teleporting you here. I'm wavering. I need to step away. Stepping away meant she had to disappear into the spiritual realm. Spirits didn't belong in the material world. Their unnatural presence taxed them, corrupted their being. Part of my responsibility as a necromancer was to lead them to their next existence, whatever that entailed, to guide them to the veil leading to their next life. For someone like Ireland, who insisted on remaining in the material world to train me in the ways of a warden, the closest she could get to her natural existence was the spiritual realm. There, she could heal and recover, a task otherwise impossible while present in our world. Since time didn't exist in the spiritual world, her absence during recovery could last the duration of a heartbeat or into infinity. I understood the risk, but her remaining in the material world posed a greater one. Go, I said. Adria is on her way. Ireland disappeared from my sight, leaving me alone with the vampire hostage. I prompted him to move. We paced to the flattened front door, down the hallway to the stairwell, where we descended the steps to the first floor and emerged into the post-apocalyptic courtyard. Once outside, I guided the vampire across the street to a block with operations, though closed for the night, commercial buildings. We slid into an alleyway, taking refuge in the shadows. I kept the sickle to his throat, and he remained stoic and silent and still. Adria raced Raleigh to our location. I waited, holding my breath more than I breathed. Each minute passed at the speed of an hour. A voice hissed through the dark like a snake coiled tight, tense to strike. Doryan, what have you done? Raleigh's lithe, serpentine form appeared on the other end of the alley, with a half-dozen vampiric silhouettes behind him. I licked my lips and conjured my second sickle. A fight against vampires without Ireland's help would lead to certain death. Yet, did I have another choice? From the street, a vehicle screeched to a halt. Adria's voice exploded through her open window. "Doryan, you here?" I spared a glance at Raleigh. Awry as burned all my remaining energy to enhance my speed. I bolted to Adria's RAV4. Throwing open the door, I chucked the vampire prisoner into the back seat, diving in behind him. As I turned to look back, Raleigh burst into view, his face framed in the open door, and his talons reaching for me. Tires screeched and smoked, and the RAV4 shot forward. After stealing a second to catch my breath, I sat and looked out the rear window. Raleigh stood in the middle of the road, watching as we sped away. Chapter 31. Brigitte's eyes fluttered open as she woke from a dead sleep, a vampiric sleep. A sharp noise hadn't brought her to alertness, nor the gradual wakening after a long rest. A rich and aromatic scent ripped her from a dreamless slumber, pulled from the depths of darkness to the darkness of her prison. It was a scent like bacon and coffee in the morning, like barbecue and grass on a hot summer day. The thick aroma kicked her ravenous stomach into a frenzy. It howled and growled for food. It begged for blood, human blood, enough of it to satisfy the lifelong lycanthropic itch she had ignored. Except that itch had expanded since. Brigitte shuddered as the memory fused with her present. Raleigh had bitten her as a twisted science experiment, curious to see what would happen if a vampire infected a half-werewolf. Well, the infection resulted in an unbridled and ferocious hunger, a hunger with claws and teeth. Brigitte trembled from fatigue, born through a lifetime of starvation, of not allowing herself to taste human blood. Now, that chronic craving refused to be ignored. It demanded for Brigitte to satisfy its darkest, most depraved desire. Though Brigitte had opened her eyes upon waking, she hadn't turned her head to see who accompanied her in the prison cell. The scent of a human was temptation enough, but to see her food, the other person, would break her mind. She wasn't sure she could resist the urge to feast if she rolled over. The vampiric and lycanthropic corruption worked in tandem against her morality. To satiate their thirst, she would have to feast on human flesh and blood. She would have to murder someone. Then she would transform into a full-fledged werewolf. Or would she? What if the vampiric curse negated her lycanthropy? Would she transform into a vampire? Would both curses enliven, changing her into a vampire-werewolf hybrid? Was that possible? The answer to those questions didn't matter. Brigitte refused to debase herself by becoming a werewolf or vampire. She refused to murder another human, but the sweet, intoxicating scent of sweat and fear and fresh blood drove her wild. Saliva poured into her mouth, spilling over her lower lip and down her chin. Brigitte's sanity would break beneath the added pressure. How long could she fight the excruciating hunger ripping apart her stomach? The thought of succumbing to the hunger drew a whimper. She muttered beneath her breath, voicing a countermeasure. I could eat animals. The practice had worked before, during full moons, when the lycanthropic curse swelled to a desire beyond her control. Brigitte would steal into a forest and eat rodents and birds, consuming feathers and fur, bones and gristle. The animal blood didn't contain the powerful properties of human blood, but it had worked, like eating fast food instead of nutrient-dense meals. Brigitte could resort to that method, even if she had to hunt for a critter once a week. Today, it beat the alternative of hunting and murdering humans. No one deserved to die, so she could satisfy her urges. Brigitte would rather endure mind-breaking pain and discomfort than end someone's life to feel a moment of respite. A sharp tingle riddled Brigitte's throat, and she coughed to clear the sensation. As she hacked, she realized her terrible mistake. The prison cell didn't have windows to allow light. Darkness existed like a breathing entity, thick and powerful. With her lycanthropic nature, Brigitte could see despite the lack of light. However, the person sharing Brigitte's cell couldn't. Along with her enhanced vision, Brigitte's lycanthropy enhanced her other senses. It allowed her to recognize a normal human from those corrupted by magic. The other person in her cell smelled of a human. They wouldn't be able to see in the dark to learn another person shared the prison cell with them. However, Brigitte's untimely cough announced her presence. A tiny, shattered female voice filled the cold cell. "Hello? Is someone there?" The woman sounded like a wounded animal. Brigitte's predatory nature urged her to pounce on the weakened prey. The stranger wouldn't be able to fight back and defend herself. Brigitte could show mercy, provide her with a painless death. She could eliminate the woman's fears in a clean swipe. Brigitte clutched at her head, pressing her hands against her skull to wring out the unwanted thoughts in her mind. They swirled and attacked like a frenzied swarm of hornets. Her slashing and roaring stomach amplified the hunger and the desire. "Do you know where we are?" Tears welled in Brigitte's eyes and slipped down her cheeks. She bit her lower lip and squeezed her eyes shut so hard that the pressure hurt her face. A moment later, a scurrying scraped across the floor of the small cell. The woman crawled to find Brigitte. Why? To check on her well-being. To kill her. To prove to herself that she hadn't imagined the cough, but that someone occupied the darkness with her. Brigitte figured if the roles were reversed, she would venture forth, too, testing the darkness, despite the dangers. In her mind, the choices were black and white. Sit and do nothing, but wait for fate to knock on the door, or act and save herself. That conclusion told Brigitte the woman wasn't only a human, but a survivor, a fighter. The woman's gentle voice reappeared 2 feet from where Brigitte lay in silence. "Are you okay? I'm crawling toward where I heard your cough. I have to make sure you're okay. If I touch you, I apologize. It's pitch black in here, and I can't see a damn thing. As a warning, I'm making my way to you. Please, don't lash out. If you're hurt, a violent reaction could further your injury." The woman's persistence worked Brigitte into a corner. She had to speak. If the woman touched Brigitte, if her skin passed over Brigitte's skin, it would invoke the innate predators, vying to possess her body and mind. Brigitte had to warn the woman, or at least keep her at bay. "Wait, I'm okay. I'm not hurt. Don't come any closer, though. I have a rock, and I'll strike if you come within reach." A lie. Brigitte didn't hold a rock. However, she feared she would strike the woman if she came closer. "It's okay. I'm a friend, I think. At least I'm a captive here." Are you a prisoner too?" Brigitte licked her lips and considered the unintended dual meaning of the question. Trapped in a body with 2 curses, and trapped in the prison by Raleigh. "Yes. We're both victims. We should work together to come up with a way to escape and survive." Brigitte's lower lip trembled. Her face melted as she struggled to contain a sob. Her stomach screeched, the piercing howl so loud it shattered her thoughts. The smell of fresh blood grew more intense. Brigitte's hands operated outside of her control, elongating into talons as she battled from shifting into her half-werewolf form. She turned her claws inward, scraping them against her palms and drawing a fresh batch of her blood. "Hey, guy!" Brigitte strained to speak through a narrowing throat. "Please, back away from me. You're bleeding, right? Cover the wound. Stop the bleeding." Please. Could you know that? Brigitte's voice boomed and bounced off the stone walls as she snapped, "Back up and cover your wound." After losing her temper, Brigitte curled into a ball and cried. She fought a losing battle against her hunger. The dual threat of both infections weighed too heavy for her to shoulder. She doubted she could resist another minute, let alone long enough to escape. The more the woman interacted with Brigitte, the deeper and stronger the hunger became. Fabric ripped apart, as the stranger must have torn a strand of fabric from her shirt. "Okay, I'll respect your space and your wishes. I'm backing up. All right? Now listen, I'm wrapping my hand. That's where I'm cut. I was in the kitchen, chopping food for dinner, when the man who took me announced himself. He startled me, obviously, and the knife slipped. It's a minor cut, nothing serious, but I'm bandaging it for you, okay?" Brigitte assumed the woman spoke to fill the silence and keep either herself or Brigitte, or the both of them, calm. "If you don't mind, could you share your name? If we're going to establish trust between us, help one another escape, we should share our names, right?" Brigitte swallowed a response. She didn't want to entertain the woman's chatter. She wanted her to shut up. Her voice, combined with her blood, shook the vampirism and lycanthropy into a demented fever. "It's okay. You don't have to share your name with me. If it helps bridge the space between us, I would like to share my name." "No." The word came as a choked exhale, barely audible to even her enhanced ears. "I'm Lennon. Lennon Porter." Chapter 32. Lennon Porter. Brigitte worked the other woman's name around her mouth. It tasted familiar, as if she had said it before, or, at least, heard someone say it. How would she know that name? Why did it matter? Why did anything matter apart from feeding? Brigitte's stomach roiled and rumbled. It ached and cramped, chomping at her insides, torturing her until she caved and satiated the bloodlust. Lennon's voice ventured forward again. "Did Raleigh throw you in here?" "He threw me in here. I met with him. He said, well, I doubt you care what he said, but he convinced me to meet with him, despite what Doryan warned." She spoke the phrase beneath her breath, but Brigitte heard. "When I arrived at our meeting spot, he asked me to take a ride with him. I did. Honestly, I would have done anything he asked. I'm not sure why, but I couldn't say no to him." Brigitte knew why. Raleigh had enthralled Lennon. "How do you know Raleigh?" It took all of Brigitte's strength to utter the syllables, to raise her voice above the hunger thundering for attention. "A long story." A tear broke down Brigitte's cheek. She couldn't fight the hunger much longer. It would soon eat into her mind and rip away her conscience. It would possess her. Maybe, just maybe, a conversation would distract her, help her fight the hunger a little longer. If she could stretch the inevitable, maybe she didn't have to submit to the corrupted demands. Maybe Doryan would kick down the door and drag her away, throw her in a cell beneath the estate, and hold her until he found a cure. Brigitte needed to buy time. She licked her lips and engaged Lennon. "Start from the beginning." Lennon chuckled in the dark dungeon, her humor a beacon of hope. "Well, the beginning is high school. I fell head over heels in love with a boy. Not a smart boy, either, nor a handsome one, though he was handsome in a rugged way. He had a temper, and he fought a lot, but he was kind and loyal. He made me feel special." "So, you fell in love with a dog?" Lennon snickered. "I never thought of him like that, but the description fits. I said he wasn't smart, but that's not true. He was intelligent, just not in the traditional sense. I don't think he graduated high school, you know. He's not educated. Exactly. Not educated, but intelligent. Clever. I went across the country to pursue my dream of performing arts. I'm not sure what happened, but he ended our relationship. It surprised me. Him not supporting my dream. But, you know, people surprise us. That's life. Anyway, I went across the country, and he worked as a farmhand and a seasonal laborer, drifting across America as the wind took him. Our paths crossed one night in Texas, and, well, Lennon trailed off, ending her sentence with a suppressed laugh. What does this have to do with Raleigh? I told you, it's a long story. A long story that eased the insistence of Brigitte's hunger. Keep going. Well, when we reunited, I was engaged to another man. Oh, shit. My exact words the next morning. I immediately called my fiancé and told him what had happened. We separated for a time, but we eventually came together and married. Congratulations. Thank you. We're beyond happy together. He's also an amazing father to our daughter. She's not his biological daughter, though. Huh? Brigitte pressed her hands into her stomach to suppress the ire of her hunger. A couple of months back, my daughter's biological father died in a prison fight. His parents never knew the truth about their granddaughter. After their son passed, I couldn't keep her from them. I told them the truth, and I told my daughter the truth. Since then, she's been asking a million questions a day about her real dad. Except, I can't answer them. I only knew him in high school. His parents hardly knew him as an adult either. Strangely enough, one of his coworkers showed up at his funeral. Not long after, Raleigh entered our lives, claiming he knew Doryan too, had also worked with him. Doryan? Oh, I'm sorry. That was his name. My high school sweetheart and the father of my daughter. Doryan? Miller. Brigitte's heart sank to the floor. Her mouth turned sandpaper dry, incapable of forming words beyond brittle crumblies. Little crumbling sounds. If someone didn't show up to save her and Lennon soon, she would feast on the mother of Doryan's little girl. Anyway, Lennon said, Raleigh knew Doryan from some job in Oregon. I met with him and introduced him to Vivian, my daughter. He offered to answer questions about her dad. It was an incredible experience for her. A few days later, here I am. The last thing I remember was stepping into his car. I think he drugged me, then brought me here. I'm so sorry. For the first time since recognizing another presence in the dark prison, Brigitte rolled over and looked at Lennon. She had to see Doryan's love with her own eyes. The simple act of facing Lennon broke Brigitte's mind. Her hunger erupted like an inferno dancing with gasoline. It burned away any humane thoughts, any sign of morality. It consumed her. Brigitte, possessed by raw ravenousness, jumped to her feet and lurched across the room. Lennon, a human without enhanced senses, never expected the attack. Brigitte hit her hard, slamming the woman against the stone floor. Once she mounted Lennon, Brigitte snapped forward, clamping her teeth over the woman's neck, drawing and drinking her blood. When she had her fill, she scurried to her side of the room like a timid rat. There, she curled into herself, hugging her knees and sobbing. After an undetermined amount of time, the door scraped open, stone grinding against stone, and Raleigh entered. His lithe form glided across the cell. He kneeled beside Brigitte. Your hunger will return twofold. When you satiate it again, it will return. though even more powerful. Soon, your hunger will have no limits. Raleigh drew a ceremonial knife and dragged the blade across his arm. He extended his bleeding limb, placing it before Brigitte's face. Feast on my blood, my dear. Transform yourself into your true form. Now that you have tasted human blood, your lycanthropy will emerge at the next full moon. Drink my blood and become a vampire. You, Brigitte Adams, will be the first of your kind, a true vampire-werewolf hybrid. Drink my blood and taste power beyond anything you could have ever dreamed of. Taste my blood to destroy Project Phoenix and avenge Cade's death. Brigitte wiped the salty tears from her eyes. She already crossed the line she swore she would never cross. Why not commit and go all in? Why chance allowing her hunger to dictate her actions again, to hurt someone else? If a full transformation equaled full control, why wouldn't she dive into the opportunity? Also, what if the transformation provided her enough power to defeat Raleigh? What if she refused, and he killed her? Brigitte had no choice. She had to go through with it. She licked her lips and accepted Raleigh's blood. Chapter 33. I led the vampire to a tool shed on the perimeter of the estate. With my sickle's tip pressing into his chest, he didn't struggle. I opened the door and kicked him in the back. He crashed into a rack filled with an assortment of landscaping tools and fell hard, his lower back catching the edge of a paint bucket. The vampire hissed at me, gasping from deep in his throat and out of his mouth. While in Adria's car, I had snapped runic restraints over his wrists. Despite the immense strength vampires had, the rune-inscribed iron sapped a corrupted creature's vitality and magic. To escape the binds, the vampire would have to burn a considerable amount of energy, leaving him exhausted in a fight. Still, to staple my safety, I bound his ankles too. In the tool shed, I brandished a third set of restraints, tying one end to his handcuffs, connecting the other to a metal hook on the wall. The vampire's arms stretched above his head, and only his tiptoes touched the ground. I set the paint bucket in front of the vampire and sat. With a quick flourish, I shunted my sickle into whatever dimension it existed in, when not responding to me. Outside the shed, Adria hummed an off-tune country ballad. The stench of cigarette smoke drifted in. I stood and shut the door. Then I returned to the bucket and looked at the vampire. I'm not good at this, as I don't have the stomach for it. Torture doesn't suit me. That means I'm the nice guy. If you talk to me and answer my questions. You set me free? Release me into the world? He exhaled an errant laugh. What is helping you buy me? It buys you death. So the alternative is pain. I stood again and stepped to the hanging vampire. Enhancing my strength, I punched him in the ribs, punching until something cracked against my knuckles. He grunted. I thought you didn't have the stomach for this. I said I'm the nice guy. With me, you'll suffer a broken bone or two. You'll bleed a little. What's that to a vampire, right? How long before your bones heal? 5 minutes? Less. I returned to my makeshift seat and lifted my chin to inspect the vampire. He appeared as a young man, 21 maybe. However, vampires stopped aging after their transformation. Though he looked young enough to warrant an ID whenever he ordered a drink, he could have doubled or tripled my age. A few days ago, your vampire vein kidnapped a young woman. She has short brown hair, hazel eyes, and wears glasses. That night, she wore combat boots, camouflage pants, and a bomber jacket. Do you know her? The vampire stared down his nose at me, the tip of his tongue working around his lips. Earlier tonight, Your vein kidnapped another young woman. Blonde, almost auburn hair, and green-blue eyes. Silence lent its voice. Where does your family stay? Where do you have those women? Those are the questions I need answers to. The vampire found something comical. He spit out a few ragged chuckles. I broke his nose and cracked the ribs on the right side of his body. The skin on my knuckles split, and exhaustion dizzied me. My tattoos felt dry and appeared faded, like an old scab about to flake off. I had spent my stored energy throughout the night. The vampire must have noticed my fatigue. He grinned behind the blood leaking from his nose. You must think little of me and my kind to believe I would share my veins' secrets after a little pain. I'm not a fledgling, but a thrall. My power exceeds your imagination. I nodded and coughed out a chuckle. If you're so powerful, how did I overtake you and kill your friends? My friends, you're mistaken. You killed fledglings created as fodder, created to die. I scratched the back of my head. What did that mean? What about the man who stepped through a shadow with October? Who was he? A disciple. I stood, bracing against lightheadedness, before uppercutting the vampire's stomach. A disciple? What does that mean? Your friend won't die in vain. She'll pave the way to our salvation. A yellow-shafted sledgehammer leaned against the wall. I leaned forward and snatched it. The tool felt cool, yet comfortable and familiar in my calloused hands. I will turn your face into a post-Halloween pumpkin. No more games. No more riddles. Answer my questions. You won't do it. You're a coward. You don't know me. I hoisted up the sledgehammer, setting the angle to shatter the vampire's kneecap. Instead of going through with the motion, though, I dropped the heavy tool on the floor. The vampire laughed at me as I stepped outside the shed. The night air was brisk and moist, and it smelled of fresh rainfall. Wispy clouds slinked across the sky, but they did little to hide the fat, bright moon and the sea of stars. Beautiful, eh? Adria leaned against the side of the shed, a cigarette between her lips. He's not talking. Well, I know you're a little slow upstairs, but that's typically when the torturing begins. If the prisoner doesn't comply with your demands, if he doesn't answer your questions, you whip out the battery cables, blowtorch, and razor wire. Her description made me feel like I had swallowed a hairball. Adria pushed herself off the shed's siding and flicked her cigarette onto the wet lawn. Don't have the heart to follow through, huh? Or you don't have the stomach for it. She stepped toward me, touching my wrist with her slender, warm fingers. She leaned in, whispering into my ear and sending shivers down my spine. Give me a go at him. I'll make him scream. I'll have him begging for his mommy. He's a vampire, a monster. What do you care about my methods if my methods get results? If my methods lead us to Brigitte and October? What option did I have, apart from implementing the torture myself? Fine. Do what you have to do. Adria leaned an inch closer. When she spoke, her lips brushed against my ear. Don't stop me. If you want to save Brigitte and October, you let me work in my way. Understood? Yes. She flipped her hair, whipping it into my face as she strolled into the tool shed, whistling an upbeat tune. I remained outside, debating whether I wanted to bear witness to whatever diabolical method she planned to employ. After a moment, I trailed after her, shutting the door behind me. Chapter 34. Adria had her Reese bag slung over her shoulder. She popped a stick of gum into her mouth and twirled her raven-black hair as she stared at the restrained vampire. She blew a pink bubble until it popped. Then she removed the wad and plugged it into the vampire's left nostril. He winced and squirmed as he attempted to blow it free. It stuck, though. Adria removed a lighter from her pocket and flicked it on. She held the flame in the vampire's nostril to burn the clump of gum. The vampire shook his head back and forth to escape the heat. Adria extinguished the flame and returned the lighter to her pocket. Well, aren't you a cutie? I think we're going to have some fun. I'm not sure if you know this, but I like my men tied up. Adria set her reese bag on the floor and kicked it to the side. She crouched to grab the sledgehammer I had dropped to the ground. The vampire's eyes went from hard and determined to bulging and desperate. He pulled on the restraints, bucking and thrashing. Hey, listen. Adria touched her index finger against his lip. Shh, that's enough. It's not time for you to talk. Not before I have a little fun. Her finger slipped off his lips and down his chin, hooking onto his collar. She stepped closer to him, pressing her body against his. With her other hand, she worked the zipper on his pants. Let's see what we're working with. Adria had the vampire's pants puddled around his ankles. She stepped back and bit her lower lip to survey the scene. Disappointing. I figured a big, dangerous vampire like you would give me a little more to work with. Please, I'll tell you anything you want to know. The head of the sledgehammer was deaf to his cries. It crunched against the vampire's ankle. He screamed, and tears rushed down his face. Adria tucked a strand of loose hair behind her ear. You listen to me. If you so much as breathe without my permission, I'll find the oldest, rustiest, most blunt garden shears in this tool shed, and I'll remove your teeny, weeny, 1 inch at a time. Now, obviously, that won't take too long. So, once you're an established eunuch, I will switch my tools. I'm fond of pliers. Also, I have a necklace made of vampire teeth that needs a few more fangs added to it. So, zip your lips unless you're directly addressed. Do you understand? Tears streaked down the creature's face, and he nodded. It unnerved me to see how the vampire reacted to Adria. Adria turned to the rack and jostled through the assortment of tools. After a moment, she landed on small garden shears. She snipped the air for practice before opening the metal mouth wide and fixing it around the vampire's pinky. I will ask simple questions, and you will answer them, Adria said. I don't like getting lied to. So, if I think for a tiniest moment you're not telling the truth, I'll... She squeezed the shears, and they bit off the vampire's pinky finger. Blood and agonized screaming splashed from the vampire, intermixed with Adria's half-screaming, half-laughing voice, vying with the vampire's noise level. As he settled down, she shifted her tune into a humming rendition of Amazing Grace. She patted the vampire's pale face. Let's start with an easy one. What, my friend, is your name? The vampire spoke through gritted teeth, his voice a little in his nose, from the gum stuffed into his nostril. Chapman, Archie Chapman. Adria pursed her lips and tapped her chin as if in thought. Archie Chapman, how long have you suffered from the corrupting condition of vampirism? 60 years, next week. Adria clapped her hands to her cheeks, feigning shock. Next week? That's unfortunate. You're going to die before the big day. I hate myself for spoiling the ending for you. And your anniversary. Such a milestone, too. I clenched my jaw. Adria, focus. Hey. She rolled her shoulders and stretched her neck from one side to the other. Okay, Mr. Chapman, of almost 60 years of vampiric corruption. Do you know Alistair Raleigh? Yes. Who is he to you? The head of our regional vein. He's our count. Adria drove the shears into Chapman's stomach, the blades buried into his flesh. She squeezed the protruding handles, scissoring the shears, slicing and chopping inside his guts at random. Chapman sobbed and convulsed. When Adria stopped her demented display, Chapman sagged against his restraints. "Did Raleigh order the capture of Brigitte Adams?" The vampire spoke with a strained voice. "Yes." "Of October Simmons?" "Yes." "Where are they?" Chapman shook his head and gasped, as if fighting against a sob. "I'm not sure." Adria replaced the shears with the sledgehammer, and she swung upward from where it rested on the ground. The head squashed the vampire's genitalia. An intense surge of saliva gushed into my mouth. I had to step into the brisk night to cool myself down. Chapman's manic howls tore through the otherwise serene atmosphere, the moonlight and glittering stars. After a few minutes, once my adrenaline settled and Chapman's wailing turned to light whimpering, I returned into the shed. Adria leaned against the wall and inspected her nails. "Listen, Archie, I'll give you a warning. Don't interrupt me. Don't speak unless I ask you a specific question. I don't like being lied to. I don't like when I think someone is lying to me. So, you're going to have to do a little better than, I'm not sure." She kneeled and rummaged through her reese bag, grabbing a vial of stoppered water and a wooden stake. "I know vampires can feel pain. I also know you heal quickly, and your pain diminishes far too soon. Don't you worry, I've come prepared to burn away your vampiric glamour. If you lie to me again, I'll tear your magical armor from your body and force you to endure pain beyond your sickest fantasies, pain you can't escape." I swallowed hard. The vampire mirrored my concern and discomfort. "Now that we're on the same page, where are October, Simmons, and Brigitte Adams being held?" "The cult has October. Raleigh has Brigitte imprisoned at the Heart in one of his dungeons. He won't share that information with us, though. I'm not saying heart or vein. Bear with my vampiric prejudice. Where's your lair? Where do all the cowardly vampires sleep?" Chapman's face broke into a pained contortion. "The Heart is Sacramento County. We live separately from each other, not in a single place." "Where does Raleigh live?" "No one knows." Adria clicked her tongue and shook her head. "What's the cult?" "They call themselves the Unshackled. Raleigh works with them, though he hasn't shared with us in what capacity. We partnered with the Unshackled to kidnap October. They have her." "You don't know where they're holding her, do you?" "No, I swear I don't." Adria stared at her feet. After a moment, she sighed. "Archie, I'm going to let you live, but under one simple condition. You're going to tell me how to contact with Raleigh. I want to set up a meeting to trade your sorry unlife for Brigitte's and October's lives." "He won't go for it." "I don't care, little man. I want him within my reach. Now, how do I contact your lord and liege?" Chapter 35. October opened her eyes and oriented to the thick, musky darkness. As she woke, a myriad of sounds rose like bubbles in boiling water, indistinctive whispers and low whimpers and grating heaves. A fog of aromas crashed into her nose, urine and vomit, and sour body, odor, and blood, and worse. October held her breath, soothing her inner chaos to figure out what happened around her. She focused on a hushed conversation a few feet from her. But as the soft tones shaped and formed into comprehensible words, another voice from a few yards away screamed, suffocating all the other sounds. Releasing her breath, October pushed herself into a seated position. She closed her eyes and touched on her last memory. Someone had held her, had yanked her arm at a painful and unnatural angle. They stepped into a shadow, and darkness swallowed her. Now she sat in the belly of that darkness. Where, though? She adjusted and felt the familiar pressure of her phone in her back pocket. October frowned. Why hadn't her abductors confiscated her phone? She had location services activated, which allowed Haller to track her. She could call the police, and they could follow the call signal to her location. Why leave her with a cell phone? It didn't matter. Her captors had neglected to take it. October would use their oversight to her advantage. Instead of drawing and burning energy from her tattoos to enhance her vision, she removed her cell phone and tapped on the built-in flashlight button. The bright beam erased the darkness. It exposed a mural of dirty, hopeless, terrified faces. 20 people, maybe 30, sat in a cargo container. Speechless and shocked by what she saw, October climbed to her feet. The first thought to pop into her head, to latch onto her mind like a tick, was human trafficking. October, along with the other captives, had fallen victim to a human trafficking operation. Their wide eyes fixed on her as she stood, a leader rising above the conditions of her people. A beacon of hope in the dark. The next thought that tumbled across her mind was the memory of falling through the shadow. She had arrived in the cargo container through supernatural means. What did that mean? She didn't know. However, she knew one thing with certainty. She had to escape. Without a word to anyone, October crossed the filthy container. She stepped over prone bodies to the steel double doors, and she pushed against them. They didn't budge an inch. October drew energy from her runic tattoos to fuel her strength. She lowered her shoulder and heaved into the steel door. The metal didn't bend or give against her empowered force. Her captor had taken the time to reinforce the container with magical wards. That explained why she had her phone. The wards likely dispelled tracking runes and technological feats, such as location services and cellular service. Still, that left a concerning question. Who had taken her? Why? Why hold captive with dozens of others? Did it have to do with Prometheus? As the question swirled around October's head, she pivoted to face the attentive audience. She shined the light across the interior of the crate, not directing it at anyone in particular. She didn't care to single anyone out and make them feel more victimized or vulnerable. I'm October. When she spoke, her voice echoed against the metal box. No one spoke, though someone off to the right coughed. A few other people sniffled, as if recovering from a fit of tears. Everyone's eyes bulged and their faces were ghastly. They resembled the horrific photographs of shell-shocked soldiers from World War I. October licked her dry lips. She had to take charge and infuse hope of survival into the people. She had to inspire them to rally and fight against their captives. What would she say to encourage them, to light a fire beneath them? She wasn't a public speaker or motivator. She was a timid woman who preferred being alone. The irony of the situation almost sent her into a hysteric fit of dark humor. October had lived captive for years in an abusive marriage. She lost all hope of escaping from her relationship alive, and she had no desire to fight her husband. He was a cop. The one time she reported his abuse, his cop buddies responded to the home. They brushed aside October's claims with arrogant chuckles. What could she have done? Her husband threatened to hunt and kill her if she left, and she believed him, considering he possessed every resource in the world to find her. To complicate matters further, he forbade her from forming friendships, from working a job, from earning an education. October believed she had no escape from her prison, until Doryan appeared in her life, shaving away the darkness with his headlights, as October erased the darkness in the container with her flashlight. How had she looked on that stormy night he saved her life, like the terrified, defeated people before her? October had waited and waited and waited for someone to come along and save her. Now she had to stand up and rally the proverbial troops to fight and escape. How long would she have stayed in her marriage without Doryan's intervention? How long would she have sat in the dark, broken and defeated, incapable of standing up and fighting for herself? A lifetime? October liked to think she would have eventually found the courage, but she didn't know with certainty. Now, despite the twisted irony, October accepted the role of leading the captives to freedom. She no longer needed anyone to save her. She had matured to become their savior. I'm going to break us free from here. To do that, though, I need your cooperation. Does anyone know why we're here? Sobbing and blank expressions answered her question. October sighed. I know you're afraid. You think if you feed me information, you'll suffer a worse fate than you're already promised. Believe me, though, I can save you from this prison. She kneeled beside the person nearest to her, a young woman no older than 18, though hard experience hadn't been kind to her. What's your name? The young woman lowered her eyes and stared at her lap. She refused to speak. Waddling forward in her crouched stance, October moved to the next person, an older man with a white beard covering most of his face and tattoos covering the rest of it. Sir, how long have you been here? The man chewed on air, on nothing. He stared at October, though he remained silent. October moved from person to person, hoping to connect with someone and encourage them to respond to her. No one said a word. After circling the entire container, October sat in her original spot and tapped off her phone's flashlight. She hugged her legs and planted her face against her knees. She hunkered in the darkness, forcing herself to remain calm and collected as she came up with a plan of escape. People cried and coughed. People whispered and whimpered. October clenched her head between her hands, hoping to rip free a solution. An unlatching bolt shotgunned through the metallic box. A second later, the doors creaked and swiveled open from the middle, revealing a starry night outside the steel walls. 3 figures stood framed in the open doors. October drew a trickle of energy from her tattoos to enhance her vision and see clearer. She could see people sitting in abject fear on the damp floor, staring at the 3 visitors standing at the front of the container. 2 men in their mid-30s, cradling assault rifles, flanked the central figure. The central figure had no true form. It moved like smoke, its body lagging as it stepped forward, then rushing to catch up and reform. The creature entered the container. Shivers spiked down Adria's spine, covering her body in goose flesh, standing her hair on end. If she meant to escape, her opportunity had arrived. Her captors had showed themselves. October needed to implement her recent combat training to fight back, to save lives. Except she couldn't move. Like Medusas's gaze, the blurred entity petrified October, as well as every other person inside the container. The shadow disconnected into misty tendrils, reforming like static from a broken television set in front of the old man with tattoos and a beard covering his face. The shadow extended a shifting hand, 1 second a human palm, the next, the taloned claws of a monster. The old man's eyes protruded from his skull as the creature pressed its hands against his mouth, as if force-feeding him something. The shadow held its misty palms over the man's lips until he swallowed. For a timeless moment, no one or nothing, including the unformed creature, moved. Stillness and silence thrived. Then the old man's eyes turned a bright orange, catching fire. He screamed, a desperate howl originating from deep within his soul. It burned from his lips. He screamed fire. A burst of orange flame singed the steel enclosure's ceiling, coloring it black. October found the courage to move, but only enough to cower and slink further from the scene. As the pieces fit together, she drew a horrifying conclusion. The creature and its minions kidnapped people who asked about Prometheus as October had. They stowed them away, fed them the drug, imbuing them with temporary power, and the shapeless shadow leaned forward, pressing its face against the man's face, as if kissing him. It consumed the bright orange flames, and as it continued to feast, it drained the man of the life that remained in his old bones. It devoured his charged soul. When the shadow pulled away, the old man dropped to the ground. The creature had a hint of more substance and stability in its form. For half a beat, October thought she saw a person trapped within the blurred, misty creature. Then it turned and exited the cargo container. The two armed men closed the steel doors and reapplied the deadbolt, pitching October and the other victims into unbearable darkness once more. Chapter 36. My body shut down. I'm not sure when in the night I drifted into a dreamless sleep, but I woke to the morning sun splashing warmth across my face. I sat on the cold cement, skirting the tool shed where we held the vampire, my back against the metallic siding. Whatever sleep I had collected, it hadn't been enough. I felt lightheaded and nauseous, as if waking after a night of heavy drinking. For a moment, I entertained the devil on my shoulder, who tempted me to close my eyes and drift back into the land of oblivion, where my stress and worry faded into an abstract dreamland. But Raleigh had taken Brigitte in October. He threatened my family. I couldn't afford to close my eyes again. With an effort of sheer will, I climbed to my feet and stretched my fingers toward the blue sky. A cool wind scraped across the yard and brushed across my body. I rolled my shoulders, working out the kink that had formed in my neck after snoozing in an awkward position. Sleeping while in my 30s had turned into a dangerous endeavor. Once I felt halfway awake, I checked my phone for the time. About 8 in the morning. 4 notifications also appeared on my screen. 2 from Adria, 1 from Haller, and 1 from my father. I sniffled, clearing my sinuses, and I cracked open the tool shed door, leaning inward to peek inside. Arthur Chapman, the vampire, remained bound, stretched out with his wrists high above his head, and his toes gliding across the dirty, blood-stained floor. His pale appearance had further blanched, and it seemed as if he had lost 20 pounds. His clothes seemed too big on his frail body. Without a word, I closed the door and moseyed onto the dew-covered grass. A short walk to the edge of the yard helped move stagnant blood through my body. As I strolled, I returned Adria's call first. She answered the phone as if staring at her screen, waiting for my call. "You fall asleep?" "I guess so. What's up? I had a missed call from you." "I secured a meeting with Raleigh at 10 this morning. He said, in a threatening tone, to be on time. We stood him up once, and I don't think he enjoyed the feeling of rejection." "Where at?" Adria relayed the location. "Ryan, I'm with Haller right now. You should head over to his office so we can have a debriefing and come up with a plan. Raleigh won't trade Brigitte and October for Arthur. That's not how vampires operate." "What do I do with Arthur?" "What do you mean? Leave him where he is. If you're nervous that he'll escape, introduce his kneecap to the sledgehammer. At least then, he'll have to kill some time waiting for his body to heal." As I made my way across the yard to Haller's office, I returned my father's call. "Doryan?" Stress colored his voice. "Hey, you okay?" Stephen called this morning." My father meant Stephen Porter, Lennon's husband. "Is that abnormal?" I asked. "I mean, yeah. Lennon only re-entered our lives a couple months back. We don't know Stephen, and he doesn't know us. We've met a few times, but we don't have a reason to reach out to each other." I stopped in front of the estate's grand entrance and sat on the cement steps. Why would he call? Lennon never came home last night. Panic gripped my heart and squeezed until I thought I might have a cardiac arrest. Fear wrapped its frigid fingers around my throat, preventing me from breathing, from speaking. You there? Where did she go? To meet with Raleigh. She and Stephen share their location with each other, but he can't track it. She won't answer her phone either. It goes straight to voicemail. He called to see if I'd seen her. He said her meeting with you and Raleigh, discussing Doryan, it's frazzled her more than she admits. Did you tell him Raleigh took her? Did you tell him to ignore any calls coming in from Raleigh? To avoid that man at all costs? He doesn't think Raleigh would have taken her. I mean, why would he, right? I bit my lip hard enough to punch into my flesh. Lennon planned to meet with Raleigh, which means the cops would immediately suspect him of a crime being the last person to see her. My father rambled, though I'm not sure if he did so to convince himself everything was okay, or to prevent his thoughts from straying into more concerning territory. Was Vivian with her? No. Why did she meet with Raleigh? I don't know. Likely to discuss Doryan, but I don't know. The temporary paralysis lifted from me. I stood and turned toward the garage. She never came home last night? According to Stephen, no. Has he called the police? Not yet. He called and asked if I heard from her. I said I would contact you, said you could get in contact with Raleigh, and ask him about Lennon. A quick second passed. Should I not have said that? Should I tell him to call the police? I shook my head. The police couldn't do anything about Raleigh. I was the supernatural police, a reaper of Project Phoenix, and one of 4 wardens who protected the innocent from corruption. He had called the right person. I'll get in contact with Raleigh to see what he knows. If he dodges my call, I'll let you know. Then we call the cops. You're sure? A familiar note in my father's voice shifted me into a memory. His mother, my grandmother, had developed cancer and neglected to inform any of her children. Before her sons learned of her disease, the cancer spread throughout her body. When my dad, along with his brothers, begged her to fight it, she shook her head. I want to join my husband. I want to see him again. Not my grandpa. My father's parents had divorced. Though my grandpa never remarried, my grandmother enjoyed the happiest years of her life in her second marriage. When she uttered her life's forfeiture to my father, we sat in her living room. I played a game on my cell phone and sat across from them, but I remember the tone in my father's voice. I remember his utter helplessness and brokenness and defeat. His mother wanted to die. She insisted on it, and he couldn't do a thing to save her. You're sure? He had asked her. Now, on the phone with me, he asked again, You're sure? It didn't matter how I responded. He had lost all hope. When I learn something, I'll call you immediately, I said. Wait. Raleigh is calling me on the other line. I'm going to answer. Before I could say anything, my dad disconnected our call. More than anything, I wanted to dig a hole and climb into it and sleep, to forget about all my responsibilities. They were cumbersome, and I didn't have the strength to carry them. One step, one swing, one scoop at a time, I said, repeating a mantra one of my employers hung above his barn door. The Arizona summer proved long and painful and exhausting, but we finished the job, moving forward one step, one swing, one scoop at a time. With the words ringing through my head, vibrating through my bones, I marched into Haller's office. Winnie Love, Eric Haller, and Adria Wright congregated, along with Ireland Earp. I'm not sure if they were aware of her presence, though I would have bet they knew she had joined them. Haller had an Ouija board spread across his desk, right where Ireland stood. He has Lenin, I said. Chapter 37. We waited in the RAV-4 for Raleigh to arrive in the empty parking lot to the abandoned warehouse. Adria sat behind the wheel and stared at the blue sky. It's a beautiful day for killing vampires. I mean, every day is a beautiful day to kill vampires. She broke her gaze from the heavens and turned to me and Arthur in the back seat. I sat beside the captive vampire with one of my sickles pressing into his chest. Ireland sat in the passenger seat. Adria winked at Arthur. Nothing I love more than slaying a vampire. Nasty creatures like vermin, the rats of the supernatural world. Adria smirked and batted her eyes before shifting her gaze toward the sky once more. You know, the sunshine doesn't melt vampires, like the movies would have us believe. However, it has adverse effects. It weakens the creatures, suppresses their natural abilities, like killing a rat after trapping it. From round the corner, 2 black SUVs pulled into the parking lot. They came to a stop in front of the RAV-4. My stomach tightened. Were Lenin, October, and Brigitte in those vehicles? Would Raleigh go through with the transaction without trouble or deceit? How much was too much to hope for? 3 men filed out of the left SUV, and 3 more men filed out of the right SUV. They fanned out, looking more like soldiers on a rescue mission than bloodthirsty vampires. They looked like kids, 18 to 20 years old, and they all carried assault rifles. Raleigh either remained in a vehicle with the captives, or he hadn't bothered to hold up his end of the bargain. I grabbed the door handle. I'm getting out. Wait in here with Arthur. To my surprise, Adria didn't argue. She must have recognized I meant to handle the situation myself. I opened the door and stepped onto the gray asphalt, into the warm morning, shutting the door behind me. Ireland phased through the front door, meeting me outside. My boots tapped against the pavement as I circled the RAV-4's hood to stand 10 feet from the 6 vampires. As I settled across from them, 5 of them raised their assault rifles. They didn't take aim yet, but they held them at the ready, waiting for me to make a false move. The 6th vampire separated from the group. He looked about 50, with streaks of gray through his black hair. He stepped forward and spread his long, skinny arms. Raleigh apologizes. He couldn't attend the meeting. He had other, more pressing obligations. I'm here in his stead. Boris, at your service. He took a grand bow, though it felt more mocking than respectful. I licked my teeth. Why hadn't Raleigh showed? What other obligations had come up? I recalled how my father had rushed off the phone to answer Raleigh's call. A newfound horror chilled me. Yet, I had to stay calm. I had to keep my wits about me to save Lenin, Brigitte, and October. After I had them safe, I could shift my focus. I gestured at the RAV-4. Arthur is safe. I'm not sure how long that will last, though. My partner, well, she enjoys nothing more than killing vampires, and she's currently alone in the vehicle with Arthur. I hope you're not threatening me or mine. Boris's gaze leveled on me. No harm will fall on Arthur if we keep the transaction honest. You have my word. Send over October, Brigitte, and Lenin, and I'll send Arthur to you. Clean and easy. Pick one. I tilted my head. Excuse me? Raleigh asked me to have you pick one to save. They can't all live, you see. You can't save them all, for you took one of ours from us. Cade was our family, our vein. You stole his life. If you take one of ours, we take all of yours. But Raleigh dug deep and found a grain of generosity and mercy. Send Arthur to us, and we'll allow you to pick one of yours to live. That wasn't the deal. You didn't make the deal. How do you know the terms and conditions of it? Despite the 6 vampires surrounding me, I risked a glance over my shoulder at Adria. She had spoken to Raleigh. She had arranged this meeting, had negotiated the terms of our deal. What had she said? I returned my attention to Boris. Lennon, Brigitte, and October for Arthur. You took Cade, so we promised to take everyone from you. But for Arthur, we will return one. You decide. I almost fractured my molars from clenching my jaw. In case you're confused on the situation, Boris said, allow me to explain so you understand fully. We gifted October to the unshackled. We have no authority or dominion over her safety, if she still has the luxury of safety. I would advise for you to stray from choosing her, for you can't choose her. I cannot return her to you. The unshackled, Boris continued. Now, here's where things become spicy. Brigitte, a werewolf, now carries the vampiric infection. She's tormented by her hunger from the vampirism and the lycanthropy. How long will she hold out? Has she already caved? Boris shrugged. I don't know. I know she struggles against her inner beasts, that she struggles against their inevitable power, while caged in the same cell as your beloved Lennon. So, will Brigitte succumb to her monsters and feast on Lennon's blood? Or will she hold out long enough for you to save one of them? My body felt buried in snow, submerged in an icy lake. I was numb and cold and tense. My teeth chattered, but I couldn't seem to string together enough sound to form words. Boris steamrolled forward, not allowing me to catch my breath. Then there are your parents and sister. Raleigh accompanies them as we speak. Boris smiled. Now that you are aware of your choices and the circumstances, who do you save? Remember, you only get to help one of them. My thoughts were stuck, my body frozen. I couldn't save October. The vampires had given her to the unshackled. With Brigitte corrupted by vampirism and lycanthropy, I couldn't save her. Right? What if she already succumbed to her disease? What if she already murdered Lennon? If I chose Lennon, was I choosing a dead woman? Boris hummed the Jeopardy theme song as I considered my options. As he came to the end, his singing turned into a gargled choke. He wrapped his pale hands around the shaft of a bolt protruding from his neck. Another bolt slammed into him, driving him backward a few steps. It buried into his heart. I blinked. In the time it took for me to close and open my eyes, Adria appeared in front of Boris. She slashed her magical daggers across the base of his neck, beneath the sprouting bolt, removing his head from his narrow shoulders. She had moved so fast that I reeled to fathom it. With Winnie Love's enhancements, we could react and move at speeds far quicker than any human. But she had gone beyond that. She had blurred forward, as if she teleported to the vampire. The 5 remaining vampires aimed their assault rifles. Fire spit in bright flashes of light from the muzzles. Bullets pelted against my body and face, repelled by the defensive runes tattooed on my body. During our meeting with Haller that morning, Winnie Love had poured stored energy into my tattoos, providing me some extra juice to draw from, though not enough to withstand 6 vampires armed with high-caliber weapons. A bullet struck my cheek, carving a shallow gash across my face. The pain was like a shot of adrenaline kicking me into gear. I raised my hands to summon my sickles. As the conjuring smoke formed in my palms, another round slammed into my chest, burrowing deep into my body. The force of impact broke my concentration. Ireland must have registered my exposed position. Her icy, foreign presence filled my mind and body. Give me control. Another round, like a bead of molten lava, hissed and burned its way through my left biceps. I screamed. Without thought, operating on pure instinct to survive, I lowered my shoulder and bowled into the storm of bullets. Ireland filled my thoughts with her shrill, panicked voice. Without my permission, she couldn't control my body or teleport me from the fight. She barked commands and shared tips to survive, but I confused her orders with the thunderous reports of assault rifles, and my howling and the flurry of voices begging for me to save them. Bullets ripped into my body, my legs, my arms. Somehow the vampires couldn't adjust their aim to land a headshot. With blood draining from a dozen different wounds, I stumbled to the nearest vampire, throwing my entire weight at him. He caught me, and we rolled across the pavement. When we came to a stop, the vampire outmuscled me. He mounted me. While on my back, I glanced left and right, searching for something to grab to bash his skull with. Instead of a weapon, I saw 4 vampires dragging a writhing Adria into their SUV. A vampire cupped his palm over Adria's face and slammed the side of her head against the door jamb until her body buckled and went limp. My howl grew and shifted in a lion's roar, a short-lived cry. I returned my fiery eyes to the vampire atop me, only to turn into his hooking gun. He pistol-whipped me across the temple. The world teetered, going off balance and lolling back and forth like a pendulum before it flipped upside down. Chapter 38. October sat in the corner of the cargo container, along with the 24 other captives. Time was a construct in the oppressive darkness. She closed her eyes for a while, attempting to steal some sleep, but she failed. Her racing mind wouldn't slow, wouldn't allow her body to gather much-needed rest. A hand fell on October's ankle and squeezed. She lurched, kicking her leg out and pulling it back in to break free of the sudden, forceful grip. She enhanced her vision, and her eyes adjusted to the darkness once more. The young woman she had spoken to earlier crouched beside October. She had wide, swollen eyes, discolored by a combination of fighting and crying. 3 of her dirty fingers hooked into her mouth, and she sucked on them, like a baby with a pacifier. She spoke from behind her hand. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." October flicked on her phone's flashlight, creating a lantern in her corner so the woman could see her in the dark as well. "I'm sorry. So sorry. I'm sorry." October reached out to touch the young woman, but retracted her hand at the last second. Not everyone found comfort in physical touch, and October didn't want to trigger the woman. "Why are you apologizing?" The young woman mumbled, but her words were indecipherable, with her fingers shoved in her mouth. "I can't understand you. Can you—" October pantomimed, removing her hand from her face. The young woman must have understood the gesture, for she agreed. "I didn't mean to startle you. Could you see me in the dark? How did you know where to find me?" "I saw where you sat after you spoke to me." October nodded at the girl, and hope filled her heart. If she could convince one person of her intent, the others might ally with them, too. "I'm here to help you. My name is October. What's your name?" "Fiona. Were you trying to find Prometheus? Too?" Fiona nodded, confirming October's suspicions. Everyone inside the cargo container had likely sought Prometheus. In doing so, they ended up prisoners, food, for a shadow monster. "I have a baby at home," Fiona said. "I left her with my mom, but my mom isn't well. She's not healthy enough to care for a baby. I have to get home to my baby. You said you can save us. Please save us. Please get me home." Tears worked down Fiona's face. "How long have you been here?" "I don't know. What can you tell me about your time here? Anything helps? Fiona pawed at her eyes. Well, I've seen that thing twice now. I think it comes every night. So you've been here 2 nights? Fiona nodded. Yeah. I don't know. I can't say for sure. Time doesn't feel right in here. But I saw that thing twice. Someone delivered us food too. That seems like forever ago, but it wasn't too longer after the monster. A few hours, maybe. Since you've been in here, the monster appeared and left. Someone delivered food. The monster appeared again. Do I have the order correct? Yes. Do you think someone brings food in the morning and the monster shows at night? Fiona nodded. When the monster showed, it was dark outside. Both times. When the food came, it was light. It took little effort for October to connect the dots. You think they're going to bring more food soon? Fiona must have taken the question as rhetorical. She didn't answer. What's your baby girl's name? October asked. Guyana. We call her Gaia, like the goddess. October recalled some myth about a goddess named Gaia, but she couldn't say with any certainty what happened or who the goddess was. Doryan would know. He did nothing but read. That's a beautiful and powerful name, October said. My mom never left home, and I followed her nowhere. I wanted my baby girl to know she was a goddess. Not any goddess, but the goddess. The world doesn't own her, but she is the world. Fiona choked on an embarrassed chuckle. It's cheesy, I know, but you don't understand what... October shook her head. You don't have to explain yourself. It's not cheesy. It's perfect. And Fiona, I'll get you to Gaia. Do you trust me? Why would the young woman trust October, apart from the simple and powerful promise of hope, of something to believe in? I trust you. October exhaled. She had nothing left to say. After a moment of silence, she clicked off the light, pitching the cargo container into darkness. Fiona remained near her, not returning to her original position. October hugged her knees and closed her eyes. Haller often preached about the importance of preparedness to succeed. Not only did practice and studying enhance survivability, but imagining scenarios. If vampires invaded the estate, what would October do? If she had already gone through mental preparations, everything else would fall into place. October imagined the container doors opening. Sunlight spilled into the darkness. Who stood on the other side of the door? The shadow? One of the armed men? Someone else? If the shadow appeared, how would October react? What if one of the armed men appeared? What if 3, 5, 7 of them appeared? How would she respond? What if they were magical? Could she account for their abilities? The list of powers was endless. Doryan spoke to the dead. Haller read minds. Winnie Love empowered objects through runes. October went through a list of superheroes, pretending she had to battle each one. How would she defeat them and their unique powers? How would she free the prisoners? The task seemed more than daunting. It felt impossible. Yet, as Fiona had implied, more lives than those inside the cargo container were at stake. The people had families, spouses and children, and siblings and parents. Their deaths would have a ripple effect, destroying more than their lives. Say it! October no longer fought for the 20-odd people imprisoned with her. She fought for the countless others. Hala's words echoed through her bones. You have a touch of magic, but only a touch. Imagine a professional athlete at the top of their game. They likely have a touch of magic too, though they don't know it. They draw from their power to enhance their performances. We know you're inherent in magic. Because of that, we can set you on a course to become a wizard. You can learn and cast spells through a focus or a channeling device. It'll be much harder for you than it is for me, or love, or Doryan, but you can progress and become powerful. October had dived into her arcane training, working with Haller and Love. They taught her to identify the trace amounts of magic swimming through her blood. They taught her to pull it forward, to shape and mold energy. Winnie Love also taught her an angelical word, so she could create a simple spell. Practice that word and that spell. Once you have it mastered, we can move forward. When October spoke the word, she had a coin flip chance of the magic responding to her. In the container's darkness, what other choice did she have? To escape, she would have to flip the coin and pray her magic responded. As she closed her eyes and worked through the infinite scenarios, she meditated, connecting to the magic living within her blood. After a time, the bolt holding the doors slid open. Sunlight burned away the darkness. Chapter 39. Raw fear stitched my eyelids shut. What would I see if I braved a quick peek? A more pressing question grew in my mind, taking up all the space in my head. Why had I woken? Why hadn't the vampires killed me? My heart's continued beating promised a fate worse than death. Raleigh intended for me to live. If Raleigh wanted me alive, he wished to deal a hand of suffering. If I opened my eyes, I would enter the nightmare he created for me. If I kept them closed, I could remain ignorant and blissful. I pictured my mother, father, and sister. They dwelt in my mind like an old fading photograph. A Polaroid of Lennon and Vivian dropped beside my family. Brigitte, October, Adria, Haller, and Love posed for a snapshot, and their picture fell into place as well. My family, biological, found, and created, settled in my head. Every person in my mind faced death. Raleigh had made a promise, and he meant to uphold it. He had kept me alive for a reason, and I doubted he planned to recruit me into the vein. The vampire wanted me to suffer. He wanted me to watch as he ripped my life into shreds. I couldn't do anything to stop him either, not if I fought from a place of fear. He counted on my fear. He counted on my emotions to paralyze me so he could control me. I had to release my fear, the fear of him murdering those I loved most in this world. If I hoped to stop him, I had to renounce my parents and sister. I had to release Lennon and Vivian, abandon the Reapers of Project Phoenix. To save them, I had to forsake them, otherwise fear would consume me, and I would kneel to Raleigh. Haller had advised me, right all along, reconnecting with my past life, with my friends and family, pitted them and Project Phoenix against the shadow of death. It took a tragedy for me to realize that hard truth. If anyone died, their blood stained my hands. My selfishness and inability to forget my family paved a path for Raleigh to control me. I couldn't allow him to control me. To defeat him and salvage the situation, I had to relinquish everything. I had to burn my previous life to the ground until nothing remained but charcoal and ash. With a force of will, I lit an imaginary match. The orange-yellow flame danced in the center of my head. I dropped it, and it struck the center photograph, the one capturing my parents and sister. The film crinkled and darkened as it melted beneath the heat. The fire spread, jumping to the photographs of Vivian and Lennon, of Project Phoenix. When nothing remained in my mind but embers and the scorching pain of a life I no longer had access to, I opened my eyes. I lay in what seemed like a staged bedroom in an apartment for rent. In the room's corner, a woman hugged herself, rocking back and forth and muttering nonsensical words beneath her breath. Something about her seemed familiar. I shifted into an upright position, but an explosion of pain detonated within me, Sweat formed on my brow and down my back. Chills racked my spine. I hissed air through my teeth and pinched my eyes shut again. The plethora of bullet wounds reminded me of how I had ended up in a strange bed in a strange room. My sorceress blood lent for me to recover from injuries at an advanced rate, and the wounds had scabbed. However, my body ached beyond imagination, and a splitting pain sawed across my skull like a rusted, dull blade. Pain and I had become fond of each other since Project Phoenix recruited me into their ranks. With the intimate familiarity, I learned to push it aside and ignore its constant need for attention. Now that multiple lives depended on me taking immediate and effective action, I shoved aside the chronic, crippling sensation. I couldn't afford to entertain my aches. My eyes burst open again, and I worked into a seated position to gain a better view of the woman in the corner. From where I sat, I saw more than the woman, though. The remains of a human body lay a few feet from the woman, mutilated, as if attacked by a wild beast. My eyes darted around the room, searching for Ireland, hoping she had tagged along after the vampires incapacitated me. She wasn't anywhere in sight. Raleigh had locked me in a room with a vampire. I was alone, battered, and with sparse traces of magic stored in my inked runes. Only my sickles offered a viable option of escape. Their energy was limitless. However, in my condition, could I risk conjuring them and dying? Could I risk having the vampires getting death's artifact? Not yet. Before taking that chance, I had another avenue to explore. My feet weighed a ton, but I found the strength to sweep them across the bed and plant them on the floor. The room seesawed. I felt like a dinghy caught in a severe storm. Heat rushed from my stomach into my mouth, pooling like acid. For a moment, I feared the pain would win the war against my constitution, and I would drop unconscious to the floor. But the wave passed, and the storm ebbed. I stood, and with thoughtful steps, I shuffled a few feet to the woman, whimpering and whispering on the floor, beside the corpse between us. When I stopped, she lifted her face. Her wild eyes met my wide-eyed stare. My heart turned into glass. It dropped from a mile up, shattering into dust upon impact. Lennon sat before me. Tears cut a path through her blood-masked face. Blood matted her hair, and she wore clothes dyed a crimson dark. She looked unreal, like the final iteration of a horror movie monster after hours of makeup application. Was she responsible for the corpse lying between us? If so, why? How? The answer was obvious, though I refused to acknowledge it. Lennon carried the vampiric curse. She had caved to her unbearable hunger and slaughtered an innocent person to quench her thirst, to fill her hunger. Who had changed her, though? Raleigh? Though not as certain, the answer stole my breath like a bag of bricks crashing into my stomach. Boris had said Brigitte and Lennon shared a prison cell, that Brigitte battled against her bloodlust. What if Brigitte had infected Lennon? I reached for the wall to steady myself, to prevent my legs from collapsing under the weight of what I suspected. If Brigitte infected Lennon, then Brigitte succumbed to her vampirism and lycanthropy. She had become a full-fledged monster. In doing so, she had corrupted Lennon, and Lennon had buckled. She had become a full monster too. No cure existed for vampirism or lycanthropy, not after someone tasted human blood. Raleigh wouldn't have to kill Brigitte or Lennon. He had allowed me to live, so I would have to kill them. I felt sick. Not wanting to lose the last meal I ate on the corpse or on Lennon, I backed away until my legs butted against the mattress. Lennon unfolded herself and stood. She stepped forward, not bothering to go over or around the corpse. She stepped on it. I choked on a rough gag. Lennon came a step nearer, closing the small gap between us. She licked her blood-stained lips as she stared at me with hungry, predatory eyes. A sob burped from her clenched mouth. "Lennon, you don't..." She lunged at me. Chapter 40. Lennon lunged at me. I dove toward the dresser across from the bed. Lennon's momentum carried her onto the bed. As I clambered to my feet, my body protesting every simple movement, Lennon scurried to a standing position. She looked like a child on the bed, so much like Vivian. My heart ached. She snarled at me, a sound more animalistic than human. I drifted sideways, away from the corpse and toward the bedroom door. Lennon followed my slow movement with her crazed eyes. My hand reached out and wrapped around the doorknob. I twisted, but nothing happened. I drew what little energy remained within my faded, dry tattoos to empower my strength. With a forceful shove, I shouldered the door. The wooden door splintered, but instead of breaking through, as I had in the abandoned apartment complex, my shoulder met thick, reinforced steel. Raleigh had imprisoned me in the bedroom with Lennon. He knew I would have to kill her to survive her vampiric hunger and to save everyone he had captured. I would have to kill the love of my life, the mother of my child. My throat tightened, as did my face. Realization gave way to an emotional reaction. I swallowed my tears, though. I couldn't afford to cry. Steeling myself, I reached out and summoned my sickles. Smoke twisted and swirled from my palms. The dual weapons took substance and form in my hands. "Lennon, I don't want to hurt you." She responded with a low grunting, almost barking sound as she flew toward me. Again, I evaded, sidestepping to stack the distance between us. She crashed into the heavy door, but recovered and faced me. Without hesitation, she attacked again. I backpedaled, continuing to evade to avoid using the sickles. As I stepped back, my heel tripped on the corpse splayed across the floor. I fell backward as Lennon jumped at me. She careened over my head and into the corner where I first saw her. She bounced into an attack position after she landed. I struggled to roll off the corpse and stand, what with my body roaring at me, to rest and recover from my previous fights with the vampires. The tactic of evasion slipped from my grasp. Lennon's vampiric force slammed into my body, cracking one of my ribs like a dry twig. We rolled across the floor, and she ended up on top of me, mounting me. For a strange, brief second, I reverted to my younger self, when Lennon and I had dated and practiced a similar position. The blood and menace masking her face helped erase the memory, though. I screamed, hating myself for what happened next, but knowing I didn't have the luxury of choice. I pulled the pure power from the sickles, sending the energy through my broken body, and I drove the blunt end of my right-handed sickle into her ribs, head, and face. She wasn't a transformed vampire yet, or I didn't think so. She would have to consume Brigitte's blood for that. Maybe she had, though. No. If she had transformed, she would have control over her mind and body. Her bloodlust wouldn't have driven her mad. Raleigh wanted me to have no choice but to kill Lennon. For that to happen, she had to remain a fledgling, a half-formed vampire with no control of herself. She slashed at me as I battered her with the butt end of my sickle. She clawed at my face and arms. We operated beyond human endurance, running our natural bodies ragged. Even with enhancements and infused energy coursing through our veins, we possessed human bodies only capable of so much abuse. Until Lennon transformed into a full vampire, she bore the same limitation as me. Those limitations appeared in the cracks and leaked into the battle. Her slashes slackened, becoming cumbersome. My batting felt like swinging a golf club underwater. We had worn ourselves ragged, yet we continued to fight, knowing the first to blink would die. Then she blinked. As she focused on dealing damage, the vice grip of her legs lessened around my torso, and her frantic swings brought her off center. I bucked and twisted, throwing her from me and gaining the dominant position. Without hesitation, I dropped the blades of my sickles crossways over her throat. They burned a bright, hot white against her corruption. Spittle misted from my lips as I yelled at her, "Stop fighting, stop resisting, or you'll leave me no choice but to kill you. Do you understand? I have the advantage." Lennon, always stubborn and hard-headed, thrashed and writhed beneath me. She thrust her hips and pulled my hair and raked her nails across my body. However, with the sickles generating my depleted strength, she couldn't budge me. Then I remembered something. Lennon knew me as Doryan, as a co-worker and friend of Doryan. I wondered if my glamour had remained active during our scuffle. It required little energy, and a trickle of stored power remained in my tattoos before I had drawn from the sickles. I broke the glamour, revealing my true self to her maddened mind. "Lennon, it's me, Doryan. I'm not dead. I never died. It's been me this entire time. Please, stop fighting. You have a daughter. We have a daughter. What if she woke up in that bed instead of me? Would you have attacked her? Lennon, get your mind right. Pull yourself together. Look at me." Her wild eyes bore into my desperate gaze. She continued to fight for a moment. Then she deflated beneath me. "Doryan?" I nodded, and a tear broke from my eye and escaped down my cheek. "I'm sorry." With Lennon compliant, not moving or defending herself, and before she could say another word, I threw as much strength as I could into bashing the blunt end of the sickle against her skull. Lennon's face slacked, and her eyes rolled into her head. I crawled off of her, finding my place in the corner she had occupied. There, I allowed the tears to escape. But only for a moment. I had to break free of the prison before Lennon regained consciousness. Blinking the blur from my vision, I looked at the corpse Lennon had created and chuckled at the idea of Raleigh having provided me with the keys to escape. I wouldn't have to pound my head against the wall to come up with an answer. My solution stood before me like a glorious angel. Chapter 41. Adria pressed a hand against her lower back. Stored magic crackled from her fingertips to her tattooed rune. She cocked her head and narrowed her eyes as she stared at Brigitte Adams. The half-lycanthrope crouched on the opposite wall from her in the 10-by-10 room. Brigitte's eyes were bloodshot, and blood smeared across her lips, as if she hadn't a single idea how to apply lipstick. She panted, and her chest and shoulder rose a few inches with every inhale. When she exhaled, a low growl rattled from her throat. Yet she remained stationary. Something had changed within her. It didn't take Adria's sense of the supernatural to notice it. Fledgling lycanthropes or vampires had little to no control of their madness. The corruption screamed through their bodies and stunted their minds. If they blinked at the infection's invasion, they lost the battle. Brigitte showed no signs of tottering. She remained in control of herself, which shared vital information to Adria. Brigitte no longer struggled with her half-lycanthropy hunger, and she didn't fight against the vampirism Boris claimed she suffered. Brigitte had bowed to her corruption. She had invited it into her soul. A tremor lashed down Adria's spine as she considered the implications of that knowledge. Raleigh infected Brigitte, a half-lycanthrope, with vampirism. How would the two diseases interact? Would they weaken Brigitte as they fought for full control of her body? Would one infection devour the other? Or would they work in tandem, providing her with an array of lethal, deadly abilities? Adria's face crinkled as she forced a quick smile. Brigitte licked her blood-stained lips. You caved. Adria's voice was like a flame against the icy tension. I barely had the strength to refuse the lycanthropy from destroying my mind. Every second of every day was a constant, grueling battle of will to keep the monster at bay. Raleigh infected me with vampirism. I couldn't sustain a battle on two fronts. You killed Lennon. Adria recalled Boris's rundown of Doryan's unfortunate choices. He mentioned Brigitte and Lennon shared a room, and Lennon only had a finite amount of time before Brigitte broke. The blood masking her face told Adria all she needed to know. I bit her. Yes, but she's not dead. You infected her then? She's worse than dead. I spared her life. She's a fledgling. But you promised to cure me of my half-lycanthropy. You promised Cade a cure for his vampirism. So, I'm sure you can help her. Brigitte's words possessed a sour, sarcastic tone. Adria chuckled. What about you? Can we still help you? Or are you completely lost now? I mean, what happens to you? Are you a full werewolf? Since you feasted on human flesh and drank human blood? Did you feed from Raleigh's blood? Are you a full vampire? Brigitte blinked her crimson eyes and stared at Adria. Neither woman removed their hard, battle-tested gazes from the other. Whoever flinched first would die, so Adria believed. If she noticed Brigitte turn her head, lower her defenses, blink for a moment too long, she would strike and kill the woman where she crouched. Brigitte responded after a few seconds. Does it matter what I am? Why wouldn't it? You planned to kill me no matter what. You wanted to kill me when I was a half-werewolf, one who refused to hurt another human. Now that I'm a hybrid mutt of a monster, there's nothing holding you back, except fear. Fear? Adria smirked and giggled. What do I fear? The unknown. You don't know what I'm capable of. You're not sure of what I am and how you would go about killing me. Adria's free hand drifted to her Nagwal totem and held the panther figurine. Brigitte snickered. Your guardian won't protect you. It won't help you. You know, as well as I, the Nagwal spirit died. An acidic whirlpool twisted in Adria's stomach. How could you possibly know that? You don't deny it. Adria licked her teeth. It's a sense I've gained over the past few hours, ever since I allowed the infections to take control. I sense other forms of corruption. A darkness dwells within you. It drifts from your pores and settles around your aura like a shadow. Behind her back, her hand quivered. She remembered her dream of the dragon destroying the black jaguar. Now, you're nothing but mine. What are you talking about? Your corruption far outweighs anything imaginable. It makes Raleigh look like a saint. Do you know what the presence you host is? I don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what is, then? Does that concern you? Does it unsettle you, knowing something dwells in your body, has leached onto your soul, and you can't do anything about it? Do you feel like the monsters you're so trigger-happy to kill? The flickering, crackling magic between Adria's fingertips and runic tattoo solidified as she drew a burning dagger from her back. Without hesitation, she chucked it, like throwing a frisbee. It flashed across the 8 feet, separating the two women like lighting, streaking across the stormy sky. Brigitte didn't bother to jump out of the way. She caught the magical dagger by the handle, the blade a breath from the space between her eyes. With a deep inhale, she allowed the magical weapon to clatter on the floor. It vanished from existence. Let's not make this difficult on ourselves, Brigitte said. To answer your question, the corrupting diseases accepted each other. Though I'm inexperienced, my raw power exceeds any single lycanthrope or vampire. Even you, the mighty Adria, slayer of monsters, can't stand against me. I've heard the speech before, by plenty of other narcissists. It didn't impress me then, and I'm not impressed now. Except Adria had her reservations. What had Raleigh turned Brigitte into? What was the young woman capable of? Had the corruption seated and rooted in her mind, overtaken her brain and body? Did anything of Brigitte remain, or only a shell hosting an unimaginable monster? Brigitte rose from her crouch and stood at her full height. Somehow she seemed taller. Rather, her presence seemed larger. The power swimming through veins oozed into the room. Never had Adria felt so small. I can sense your uncertainty, Brigitte said, and to think, your true strength, the darkness living within you, makes me seem fragile and brittle. Embrace it as I embrace my corruption. Experience power, like nothing you can fathom. I would rather die than welcome corruption. You will die, welcoming it, or not. Adria dropped both her hands to her low back, readying herself to draw magical daggers. She wasn't sure how she would fare in a fight against the new Brigitte, but she would put up a fight. Brigitte stepped forward. Adria's fingers twitched, and magical energy tethered from her fingertips to her runic tattoos. Brigitte stepped forward again, moving with all the confidence of a shark, circling its wounded prey. The magical daggers formed in Adria's grip. They sparked and buzzed in her palms. If Brigitte stepped another inch forward, Adria would drain all the magical energy remaining in her tattoos, and she would die trying to kill the hybrid. Brigitte must have read her mind, or at least noticed her tense posture, for she remained in place, her face pinched into a forced grin. Well, you're the expert in these situations. How are we getting out of here? Chapter 42. October didn't hesitate when the cargo container doors split open. She had spent the last few hours running the scenarios through her head. When the moment arrived, she didn't buckle or freeze beneath the pressure. October worked like a seasoned warrior. Pain drove her forward, the pain that lingered from her past, from not taking action against her abuser. The pain of sitting and doing nothing as the shadow monster had feasted on the old man's life. Pain drove her forward, and hope sustained her, hope that she would feel the sun on her skin and taste the fresh air of freedom, hope that she could liberate the other captives, send them to their families and loved ones. 3 men stood silhouetted in the yawning mouth of the container's door. The darkness of the interior conflicted with the morning light behind them. The men on the left and right pressed assault rifles to their shoulders, pointing their weapons into the cargo container. A third man, much squatter than the other 2 towering above him, turned his back to the captives. He stepped to a rolling cart stacked with styrofoam takeout boxes. October drew stored energy from her runes and directed it through her body to enhance her speed, strength, and defense. Without a second thought, she burst forward, slinging her hand through the shallow water and singing the spell she and Winnie Love had worked countless hours on perfecting. She had a proclivity to water, to shaping and changing it from a liquid to a solid to a gas. Her ability wasn't powerful, though. She couldn't manipulate more than a few ounces of water at a time. Yet as she swept her hands across the shallow surface, singing the spell, icicles formed in her grip, each 2 inches long and wide as her little finger. She pitched the ice daggers forward, using her natural manipulation abilities to dictate their trajectory. One of the sharp projectiles sunk into the right gunner's eye. The other scraped across the left gunner's cheek. He stood half an inch taller than the man to the right, and October didn't have the precision to alter the throws based on their height. Yet, The attack drew blood. The right gunner dropped his assault rifle and covered his eye, howling in pain. The left gunner held his weapon, though he dropped it from his shoulder in response to the sharp ice cutting across his cheek. By the time he recovered from his surprise, slamming the butt of the weapon against his shoulder, October smashed into him with all the momentum and force of a speeding truck. When they tumbled to the ground, the back of his head whipped against the asphalt with a wet, splitting crack. October scrambled off of him and lunged sideways, grabbing the discarded assault rifle. Before joining Project Phoenix, she had never touched a gun. However, Haller prepared his reapers for everything. She wasn't an expert markswoman, but she knew how to point, turn off the safety, and pull the trigger. A parade of bullets bit into the asphalt, sending up splintered tar. The bullets sprinted upward, chasing after the man who remained standing, who held both of his hands over his punctured eyeball. The rounds tore into his legs, cutting him to the ground, before chomping into his torso. October held the trigger to the automatic weapon until the clip emptied. She stepped forward and used the metal frame like a baseball bat. With her enhanced strength, the bullet-riddled man didn't stand a chance. Still holding the assault rifle, she turned to face the squat man, the last of the three who had opened the doors. He had a build like a snowman, one round ball sitting atop the other to form his physique. He smiled, as if impatient for what would happen next. That was an impressive display. As he finished speaking, he popped something into his mouth. Prometheus, October realized. The man had granted himself temporary magical powers. October yelled, releasing all of her pain and anger. She cocked the rifle over her shoulder and swung as hard as she could, bolstering her attack with her enhanced strength. The assault rifle hit the man square in his round stomach, sinking into his gut like a foot stomping in a marsh. His stomach absorbed the gun and refused to spit it out. He seemed unaffected, as if his corpulence acted as a defensive shield. October backed away. The Prometheus must have granted him abjuration capabilities. She panted through open lips and stared at the man, sizing him up. As she did, his size increased. He grew in height, sprouting upward like a weed after a spring shower. He grew outward, as if connected to an air compressor, and expanding like an overfull ball. Only his head remained consistent. It sat atop of his large shoulders, a too small star atop a Christmas tree. Outside of the cargo container, October retreated a few feet, buying herself space to think and operate about how to proceed. Her heel bumped against the bullet-written corpse lying on the asphalt, and she stood in a pool of fresh blood. October dropped to her knees and pressed her palm into the sticky substance gathering on the asphalt. She spoke in the angelical tongue, in the language of angels and magic. Water separated from blood and rose in the air like razor-sharp tendrils writhing from a dark ocean. She snapped off the branching water and flicked the frozen darts at the ogre-sized man. They punched into his stomach and chest and arms, but they didn't pierce his skin. His flesh absorbed the hardened liquid. He laughed, his voice as thick and substantial as his body. October wondered how long he could hold that form. He had taken Prometheus, which allowed temporary power. If he wasn't a natural sorcerer, he didn't have magical energy to draw from. He pulled from his life force. He had nothing but himself, and it had to require an immense amount of energy to hold his unnatural form. Did October wait him out, allow him to burn all his natural energy and keel over? Could she afford to wait that long? Would he remain stationary as reinforcements responded to the scene? October couldn't risk him summoning the shadow monster. In her life, she had waited too often, and it had gotten her nowhere. She wouldn't wait any longer. She would act, and she would act now. The man tottered like a toddler, waddling and rocking back and forth from the hips. Beneath his heft, the ground trembled. The vibrations carried to October. It didn't take more than his slow advance for her to realize he had gained more than abjuration abilities. The drug hadn't increased his size and thickened his skin, but enhanced his strength. His hands had ballooned in size, and if he grabbed her, he would crush her with ease. She had to defeat him, had to find a vulnerability. As he bouldered towards her, she formed more magical implements from the water separated from blood. To buy herself time, she threw the small weapons toward the behemoth. His flesh absorbed the magical attack. Once more, he increased in size. The giant absorbed damage like consuming calories. It fed him and contributed to his growth. The more damage he sustained, the bigger he became, the stronger he became. The behemoth man swung his hand in a backhanded arc, connecting with October's face, neck, and shoulders. His strike happened with unprecedented speed, considering his incredible size. The force was like taking a train head-on. The defensive wards tattooed across October's body saved her from the bulk of the attack, but that single strike evaporated all of her stored energy. The strike threw her into the side of the cargo container, and her force on impact bent the steel inward. She slumped to the ground, unable to move. She felt nothing but numbness, and she wondered if her broken body had succumbed to shock. She couldn't think of the extent of her injuries. She had to think of her survival, of the captive's survival, and of defeating the blob standing like a hulk before her. The abomination advanced toward October. As he toddled nearer, October studied his physique, and she couldn't look away from his head. Despite his frame bordering that of a truck, his head remained normal. Had the magic not influenced his cranium? Was that his vulnerability? It made sense, considering supernatural creatures died when decapitated. The problem with taking off his head was that he towered 9 or 10 feet above her, shielded by tree trunk thick arms and tractor broad shoulders. How would October reach high enough to strike? How would she move fast enough, especially considering she couldn't feel her legs after his backhanded slap? None of that mattered. The odds didn't matter. She ground her teeth and planted and set her hand in the puddle of blood on the asphalt. With everything she had left in her, she mustered together one more spell. When it formed, she almost collapsed from complete exhaustion. She had spent every bit of herself, had tapped all of her energy from the runes and her personal reserves. Casting one more spell, no matter the size, would result in her death. So, she had one last shot. The blood and water separated, and October formed another icy dagger. As she stood on unsteady legs, waiting for the blob to come within range, she wavered. The behemoth took another step. October turned and jumped on the steel ladder, ascending to the top of the cargo container. She scrambled up the rusted rungs as fast as she could. If the man grew wise of her plan, it would back away and leave her defenseless. However, when she reached the top of the ladder, the hulking monster was beneath her. He lifted his hands high above his head, interlocking his fingers to form one massive club, and he cocked it back, ready to strike her, as if clubbing her with a hammer. He could reach her with no problem, and his blow would squash her like a bug. October didn't wait for him to strike, though. She pushed herself from the steel ladder, soaring through the air, with her dagger stretched before her, clutched in her fist. She flew toward the man's head. The ice dagger held together on impact. More importantly, his skin didn't swallow the weapon. The point of the dagger pierced through his forehead and slipped deep into his skull. October reshaped the water, exploding the implement into a million shards, a shotgun blasting ice pellets from within his head. The behemoth man staggered backward 1, 2 heavy steps, before tripping and falling backward to the ground. As he lay motionless, his size shrank, and he returned to the squat man a few inches shorter than October. She panted and fought against waves of nausea. For a moment, she thought she might join him on the asphalt. Dead. A steady hand touched her shoulder, supporting her. October glanced over and, through her blurry vision, saw Fiona beside her. The young woman squinted in the morning sunlight, free from her prison, free because October had liberated them. Chapter 43. Lennon lay unconscious 6 feet from me, on her back, her tongue protruding from her mouth. Either Brigitte had bitten Lennon after succumbing to her lycanthropic and vampiric curses, or Raleigh had committed the deed. It didn't matter. Lennon carried the vampiric infection. I couldn't be certain, but I was sure she was a fledgling, a corrupted human, not yet a full vampire. She was stuck between a vampire and a woman, her bloodlust driving her mad. Before I'd woken up in the locked room, Lennon had crumbled to the pressure of her corrupted hunger. She had attacked a young man who now lay before me, pale and lifeless. He was also my only shot at escaping the prison. Magical wards and thick steel reinforced the door, making it near impossible for me to break through, even with my enhanced strength. Without windows in the room and the inability to punch my way out, Lennon and I remained trapped. Raleigh wanted to corner me, to leave me no choice but to kill the woman I once loved more than anything in the world, the woman who had given birth to my daughter. Raleigh hoped to pit me against Lennon, forcing me to kill her, or allowing her to kill me. That oversight provided me with a glimmer of hope. He didn't know the extent of my natural power. I was a sorcerer partial to necromantic magic. I could see and speak to spirits of the dead. When the spirit of the young man lying before me peeled from his corpse, a smile crossed my face. He stood like a bright, shining angel, holding the key to my escape and survival. With shaggy hair and a patchy beard, his lips vibrant red, he glanced around the prison cell. His focus settled on Lennon first, then swept the room, falling on his lifeless body. The spirit gasped, then scuttled forward to touch the cold, clammy skin of his useless flesh. I cleared my throat to draw his attention. He startled, falling back with a start. I'm Doryan. Wait. Am I not dead? How can you see me? Do you remember what happened? The spirit's lips opened, then closed. After a moment, he took a deep breath and shook his head. I'm dead. How can you see me? Magic. What happened to you? He nodded at Lennon. She attacked me. Is that all you remember? He closed his eyes. That's all I remember. She attacked you, and she killed you. It's not entirely her fault, though. She's corrupted by a vampiric curse. She's a vampire? If you don't help me escape, she will wake up, and she'll kill me too. The vampires who infected her have my family. If I don't escape, my family will die. I don't know who you were in life. I don't know your goals. But in death, you have a shot at playing the hero. You can save multiple lives if you help me. The kid stared at me for a moment. I'm dead. How can I possibly help you? I'll allow your spirit to possess me. We will share my skin, like riding together in a car. That's all bodies are anyway. Vessels. When we die, only the flesh dies, but we continue to exist. Because of that, we can share a body. So, if you want to help me save lives, accept my invitation. The spirit kept his eyes fixed on his corpse. What's your name? I asked. Harley. His tone was distant, as if he spoke from an entirely different realm. Harley, there's more to life than this world. I can lead you to where you need to go next. I can help you. Please, help me first. What do I do? Step into my body, as if you're stepping into a pool or through a door. It felt strange to explain the process to someone who had never done it before. I gave him the best visualization I could think of and hoped he understood. Harley stepped toward me. He gulped as he fiddled with his fingers, twisting them as if fiddling with a ring. You're not lying to me? I'm not lying to you. My simple reassurance seemed to convince him. The spirit stepped forward and stepped into my body and mind. The cold sensation spread throughout my me, sending shivers across my skin and a chill down my spine. Along with the coldness, memories bombarded me. I felt his pain, grief, and determination. It broke my heart, knowing that Raleigh, through Lennon, had shattered the young man's future. My only consolation was knowing his life continued beyond Earth. I didn't know what that life entailed, but I hoped it provided him with something happier and more hopeful than what he had experienced here. In my head, speaking through my thoughts, I addressed Harley. Can you hear me? Harley remained silent. As I experienced his memories and emotions, he relived mine. He saw and learned everything I had ever seen and learned, from spirits to werewolves to necromancers to vampires. He knew my complicated history, and while sharing my body, he understood my power and plight. Harley, I'm here. Then you know. What I meant, but what I didn't have to say because he already understood, was that he knew, based on my knowledge, how to free me from prison. With our shared minds and knowledge, he would also know the potential danger of breaking me free. Are you sure you want to do this? I asked. Harley not only shared my knowledge and experiences, but with him possessing my body, he knew I told the truth. He knew I needed him to escape and to save my family. I'm sure, he said. I walked to the splintered door and looked at the bars leading into the hallway. Without another word, working off my intention, my physical form shattered into a cloud of particles, dissipating like dust caught in the wind. Harley and I moved into the spirit realm. With Harley being a fresh spirit, we had no clear visualization of the material world. Our path appeared foggy at best, opaque. A disembodied voice came from the thick fog. How do we do this? How do we move from the cell, through the walls, and to the other side? Spirits couldn't travel unless they could see where they were going. Luckily, when I had attempted to shoulder through the door, I had splintered the wood to reveal steel bars, spaced 2 inches apart. Those 2 inches allowed us to operate. Though it's tough to see, we know we stopped before the bars. We only have to go a couple of steps. What if we take too many steps and end up in the opposite wall? What if the steel bars prevent us from traveling through them? The questions were all relevant. However, we had no other option. The only way to escape from the cell was to teleport through the steel bars. If Raleigh had set up a ward that extended from the material world into the spiritual realm, well, I had no other recourse. However, considering he didn't know I could speak to spirits, maybe he didn't know I could use them to teleport. Also, it would be difficult, bordering on impossible, to create a ward that penetrated dimensions. As powerful as Raleigh was, had he gone through such measures? I doubted it. I placed all of my hope on that singular doubt. Are you ready? I asked. Together, Harley and I stepped forward. 1 step, 2 steps. That should have put us in the hallway on the other side of the steel bars. In the material world, we had stood face to face with steel. 1 step should have placed us in the hallway. 2 steps, and we should have stood in the center. I couldn't second guess or overthink my guesswork. I gave Harley permission, and he teleported us into the material world, reforming my body with an audible pop. I stood in the center of the hallway. My entire body tingled from nerves. Harley peeled away from me. He looked at me with heavy eyes. I saw into your mind, and I saw what you know. You're a necromancer. Can you revive me? Can you bring me back to life? As with a dream, everything I saw from Harley's mind would fade, and everything he learned from me would fade. Yet, just separated, our memories and identities remained fixed. Move forward. There's so much more than this life waiting for you. Harley sighed, resigned to his fate. Promise me one thing. Promise me you'll defeat the vampire who did this, and that my life was not in vain. That I died so you may live and save the lives of others. Tell my father I died a hero. Before his father's name slipped from my memory, I repeated it, burning it into my mind. Barry Falkenhagen. I promise, I said. Harley nodded, and he was gone. I took a second to assess my energy levels. My runic tattoos had depleted, the ink having faded and disappeared. My bracelet fared no better. All I had was the natural magical energy coursing through my blood and the unlimited supply of energy stored within the sickles. To use the energy in my sickles, I had to summon them and risk the vampires getting them. Was it a risk I could afford to take? Would I sacrifice the safety of the entire world to save my family? At that moment, I had no corrupted creatures around me. Without a pressing threat of death, I summoned the sickles and drew energy. Using the extra energy, I grabbed the deadbolt on the door and broke the lock off. The door swung open. With one hand, I lifted Lennon's unconscious body over my shoulders and carried her. Magic required energy to function, pulling from the caster's source of power. For a sorcerer like me, it came from my blood, which had a natural power coursing through it. When I cast a spell, it burned the energy within me. The best way to explain the process was like exercising. The more strenuous the activity, the more exertion spent and exhaustion felt. If I were to bench press a certain weight 10 times, I could do it with minimal resistance. However, if I took that same weight and attempted to bench press 100 reps, I would fail. Magic worked the same, burning personal reserves of sorcerer power within my blood. When I tapped into that natural power, I faced the potential of exhausting myself or depleting my life energy and dying. To prevent myself from exhausting my natural resource, Winnie Love etched runic tattoos onto my skin and clothing. He stored his energy in them, filling them with his magical power. Energy also came from artifacts, from the totem Adria wore as a necklace, or from my sickles. Though when Love created magical items, he created them with limited stores of energy. When I used my artifact, I pulled pure and limitless power provided by an angel, or a fallen angel. As I carried Lennon, I wondered about the energy I stole from the sickles. Everything we knew of magic and the supernatural world had a foundation built on sand. It changed with new experiences, as all the historical documentation burned in the devastating fire of Alexandria. Everything we knew, everything we worked from, came from personal understanding and experience. We all learned the rules of the game and the game as we played. We had recovered journals from self-proclaimed sorcerers and other practitioners, but we had to take their words with a grain of salt. They could have fabricated anything they shared. We had no way to know. What I learned as I carried Lennon through the house was that the energy I stole from the sickles powered My physical body, a mortal body I already wore, ragged. The energy masked the pain and exhaustion, crippling me. It reminded me of having a broken arm, but taking pain medication to continue performing. Sure, I could move forward with minimal, to no pain, but in the end, I made the situation worse. When I drew magical energy from the runes, from the sickles, was that happening? I increased my endurance, constitution, and strength. But at what cost? When would my physical body, flesh and bone, the part of me that wasn't magical, break down? My blood was magical, but not my flesh. How much abuse could a human endure before their body quit? I was close to learning the truth. Though I enhanced my strength from my sickles, I still staggered through the halls of the rundown house. As I reached the end of the hallway, I had to lean against the battered wall to catch my breath, to convince my fatigued muscles to take another step. Out of the 10 maximum reps I could handle, I was on rep 59. The pain didn't matter. Only my inability to move another step mattered. I had to will myself forward. I had to find something inside of me, some deep energy, to keep pushing forward. The lives of so many people depended on me. I stepped into what used to be a kitchen. Cabinets without doors lined one wall, caved in. I didn't investigate the ruins, though. I waded through the debris, careful not to trip, as I shuffled to the front door and shoved it open. Bright sunshine burned my corneas. I squinted at the morning light. As my vision adjusted, I saw Ireland standing on the weedy front lawn. She looked like a red-haired angel sent to save me from damnation. "Better late than never, huh?" I asked. "You look like a shark chewed you up, swallowed you mostly whole, and spit you back out. Also, I couldn't get through the threshold without an invitation, so I waited for you, hoping you would find your way out." "He has everyone. We have to get to Raleigh." "He's at your parents' house. When the vampires took you and Adria, I followed them. They went in separate directions, taking you here and Adria somewhere else. I'm not sure where. After the group dropped you off, they mentioned heading to your parents' house to meet with Raleigh. That's all I know." "I figured as much. How do we get there?" "Given your condition, I would advise against teleportation. If we break you apart to teleport, I doubt your body reforms. It's too fatigued. So, we need a vehicle." I didn't dare lay Lennon down, worried if I did, I wouldn't ever be able to pick her up again. "Do you have thieving skills?" "Thieving? Oh, yeah. I make Adria look like a little baby with theft." I nodded across the street. A white sedan parked against the curb. "You jump into my body, break into the car, and drive. That wouldn't cause any harm, right?" Ireland shrugged. "By the way, you look. I think every second you remain on your feet causes harm. It's in our best interest to do this as soon as possible." Her eyes dropped to the sickle in my hand. "You should probably stow that. If you keel over and die, there's no telling who will find it. I think it's the only thing keeping me alive." Ireland sighed and nodded. "You really did a number on this whole situation, didn't you?" She didn't give me a chance to respond. She dashed forward and merged with my body. Using her knowledge, she jimmied the lock on the sedan and hot-wired the engine. Red lights and stop signs became suggestions, which she ignored as she stuffed the accelerator to the floor and sped to my parents' house. Chapter 44. Adria kept a safe distance from Brigitte, eyeing the woman with more than a hint of mistrust. Brigitte, a hybrid vampire and werewolf, returned Adria's stare. "Did I say something wrong?" Adria licked her lips, one hand hovering at her lower back, ready to unleash a magical trigger if needed. "You want to get out of here?" "I mean, yeah, right? unless you want to stay in here as prisoners. Adria couldn't reconcile why Brigitte would offer her help. Not only had she given in to her lycanthropic hunger, yielding to her natural werewolf corruption, but she had adopted the vampiric virus as well. Raleigh had infected her, meaning she served him as his fledgling. Adria wasn't sure how far their bond extended or how much influence Raleigh had over Brigitte, but she couldn't trust the hybrid. "You're proposing we team up?" Adria asked. "To escape, yes. To kill Raleigh, yes." Adria narrowed her eyes, working to fit together the puzzle pieces. "Have you tasted his blood?" "I have." "So, you're not his fledgling. Are you a thrall then?" Brigitte shook her head. "I'm not sure how any of this works. I think my lycanthropy prevents Raleigh from having outright control over me. He offered me his blood after I caved to my hunger and attacked Lenin. He wanted to see what would happen when I went through the vampiric and lycanthropic transformation at once." Adria considered Brigitte's words. Could she trust a woman corrupted by lycanthropy and vampirism? Did she have another choice? To escape the prison Raleigh had prepared for her, Adria would have to trust Brigitte. She doubted she could defeat Brigitte in a fair fight, considering Brigitte had evolved to possess a power beyond Adria's imagination. To free herself, Adria had to trust Brigitte. "Do you have any ideas? We need to get through there." Brigitte gestured at the door. Adria spared one more speculative glance at Brigitte before moving to the locked door. She tried the handle, but it didn't budge. She thought of enhancing her strength to punch through the threshold. But why waste her energy? Why not have the monster burn her corrupted power? Adria stepped aside. "Have a go at it." Brigitte scrunched her face, but made no verbal response. Instead, she cracked her neck, closed her eyes, and relaxed her body. For a second, nothing happened. Then, everything happened at once. Brigitte's petite body contorted and stretched. Her bones cracked as they elongated, breaking through her skin. It only took a second or two, but Brigitte stood a foot taller than her normal height. A wolf's pelt covered her body, which rippled with muscle. Her face transformed into something bat-like, and leathery wings ripped from her back. Adria retreated a step. She had fought an alpha werewolf before, had gone head-to-head with a necromancer, but she couldn't recall, apart from Herbert transforming into a bear, confronting such power emanating from a single individual. She knew, without a doubt, Brigitte, even in her weakened state, could tear her to shreds without breaking a sweat. The wolf-bat hybrid rose off the ground and sprang forward, her body crashing through the fragile wooden door. Shards of wood splintered like shrapnel, exploding across the room. Adria raised an arm to protect her face. When the dust settled, thick steel bars stood where the door had been. Adria had expected such countermeasures, and she knew Raleigh had reinforced the steel with runic magic. So the big question, did Brigitte have enough power to pry the enhanced bars apart? Another dilemma stuck in Adria's head. Why had Brigitte offered to help her? As a thrall, Brigitte controlled her thoughts and actions. Though she belonged to the vein, she could choose to splinter, to defect. She could go on her own as a rogue vampire. Was that what she had done? Why she had offered to ally with Adria? Why not? Brigitte didn't fit into the vampire vein, being half werewolf. She didn't fit into a werewolf pack, being half vampire. She didn't fit in with humans, with Project Phoenix, or any other living creatures. Had Brigitte dedicated her abilities to Project Phoenix? The questions and the confusion swirled like a dark, storming tornado in Adria's mind. Brigitte grasped the steel bars with her elongated talons. She strained, the muscles covering her back, neck, and arms flexing beneath her pelt. The bars bowed outward, separating an inch and another. Brigitte gasped, sounding like a dog growling from deep in her chest. Her body sagged, and she panted. The enhanced steel had curved outward, creating a gap large enough for Adria to reach her arm through. Adria finagled the lock, popping the deadbolt free. The steel bars hinged into a dark hallway. Adria surveyed the decrepit hallway before stepping into it. The silence of abandonment filled the house. One end of the hallway ended at a smoke-stained wall. The other side opened into another room, likely a kitchen or living area. Without inviting Brigitte to follow her, Adria ventured forward. Her hand remained at her lower back, prepared to draw energy weapons at the slightest provocation. She moved through the hallway like a phantom, like a shadow, avoiding garbage and debris littered across the buckled flooring. The hallway bled into a ruined kitchen. Broken plates, chipped pottery, and scattered silverware lay over the cracked countertops and across the floor. She found the front door unlocked and unhinged. It fell flat when she pushed it, landing with a solid crack on the cement. Sunlight poured into the abandoned house, blinding Adria for a moment. Brigitte appeared beside her, no longer in her hybrid form. She had reverted to her normal self, though she didn't wear any clothing. The fabric and stitching had ripped to shreds during her transformation. Brigitte must have caught Adria inspecting her naked body. I've never transformed like that. I guess I should remove my clothes before doing it again, or pack a spare set. Adria had nothing to say. Brigitte wasn't her problem. Doryan was. She needed to find him, and she needed to save him. Without a word, she stepped over the fallen front door, across the weedy yard, and onto the sidewalk, following it until she found a cheap car. She spotted an off-white SUV parked at the curb, a block from the house she had escaped. After about a minute of working the wires, the engine purred as Adria sat in the driver's seat. Brigitte chased after her, covering nakedness as best as she could. She climbed into the passenger side and buckled. "Where are we going?" "You're a hybrid werewolf vampire. I doubt a rocket launcher would do much harm to you." "Why are you buckling?" Brigitte glanced at the seatbelt, then at Adria. "Old habits." Adria considered, kicking her out. She didn't want the hybrid in a car with her, tagging along as she raced to save Doryan. However, she doubted she had the power to stop Brigitte from doing whatever she wanted. "We need to find Doryan." Brigitte frowned. "Any idea where he is?" "Considering your vein of vampires abducted him, I was hoping you would know." Brigitte closed her eyes for a few seconds. "I could sense them, my vein. I'm not sure how to find them, though. It's not like there's a GPS inside my head." "Idea on direction? South, I think." "That makes sense." Adria shifted the SUV into drive and burned rubber as she merged onto the street. "Why does south make sense?" Brigitte asked. "The vampire said something about Doryan's parents. They live in Galt, which is south of us. So, I guess we're headed to Doryan's parents' house." "Do you know where they live, other than they live in Galt?" "I was hoping you would guide us there. Should we go to Haller's estate? Look up an address. Grab me a new pair of clothes. And risk the safety of the organization by bringing a hybrid vampire werewolf onto the property? No. Get over your modesty. Shift into your bat-beast self. You're leading me to Doryan's parents' house. And if I can't? Doryan and his family die. Raleigh lives. You help me escape, which means you're not allied with Raleigh. You have no allegiance to your vampire vein. If I had to guess, you want revenge. Well, I'm giving you that opportunity. Just get me to his parents' house. Chapter 45. After making the drive from Sacramento to Galt in record time, I skidded to a stop in my parents' long driveway. My physical body bordered on breaking down. Ireland convinced me to send my sickles away. Instead of drawing energy from them, she fed my body with her energy she had recovered after her time in the spiritual realm. Still, I feared what would happen when I stopped relying on her energy. What if I went into shock? With my body overworked and overtaxed, would it stop functioning? What if I suffered a heart attack or stroke? I didn't know, and I didn't care. As long as I lived long enough to stop Raleigh, I would deal with any future consequences when I had a moment to catch my breath. I threw open the car's door and jumped out. Black skid marks stretched 15 yards behind the vehicle. I cringed at the sight of it. My father was particular about the cleanliness and order at his house. His property always looked pristine, the inside of his home always spotless. However, he took his compulsion to another level with his concrete. If I survived Raleigh, my father would kill me for marking his driveway. I went from the front yard, around to the back. My parents always left the door, from the garage to the patio, unlocked. They lived in the country on 40 acres, with a fence and an electric gate to secure them. They weren't too concerned with burglary. As I came into the backyard, I stopped, as if I had run into an invisible wall. A collection of individuals sat on the furniture, set around my parents' built-in pool. My father and mother shared a lounge chair, surrounded by 3 vampires. 2 other vampires stood beside my younger sister, Aaliyah. She sat cross-legged on the warm cement. Raleigh paced the pool deck. He must have registered my presence. He turned to face me. A sly smile cut across his angular face. He spread his long, mantis-like arms outward. "Doryan, I wasn't sure if you would make it, but I'm happy you're here." I remained in place, recovering from what Raleigh had revealed. He had said my name, not Doreen, as my family knew me since my alleged death in prison. He said, "Doryan." Raleigh stepped toward me. The noon sun sat high and hot in the sky. I clenched my jaw, wishing Hollywood had gotten it right about vampires, that they had a vulnerability to sunlight. Raleigh and his goons stood unperturbed beneath the direct rays of the sun. I found my voice. "Let them go. This is between you and me. Tell me, Doryan, how does it feel to reunite with your family after your untimely death?" Raleigh pivoted to glance back and forth between me and my family. "Dad, did you have any idea that Doreen was actually your son, Doryan?" Neither of my parents reacted, apart from their eyes widening. How were they to react, apart from shock? They had buried me in a coffin they believed my body rested inside of. They had mourned for me. What were they supposed to believe? When I met with them for dinner, I looked nothing like the Doryan they knew, thanks to my glamour. Except I had drained the energy from my tattoos, and the ink had faded from my body. Had my appearance changed? Did my parents see me as I was? Raleigh's boiling laughter brought me to the moment. Like a dam breaking, sounds beyond his grave maniacal chuckles filled the afternoon. My mom sighed and sobbed. My dad muttered to himself. Aaliyah turned to face my parents, asking them what was going on. Everything coalesced into a cacophony of madness, into a hammer that pounded against my sanity. Raleigh's fits of amusement ceased. "You're backed into a corner, Doryan. There's no Adria to save you. No one is coming to rescue you. It's me and my vein, outnumbering and overpowering you and your family. I have all the leverage, but I'm lending mercy and generosity. See, I could turn each one of them into a vampire right in front of you. But I won't. I'll allow you to save a life. I'll allow you to play the hero. Who do you pick? Your lovely mother or your noble father? Your innocent sister? I swallowed as I looked at each person Raleigh mentioned. They all looked at me, confusion and horror scrawled across their faces. How had I put them in that position? And to keep you honest, in case you had something nefarious up your sleeve, I added a little insurance. Raleigh whistled, a high-pitched sound that cut through the early afternoon. A few seconds later, the sliding glass door leading into my parents' kitchen opened. 2 more vampires stepped into the afternoon, followed by a little girl, no older than 4. Vivian. My body went rigid as I flexed every muscle within me. Raleigh lifted his eyebrows, as if pantomiming the shock flooding across my face. If you do anything to interfere with our arrangement, if anything unexpected occurs, the girl will be the first to experience vampirism. The scruffy vampire holding Vivian kneeled and pulled her into him. Her neck was inches from his lips. Raleigh snarled, "Submit to me. Submit to me everything you are. Your blood, life, allegiance, and source of power. Do you understand? I want you in my vein, as mine, to control and own. Surrender all you are to me, and I will spare the life of one of these people." "That's not what you told me." Raleigh burst into a fit of laughter. "What I told you was you could choose whose life to spare. I hadn't gone over the conditions of the deal. Now that I have laid out the terms, now that you know what is at stake, make your decision. Reaper, Warden, one of whom you love for everything that you are." I glanced at my parents and sister, but my gaze settled on my daughter. I closed my eyes. Was I considering the proposition? What choice did I have? Raleigh had the upper hand. With a single word, he could wipe out my entire family. But if I caved, if I handed Raleigh the scythe, I jeopardized the existence of the world. So, how did I choose? How did I pick between the life of someone I loved or the lives of every person in the world? My heart flaked, shattered, and burned to ash. I knew what I had to do. I knew what choice I had to make. The knowledge didn't make it easier. It didn't even seem possible to speak my decision aloud. Raleigh held both fists high in the air. "You have 10 seconds to decide, or they will all experience a long life after a swift death." He straightened his thumb. 1. He curled his index finger upward. 2. "Doryan." Ireland's voice filled my head. She hadn't separated from my body, but she remained within me, channeling her energy into my depleted bones. "I have an idea." Chapter 46. Ireland relayed her idea through a series of mental images that lasted for a single breath. The first image was of me, though not my true self. It showed me dressed in my runic glamour, shorter than my natural height by an inch, a touch less muscular, and lighter hair. The next image portrayed a vampire, with a stake driven through her heart. A stake wouldn't kill a vampire, but destroy her protective glamour, her shield from sunlight, running water, and attacks they would otherwise resist. The third image appeared as a combination of sound and memory, the discordant tune of me practicing my new spell. The 3 images flashed behind my eyes, along with Ireland's intent. She didn't have to say a word for me to understand what she meant. She didn't have to weave together an argument to convince me. I had no other angle to attack. My options were to kneel before Raleigh and watch as the vampire slaughtered my family, or resist the offer and watch Raleigh slaughter my family. Ireland presented an alternative option, a chance to fight back. Raleigh neared the end of his count. 9. I raised my voice into song as I performed the new angelical word. It ballooned from my lips, confident and strong. With magic and spells, the practitioner's confidence played a vital role. I had to shape the spell with my intent, and if my intent wavered, the spell would weaken. Though I had worked on the spell with love, I still struggled to pronounce the strange word. To complicate the casting, my body had no natural energy to release the spell. I had to siphon energy from Ireland's spirit. Despite the odds stacked against me, I sang with confidence, forcing my voice to expand across the backyard like a fog rolling off the ocean. As I sang, Ireland fueled my body. She didn't have sorceress blood, a natural and inherent ability for magic. Also, her spirit didn't belong in the world. Her corruption diluted my spell, making it less potent and pure, though she made the casting possible. She had energy, I had nothing. The alternative was to draw my sickles and steal power from them, but I didn't have the time. That extra second would allow Raleigh a chance to react, and it would cost my family their lives. The spell blossomed and shot forward, unleashing across the pool deck like a shockwave, a dispelling force to negate any magical effects, including the vampire's defenses. Raleigh's clothes rippled, and he braced against the impact. Then his form altered. His skin boiled and peeled away, revealing black-gray, leathery flesh. He looked like a nightmare, rolled into a living being. With the glamour dispelled and unable to protect him, the sun sizzled and smoked across his body. The smell of burning flesh filled the air. Unfortunately, the sun's rays didn't incinerate him on the spot. Rather, they cooked him like an oven on low heat, blistering and charring his skin. The 7 other vampires surrounding my family suffered a similar fate. The scorching pain distracted their attention. They focused on finding shady spots in the backyard to escape the sun. I wasted no time, knowing they would gather their wits soon and reapply their glamour. To keep them distracted, I charged at Raleigh, drawing my sickles against the advice of Ireland. Despite Raleigh's weakened and vulnerable state, he moved with unnatural speed. He dodged my reckless swipe. Momentum carried me a couple of steps past him. He traced my trajectory, kicking me in the back. I stumbled forward and tripped, landing hard on the ground. With the sickles in my hand, though, I had all the energy I needed. I bounced to my feet and glanced over my shoulder at my parents. "Run!" I hoped they would seize the opportunity to flee. My dad helped my mother to her feet. He jumped to Aaliyah and grabbed her. Then they turned and sprinted into the walnut orchard. 4 vampires, steaming and boiling in the sun, chased after them. I swelled with pride. Seeing my parents fight in the face of adversity, seeing their unwillingness to fold in the presence of danger, spoke volumes about who they were. They could have deferred to their shock after seeing their son returned from the dead, and shock from experiencing a run-in with vampires. Instead, they shoved aside their fears and fought for their lives and those they loved. I had no choice but to follow their example. The vampires chased after my parents, not wasting time to reapply their glamour. The walnut orchard provided a forest of shade, protecting the corrupted creatures from the sun. 2 other vampires joined Raleigh. They formed a half circle around me. I didn't have the combat skills or experience to win a fight against Raleigh, let alone against Raleigh and 2 other vampires. However, I had witnessed Ireland's prowess firsthand. I needed her to save me. Again. "I'm giving you full control." Ireland heard my plea, and she stepped into the driver's seat, taking full control of my body. The fight felt a little more fair, with the ex-warden taking the reins. Or it should have. As she stepped forward, my body reached its physical limit and gave out. My knee buckled. I tumbled to the ground. Like a school of sharks smelling blood, the vampires attacked. With what little of it she could manipulate, Ireland fought to salvage the situation, but she fought a losing battle. My muscles had quit. Ireland resorted to a retreat. Well, not a retreat, but a surrender by releasing the sickles so the vampires couldn't get them. Raleigh reached me first. He kicked my wrist with steel-toed boots. My bones cracked, and a sickle skittered across the cement and away from me and the vampires. Another vampire drove the point of his shoe into my ribcage. Pain, white and searing, detonated from my core, exploding upward and blinding me. Out of reaction, I dropped the second sickle and hugged my body, protecting myself from the onslaught of kicks. Raleigh could have pulled a gun and ended my life. He could have leaned over and ripped my throat out to bathe in my blood. Any of the vampires could have killed me with little to no effort. Instead, they kicked me. Repeatedly. Their goal wasn't to kill, but to inflict pain. They wanted to hurt me, to incapacitate me so I could live long enough to witness them destroy my family. The pain crescendoed until it became too overwhelming for me to process and comprehend the staggering amount of agony coursing through my body. My mind walled off my nervous system from my brain. The pain didn't register. I was numb to their attacks. Ireland continued to sacrifice her energy to protect me from severe injury, but her strength dwindled fast. Raleigh peeled away from the group, circling around and heading toward the sickle kicked across the cement. His black-gray skin smoked beneath the afternoon sun, but he didn't seem to mind. The vampire didn't bother to cast another glamour either. He stopped before the sickle and faced me, waving a hand in the air, gesturing for the two vampires to step away from my prone body. They obeyed without question, leaving me gasping for air, bleeding, scrambled, and fighting to uncurl my fetal body to stand and put up a fight. When I looked up, peering into the distance, I saw my parents resisting the vampires who had captured them once more. The corrupted creatures tossed my mom, dad, and sister onto the pool deck. 3 vampires placed a foot on the backs of my family, pressing their faces into the cement. Smoke drifted from the top of Raleigh's head, like a football player removing his helmet in the dead of winter. It's rather unfortunate. I'm a man of my word, and I would have spared one of their lives. I screamed to curse at him, but I had no air in my lungs. My voice released as a ragged wheeze without substance or form. Raleigh smiled at me, and then the smile faltered. It broke, shattering into a scowl. He glanced toward the roof as a shadow grew around him, blotting out the sun and casting him in its darkness. Chapter 47. Something big and nasty crashed into Raleigh, and they tangled as they rolled across the back lawn. My first thought wasn't one of relief, but of dread. With Raleigh under attack, I feared the vampires holding my family hostage wouldn't hesitate to stomp their heads against the cement pool deck or turn them into vampires. I turned my attention to my parents and sister, hoping against hope the vampires had abandoned my family to protect their master from the new and unexpected threat. Instead, something better happened. The vampires pinning my mom, dad, and sister sprouted crossbow bolts from their faces. They shrieked and grabbed the long shafts, trying to rip the bolts free. My parents scrambled to their feet, grabbing Aliyah and heading toward the garage. A woman appeared amid the 3 vampires battling with the bolts. She wielded daggers that crackled with pink, magical energy. She slashed with inhuman speed, decapitating 2 of the 3 vampires. Though Adria was an expert in combat, she would be the first to admit success against vampires hinged on surprise. The remaining vampire broke the shaft in half and faced Adria, blood streaming down his pale face. Another vampire reappeared from the walnut orchard, pitting Adria against two of the corrupted creatures. The second vampire aimed a 9mm pistol and fired at Adria, as the vampire with a bolt stuck in its face engaged her hand to hand. I provided no help as I focused on staying conscious. My attention shifted to Raleigh. He had recovered from the initial surprise attack and had extricated himself from the entanglement. Across from Raleigh crouched a creature with dark, gray, leathery fur, pointed ears, and a smashed face. It stood on wolf-like legs and had wolf-like claws for hands. As they circled each other, searching for a window to strike, Raleigh chuckled. Amusement burned through his tone. "Brigitte, my love, I know you think you want to help your friends, and that is admirable. However, didn't you choose to become a hybrid? Because you sought revenge on them? Because they killed Cade?" Brigitte's body went rigid. Raleigh's eyes narrowed, and he tensed, readying himself to strike. "Besides, if you wanted to help them, not kill them, you should have stayed far away. Blood is thicker than water. You and me, we're bound by blood. More specifically, you're bound by my blood. Do you know what that means? I created you. I am your God and your master. If you wanted me dead, you should have killed me when you had the chance, when you had the first step. Now, you're a weapon at my disposal, and I'm going to point you at her." Raleigh lifted his finger and pointed at Adria. "You tricked me." Brigitte screamed and charged at Raleigh. He spoke a simple command, as if speaking to a dog. "Stop." Brigitte had her arm hurtling toward Raleigh, her talons sharp and ready to swipe his head from his shoulders. Her strike ended an inch from the vampire's throat. Veins corded her taut neck, and spittle foamed from her lips. Raleigh cocked his head. Brigitte's muscles spasmed and her body twitched, but she couldn't move. Raleigh nodded, as if satisfied. "Kill Adria." It took a moment for his command to root. I'm sure Brigitte fought tooth and nail against his enthralling sway over her. In the end, she couldn't resist his voice. The vampiric bond overrode her lycanthropic ancestry. She faced Adria, who scrambled to survive against the two vampires she already fought against. My voice was weak and drowned by grunts and gunshots, but I had to tell Adria to retreat, to grab my fallen sickles and run as far as possible. She couldn't allow Raleigh to get the weapons. "Adria." A force pressed against my chest. My eyes flickered, and Raleigh loomed over me. He stared toward the garage. My eyes followed his gaze. Once again, 3 vampires dragged my family to the pool deck. Raleigh clicked his tongue. "I made a promise, Doryan, and I intend to keep it. You made your decision, at the detriment of everyone you love." Raleigh turned his head, his gaze settling on the sliding door leading from the kitchen to the backyard. Amidst all the commotion and chaos, the base necessity for me to survive, Vivian slipped into the back of my mind. Now she appeared front and center, filling every corner of my head. I had put up a fight, and I had lost. Raleigh had captured my mom, dad, and sister. He had my daughter. From 10 yards away, Adria roared in pain. She didn't stand a chance against the 2 vampires, and she would never last, with Brigitte added to the mix. The fight ended when Brigitte waded into battle. The hybrid carried Adria's limp body toward me. Raleigh cleared his throat, preparing for a too long monologue. "I'm a generous man. Your ability to fight back impressed me. You earned another choice. You can choose the order in which I kill your family and friends. I'm not a patient man, though. Choose quickly so we can end this farce. If you take too long, I'll choose the order and the method of their death. No one wants that. No one wants to leave me with that much power. Raleigh tapped his head with a finger. I am a very sick man. I choked on a flood of tears. But if I cried, I admitted defeat, and I refused to admit defeat. I wouldn't allow the insane vampire to murder my family in front of me, and on my command. Ireland's tired voice whispered in my mind. The sickles, they're still on the ground. She was right. But what good would they do for me? Even if my body functioned, I couldn't reach the weapons, not with the vampires hovering over my family. So what could I do? Did I have a choice other than dictating the order and style in which Raleigh murdered my family? If I refused the task, he would decide for me, and I believed he didn't lie when he said he was a very sick man. I closed my eyes to catch my breath. With my chest on fire, I found it difficult to gather enough air to speak, but I somehow found the strength. Okay, you win. Chapter 48. Raleigh towered over me like a mountain I couldn't scale, jagged and cold and dangerous. The sun touched his back, sending steam into the ether, and his shadow drowned me. Adria lay on her stomach 2 feet from me. I could have reached out and grabbed her if I had the strength to reach out. Brigitte, in her hybrid form, pressed her foot into the low of Adria's back, right where she drew her magical daggers. The 5 surviving vampires had migrated beneath the covered patio outside the sliding door. The structure provided a roof to shade them from the sun. One vampire held my father against his body, teeth bared against his neck. A second vampire held my mother in a similar position, a third with my sister. A fourth vampire held Vivian close to him, toying with her curly hair. The 5th vampire played free safety, pacing around the covered patio like a caged lion, waiting for his chance to pounce. All of their lives hinged on me, on my ability to defeat Raleigh. In my fatigued state, Vivian had better odds of defeating the vampires. Yet, I couldn't allow him to kill my family, or worse, to infect them with vampirism and force me to kill them before they harmed an innocent person. Despite the impossibility, I had to save my family and defeat the vampires. Physically, I couldn't defeat an amputee in an arm wrestling competition. To buy some luck and wriggle myself free, I had to outsmart Raleigh. On a normal day, I struggled to outsmart most dogs. Considering I struggled to get through a day anything but normal, pitted against monsters known for their cleverness and intelligent, I stood a higher chance in a brawl than a battle of the wits. That left me with one option. I closed my eyes and spoke. The words exhaled from my lips in a ragged breath. You win. Raleigh applauded my decision, clapping his pale palms as his face beamed with pride and victory. Well, I'm glad you finally came to your senses. You can have me. Leave everyone else out of this. Turn me. Make me one of yours. I will be your slave. Let them live. Leave them alone. Raleigh clicked his tongue and shook his head. You're not in the position to negotiate the terms of this arrangement. See, I can kill every one of them, and then still enslave you to my will. I can enslave every one of them, and I can kill you. I can do whatever I want, because I hold all the cards. I possess all the power. So, Doryan Samuel, Miller, I'll tell you what will happen. You will choose, one by one, the order of how they die. Or you can have them bitten and infected with the vampiric curse. I looked at Adria, who lay with her cheek on the warm cement, her eyes peering back at me. Raleigh rubbed his palms together. Who dies first? I huffed. You already know I'm a member of a monster hunting organization. You know I possess death's weapon, but you don't know everything. Spare their lives, and I'll tell you the full truth of who I am. Of what I am, Raleigh chuckled and glanced over his shoulder at his vein before turning back to me. I must not have been clear. After I bite and turn you, I will enslave you to my will. Anything you know, I will know. You don't have chips to barter with. You have nothing up your sleeve. If the next word from your mouth is not a name, I'll slit the little girl's throat. That was it, my last grand effort. It had worked. I needed to buy more time. I prayed to whatever God might listen that my hodgepodge plan would work, that my suspicion and hunch was correct. In my condition, I didn't have the power to save my family. I had positioned them in a terrible situation. Raleigh's cockiness, the love of hearing his own voice and believing he had all the time in the world, provided me with a window of opportunity. Maybe I couldn't outsmart a mutt, but I outwitted a centuries-old vampire by playing his game, by using his tactic. Patience. Okay, I said, I've picked. Say the name. Adria James Wright. A predatory smile tugged at Raleigh's sharp face. Brigitte, my dear, would you do the honors of... Raleigh frowned. Doryan, did you want her dead or turned into a vampire? It's her father. I think he wants to voice his opinion. Raleigh scrunched his brow. Who is her father? I am... From the house's roof, the thunderous voice cracked across the afternoon, like a mountain splitting and collapsing. Herbert Wright stood in a bladed stance on the dark shingles, aiming his crossbow at Raleigh. No conversation occurred. Raleigh didn't have time to mutter his last words or finish any unspoken arguments. He looked up at Herbert, bewildered. A bolt, 2, 3 of them, protruded from his face. They burned a white, cleansing light. His grayish skin sizzled and bubbled, and his face melted like wax put to flame. When he grabbed the shafts jutting from his skull, the vampire screamed in pure agony. His hands sizzled and seared from the radiant heat. The vampire stroking Vivian's hair flinched, as if flicked in the forehead. A beat later, his head exploded. Like a flash of lightning, a woman wielding a flaming white sword flew into the gaggle of bewildered vampires. She slashed her longsword through the air, its deadly shape describing 2 vampire decapitations. The remaining vampires crouched into a battle-ready position. One of them made the fatal mistake of engaging Zaria. The other held my sister. She pulled Aaliyah toward her and opened her mouth, her fangs bared. As she came within a tongue's length of my sister's neck, her dark clothing caught fire. The flames ran up and down her body, engulfing her, turning her into a screaming ball of fire. She released Aaliyah and sprinted toward the pool, the inferno dressing her burned too hot. The vampire lost function of her legs and dropped on the cement. She crawled forward another few feet and collapsed within an arm's length of the pool's edge. With Raleigh and his vampires dead, his sway over Bridget shattered. She snapped to her senses with a spasm and a sob. She shed her hybrid form and fell onto the ground, lying beside Adria, crying as she begged for forgiveness. The 3 wardens approached me, coming into my blurred vision. However, I couldn't hold myself together any longer. With my family safe, I welcomed the darkness. Chapter 49. I woke 15 years in the past, lying on the familiar cushions on my parents' couch. The smells that breathed life into my childhood, baked bread, whiskey, scented candles, and wildflowers, assaulted my senses. At my back, the kitchen was warm from the oven. The speaker system played 90s country music. Alan Jackson, Toby Keith, and Tim McGraw were like old friends from a dream. I opened my eyes, 17 again, and waking from an afternoon nap after grueling summer conditioning football practice. My body ached, my muscles sore, everything had a pulse, but the throbbing in my head deafened the other strains. The pain blooming behind my eyes felt like the aftermath of the worst hangover, combined with a severe concussion. I forced my eyes open. To my disappointment, I hadn't slipped back in time, despite my grogginess and confusion, despite the hazy memories that felt alive and within reach. I wasn't a teenager waking from a nap. I glanced around the living room. An audience watched me wake. The three wardens sat on the hearth. Eric Haller rested in his wheelchair, and Adria stood behind him, her hands gripping the handlebars. My parents sat on the rotating chairs against the adjacent wall. Aaliyah huddled at my mother's feet. Vivienne curled in her lap. Recent events drove away the memories and came into focus. A newfound fear poured into my body. I shuddered, wanting nothing more than to hide under a blanket. When Raleigh threatened everything I loved, I fought back. Now, even that sliver of hope vanished. Lying on the living room couch, surrounded by wardens and reapers and my family, defeat loomed over me. It pressed against my heart and lungs. I fixed my attention on Adria. I knew her better than anyone in the room. She gave me nothing other than glancing at Herbert Wright, the man who had raised her before abandoning her. Herbert broke the pregnant silence. His voice was low, a growl not unlike a grizzly bear. "Doryan!" I raised a hand, cutting him off. "Don't. I know what's on your tongue, and I don't want to hear it. Please, let's forget all this happened. Let's go our separate ways." It was a foolish argument, one with as much weight as a feather on the wind. I didn't care. I was desperate. If all I had left was to beg, I would fall on my face and kiss every foot in that room. I would grovel to protect my family. David Lee, the warden with the black ring depicting famine's balancing scales, crossed his legs. "You know that's not possible." Herbert cracked his neck, drawing everyone's attention. "We spoke with Haller, and we're allowing you the opportunity to decide how this plays out." I shook my head, not wanting to make another hard choice. I wanted to leave with my family, to disappear to a remote location, where no one would hear from us again. "Why can't we move on?" I asked. "They'll forget, right?" That's what Adria said in Tonopah. Unless someone has a predisposition to magic, they'll forget about the supernatural. Maybe in an hour, maybe a week, but they will rationalize the experience. If I have to decide, that's what I decide. Let them forget. We can move on, and no one will know any better. I might as well have convinced a brick wall to print gold. Herbert took a deep breath and leveled his eyes on me. Haller said he can reach into their heads and eliminate the memory from them. He requires your consent, though, and theirs. Herbert nodded to my family. "Doryan, understand, without Haller's intervention, we would have executed them already. Haller offered his talents, so your family still lives. It's difficult to swallow this, but we didn't come to save your family. We came to save you, the warden, in possession of death's scythe. We couldn't allow the vampires, or any other corrupted creature, to get your artifact. Why not allow them to forget in time?" Reaching into their minds and erasing the memories threatened irreversible dangers. Haller didn't have a blueprint to guide him through the process. As with me and Adria, he learned as he went along, which meant he learned through failure. Though he believed he had the ability, Haller had never reached into someone's mind and plucked out a memory. If he reached into someone's head, would he steal the memory he meant to, or would he take more? Would he take their identities? Would he break their minds? Haller spoke in a dark tone. "They won't forget." I scrunched my face and shook my head. "I don't understand. Why do the rules keep changing? How does an entire town, 2,000 people, collectively forget almost being sacrificed to summon a fallen angel, but my family won't forget? It makes no sense. There's no consistency with these rules. It's almost like You're making them up to fit your agenda. Haller spoke the first syllable of a word, but Herbert cut him off with a sharp look. We lost any records of magic and the supernatural centuries ago. Our knowledge comes from experience, guesswork, and some unvalidated texts. If you're not aware, there's no way to verify the authenticity of the surviving literature. Everything we know comes from experience. The rules constantly change as we learn. I chuckled as another thought brimmed in my head. People forget a supernatural event unless, as with October, they have a predisposition to magic. Is that what's happening here? Does my family have an inherent ability preventing them from forgetting this? No. Then I don't understand. Why do we have to erase their memories or kill them? Herbert licked his lips but remained silent. No one else lent their opinion either, meaning the bearish man controlled the floor. I wanted to hate him, but I watched as he blinked too fast, as he scrunched his face, as he struggled against his emotions. He didn't want to enforce the conditions on me. He was doing his job. Herbert was a man who dedicated his life, sacrificed his free will to duty and responsibility. His singular concern revolved around protecting the world. In a way, I understood his motivation. However, my understanding went so far. My family's lives were at stake. That changed the rules of the game. They'll move on and forget. Herbert rubbed his hands on his thighs. You're right. They might all forget. Maybe they wake tomorrow with a hazy recollection of what transpired. Maybe they wake next week believing someone trespassed on the property and threatened their lives, only for Doryan to save them. We don't know what they will and will not remember. We don't know with certainty if their forgotten memories remain locked and hidden in the recesses of their minds. What if another person like Haller comes along? What if they extract those lost memories? Your mother, father, sister, and daughter not only witnessed vampires, which we could have ignored, but they... David Liu interrupted Herbert. They saw us, all 4 wardens, in a single location. Your family has a memory of our faces and capabilities. Even if they forget in time, we can't take the risk that their memory remains within them, available to anyone who can take it. Our identities must, under all circumstances, remain enigmatic. I snorted a disbelieving laugh, a coping mechanism when I didn't understand or grasp something, because it made no sense at all. Haller saw all our faces. I've seen your faces. Adria has. Will you erase our memories? You're a warden. Temporary as that position may be for you, you are a warden. It's your right to know the other wardens. Haller has worked closely with us for years. As for Adria... David Liu trailed off, glancing at Herbert. Herbert picked up the dropped train of thought. I'll speak to Adria. David Liu nodded and pinched his shoulders together. Either way, we'll not risk having your family remember what happened today. I would sooner rip their souls from their mortal bodies and show them to the next life than risk leaving them alive. However, Haller has provided us with an alternative solution, and we're allowing you to make the call. I licked my lips, the dried and chapped skin rough against my tongue. My worst nightmare had come to life. I had one more request. Before I decide, can I speak to them? The wardens glanced at each other, silently communicating. Herbert nodded. You have 15 minutes. The 3 wardens crossed the living room and exited outside through the sliding door, where they had left the vampires to melt in the sunshine. Adria pushed Haller after the wardens, leaving me with my family. I wanted to swallow an awful taste lingering in my mouth, but I couldn't draw enough saliva or get my throat to work. It seemed the blockage extended to my voice and lungs, for I couldn't speak or breathe. I stared at Vivian as she slept on Aaliyah. I wasn't sure what ran through her mind, or how much she comprehended of what happened, of who I was. My glamour had long expired, and my mother and father must have recognized their son. Their gazes did not waver from me. Their faces twisted and darkened. They had mourned the loss of their firstborn child. They had buried their son. Yet, there I was, sitting on their couch, in their living room, alive and well. Herbert had allotted me 15 minutes. I couldn't waste that precious time, slack-jawed and afraid. I had to find words and strength and courage to speak. So, I uttered the first thought that flashed through my mind, as good of a starting place as any. I don't know what to say. My mother half stood from her chair. For a moment, she remained half crouched, her shoulders slumped and trembling, as if she might topple. Then she staggered, as if pushed toward me, dropped to her knees, and scooted forward until she could reach out and touch me. Her trembling fingers traced my face, running over my scruffy cheek. "Dory, it's really you." I nodded, still unable to speak. That night, when we met for dinner, tears slid down her cheeks. Her hand dropped in mine, and she squeezed. "I knew it was you. In my heart, I recognized you. A mother will always know her baby, and I knew it was you. But you were dead." My lips quivered, and I broke down, falling to muscle memory, or into a son's need for his mother. I dropped my head against her shoulder, and I cried. She brushed her fingers through my hair, patting my back and whispering in my ear, "It's okay. I'm right here." I had lied to and abandoned her. I had hurt her in an unimaginable and unforgivable way. Yet she kneeled before me. She comforted me as I cried on her shoulder. She told me it would be all right, that everything was okay. The realization of my mother's love for me, of her unconditional love, ripped my heart apart. I no longer had control. My emotions poured from my face in an ugly display. I sagged against her, lacking the strength to hold my head up. My father joined us, wrapping one arm around my mother, his other around me. He pulled us tight against him. Together, the three of us sobbed. In the back of my mind, I knew our time was fading away. We couldn't hold each other forever. I had to pull myself together to say goodbye. I had to give them an actual goodbye. It proved the hardest thing I had ever done in my life, pulling away from their embrace. Using my knuckles, I swept the tears from my face. "We don't have a lot of time. I wanted to say I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. And I wanted to tell you goodbye. You deserve to choose what happens next, not me." My dad drew my mother into him. He stared at me with hard eyes. I wasn't sure how much he or my mother understood of the supernatural world, but he didn't show any signs of confusion or ignorance. That was my father, though. He controlled what he could control, and he moved on with his life. We can choose between them killing us or erasing our memories. I nodded. "If they erase our memories," he asked, "do we lose everything from the last hour? Do we lose our memories of—" He trailed off, unable to finish the thought. I knew his worry, though. His question had crossed my mind, too. Unfortunately, I doubted the wardens would erase my parents' memories from just the last hour. They would have something more permanent and cruel in store. I settled for a half-truth. "I don't know. If I had to guess, to give you a full scope of what you're deciding, I would say that they will erase every memory of me from your mind. If I had to guess, I believe they would take me from you." A sense of gravitational silence settled over the room. I struggled to process the extent of how that would work. To erase me from existence would mean finding and eliminating pictures of me, my medical records, my birth certificate, my death certificate. It would mean erasing my existence from the minds of countless individuals. How far were the wardens willing to go? How confident was Haller to not break the minds of hundreds of people? The logistics and scope of the mission were too big. The realization gave me a surge of hope. I shook my head. I honestly can't say what they'll do. So, we'll continue with life, knowing that you're dead, or we'll die. It seems like a rather straightforward decision. I relayed the dangers of allowing Haller to probe their minds. Still, those dangers paled compared to the alternative. My mother grabbed my hand. She glanced at Vivian. Would you like to say hello? Again, words stuck in my throat. I settled for a simple nod. My father groaned as he stood and crossed the living room, collecting Vivian from Aliyah. My sister's eyes lifted and met mine. She offered a hesitant smile. Then she dropped her gaze. I had so much to say to her, but I could only voice, I'm sorry. Like a wall, my father stood before me, holding my daughter. My breath became tight and shallow, and I flirted with hyperventilation. Somehow, I soothed my nerves and slowed my breath. Vivian, did your mom told you about me? I'm Doryan. I'm your dad. She buried her face in my father's shoulder. A heavy, soul-crushing knock beat against the sliding door. Seconds later, Herbert slid it open. His physique filled the frame. Your 15 minutes have lapsed. It is time to decide. My mother squeezed my hand. I'll always love you, Dory. I'll always love you. Do what you have to do. Protect the world from whatever it is you're protecting us from. My dad rubbed my back. They hired the best man for the job. As you move forward, always remember, we're proud of you, son. If you take anything away from this, know that we don't hold a grudge or any bitterness. We only have love and pride for you. Though we may forget, you will always live in our hearts. With what little strength I had, I stood and ventured forth on the longest walk of my life, from the couch to the sliding glass door, onto the pool deck, and around the garage, to the car I had stolen and parked in the middle of my parents' driveway. Chapter 50. I was numb as I exited my parents' house for the last time. I dared not look back, either. Had looked back, I'm not sure what I would have done. Summoned my sickles and attacked the 3 horsemen. Ran back into my mom's arms. Looked back for a moment, then looked forward again and moved on. I don't know. However, I didn't allow myself to look back. I passed by Herbert and stepped into the sunny afternoon. The fallen vampires lay stacked atop each other. Raleigh at the peak of the corpse mountain. His gray skin had turned ashy, and it flaked in the light breeze. He had more bones than flesh. In another hour, the mound of corrupted creatures would dissolve, along with the memories of my family. Someone grabbed my arm and pulled me around. I wanted nothing more than to fight, to feel my knuckles break something, to feel something break me, to feel beyond the ocean of numbness, but I refrained from swinging at whoever spun me around. Adria stood 2 feet away, her hand a vice around my wrist. I'm so sorry. I ripped my hand away. What did I have to say to her? What role had she played? Should I reserve anger toward her? Patience. I didn't understand broad emotions like anger. For that, I would have to feel, and I felt nothing. Leave me alone. A shadow darkened Adria's face. Do you think that's wise right now? You found Herbert. He's here. Worry about yourself. Worry about catching up with your past. But I caught up to mine, and there's nothing there but pain. I turned my back to her and stepped toward the car. Haller barked at me from his wheelchair. "Doryan!" I didn't bother to face the man who would erase the memories from my family. "I'll be gone when you get back. You know what will happen if you leave. You know you don't have that option." I clenched my hands into fists. There's always an option, as long as I'm willing to face the consequences. Hunt me down. Kill me. I don't care. I'm out as a Reaper and as a Warden. You can't expect me to move forward with either group after what you've done. Haller lowered his tone. "After what you have done. Adria, take me inside." Why look back and watch Haller and Adria step into my parents' house? With my eyes forward, I marched to the car and climbed into the driver's seat. Only then did I look back into the back seat. Lennon lay across the bench seat. Runic restraints bound her ankles and her hands behind her back. The inscribed wards dulled corrupted magic, weakening monsters of their power. Lennon was awake, her eyes wide and fixed on me. She mumbled behind a rag stuffed in her mouth. I shifted the car into drive and rolled down the driveway. "I'll explain everything soon." Ireland appeared in the passenger seat. "Doryan," I shook my head. "I don't want to lecture. Stop. Process what happened. You can't leave Project Phoenix, not after everything you sacrificed today. No more running. No more leaving. Stay and face the music and do better. You're a Reaper and a Warden. Your responsibilities outweigh anything you can imagine, including your family. That's a hard truth, but it's the truth. I know how you must feel. You know nothing about how I feel. How do I work with Haller after what he's doing? He's doing what he has to do. He's doing his job. You understand that more than anyone." I parked the car at the end of my parents' driveway. I made my mistakes. Without me, none of this would have happened. If I had minded simple directions and moved on from my past life and forgot my family, they would still have their memories. So, we all played a role, but those roles created too much of a divide to bridge. You're a Reaper and a Warden. Your responsibilities far outweigh your feelings. So what if you're embarrassed by your actions? So what if you're angry at Haller? Those emotions hold no merit in your responsibility in this world. Set your ego aside. You don't belong to your family anymore, as you're dead to them, and you don't belong to yourself. You're a Reaper and a Warden. Get over yourself, get out of your feelings, and do your damn job. Magic exists with intent, will, and focus. Sorceress magic, at least. Magic outside of spells and runes. Magic of the Nephilim, power that courses through blood, can be called through sheer force of will and intent. Throughout the centuries, as Nephilim blood diluted from intermixing with human blood, that magic grew more difficult to draw, to gather enough will to impose intent. The sorcerer's natural ability to implement magic without verbal spells has vanished. No true teachers exist anymore, no credible literature. As a sorcerer, I didn't know the expanse of my power. I could speak and see spirits of the dead, and I could learn words of power to cast spells. That's all I knew. In the car, though, as I accelerated through the gate and turned onto the country road, I grew weary of Ireland's advice and presence. I didn't want to hear her speak on behalf of the Wardens or Reapers, and I didn't want her in my car. My intent was crystal clear, and my focus dogged. I turned to her. In a voice that was mine, but not quite my own, a voice filled with raw power, that filled the car like a detonating bomb, I spoke. "Leave me." Ireland narrowed her eyes and opened her mouth, but before she could say a word, she disappeared. I knew I had banished her too. Something had happened inside of me. Before, I had felt nothing but fatigue and exhaustion. Now, after I commanded her to leave, a cavern opened within me. A reserve of strange and powerful energy surged through my body. With that energy, I had commanded Ireland, and she had no choice but to leave. I had unlocked my sorceress magic. Chapter 51. Adria watched Doryan walk around the corner and disappear. She stared in the distance at the tall pines piercing the blue winter sky. A moment later, Doryan's vehicle entered her line of sight before taking the first corner of the winding driveway, falling from view. Adria sighed. He might think about running off, Haller said, but he has nowhere to go. He doesn't belong to the world anymore. Though he's in it, he's not of it. He's a reaper and a warden. Even if he leaves for a week or a month, he'll be back. I don't care about him being gone. Adria tightened her grip around Haller's wheelchair. I was hoping he'd slow enough for me to catch up and hop in the car. Give me a ride out of Dodge. Now I'm stuck here, picking up the pieces of this disaster. Worst of all, I have to face the realization that I accomplished my greatest goal in life. What if I don't want to talk to him? What if I have nothing to say? Everyone comes to a point in their lives where they face doing something they don't want to do. That's how people separate themselves from others. Two options appear in that pivotal moment. Attempt the task laid out before you, or back away and return to your past life. You see, the options lead to vastly different results. In one, you become stagnant in life. Your world enters a repetitive cycle. In the other, you grow. Your world changes forever. You push through into something bigger than anything you could have dreamed of. Do you think I want to find and remove the memories inside the heads of Doryan's family? Do you understand the risk involved? If I make a minor error, I could shred their identities. I could delete their existence. Yet, if I shy away from my duty, I put the world in danger. You sure ramble a lot for someone who can read thoughts. Haller chuckled. I ramble when I'm nervous. Yeah. Well, funnily enough, I get quiet when I'm nervous. It's funny how our characters change when faced with some pressure, huh? Adria took a deep breath and exhaled. She pushed Haller into the house. Once inside, he insisted on navigating alone. He rolled into the living room, where Doryan's family waited. Zarya and David Le stood beside Doryan's mother and father. Brigitte, who had slipped into Sandy's bedroom to steal a new outfit, stood at the kitchen island, donning her human form. Herbert made eye contact with Adria and headed toward her. He nodded as they crossed paths, but he continued to the sliding glass door. Adria didn't know what to do. Half of her wanted to chase after him, jump into his arms, and feel his gentle embrace as he held her. Half of her wanted to blitz out the sliding door into the December afternoon and out of his life. She stood like a tree caught in a windstorm, swaying back and forth as if she might topple at any second. After a second of indecision, she followed him outside. They stood within arm's length of each other. Herbert studied her. Then he set his massive hands on her shoulders and pulled her slight frame into his mountainous body. That was all it took. Adria melted into him. He smelled of pine and dirt and sweat, and his aroma carried her 10 years into the past. She was a girl who needed a father, and he was her father, her protector and teacher and friend. He was the rock that never wavered, no matter how powerful the storm was. Herbert pushed her away, placing her at arm's length once more. You've changed. Adria felt too cold and alone. She acted on impulse, diving back to him. He dropped his arms to his sides and stood stiff as a board. There's a darkness around you, within you. Adria relived her dream, the dragon destroying the jaguar, along with the words that haunted her ever since the vision. Now you are nothing but mine. She thought of when she had lost control and given in to the dark urge roaring within her, killing Richard Dawkins and the young woman with lightning powers. Her lips quivered. What's happening to me? You're corrupted. Herbert frowned, and his eyes dropped to her Nagel necklace. No, it's worse than corruption. Take off your totem. Without hesitation, Adria grabbed the jaguar figurine, except she couldn't take it off. Or she refused to. Her hands and arms wouldn't obey her demands. Her limbs acted of their own accord, unwilling to remove the totem. Why can't I? Adria, my daughter, I need you to speak honestly. Has anyone other than yourself worn this totem? Do not lie to me, for I'll know. Adria didn't have to think for long. In Tonopah, the necromancer had captured her and tossed her into a dark prison. During her unconsciousness, Malachi removed the totem from her neck. Later, when he paid her a visit, he returned the necklace. Adria relayed the incident to Herbert. This necromancer you speak of, he's the one who kidnapped a town to grant them temporary magical powers through a drug and sacrifice them in a mass murder ritual to summon a demon? Adria nodded. She had never felt like such a child. Herbert looked at the tinted glass of the sliding doors. The necromancer never needed the town or the people. You gave him everything, not the diluted and corrupted magic of humans, but the pure magic of a fallen angel. You gave him enough energy to summon a demon into our world. He completed the ritual using your totem, and the spirit he summoned lives within the totem instead of your Nagual spirit. Horror washed over Adria. The terrible dream was more than a nightmare, but a fact. A demonic spirit had destroyed the jaguar and taken over her body. The necromancer infused the demon into your totem. By doing so, he gave the demon a pure spirit to devour and a vessel to consume as it grows and gains strength. If I'm remembering correctly, we have 42 days until the demon possesses your body as its vessel, that time starting from when the necromancer had your totem. How long ago did the necromancer take your necklace? I don't remember the exact date, but I remember he planned to complete the ritual on January 1st. Today is the 27th. We have 4 days to exorcise the demon. If we fail, it will consume you. Then it will enter this world. Do you understand what will happen if the demon enters the world? I don't understand any of it. If the demon needs magical energy to survive, how have I acted as a surrogate? How have I nourished it without natural magic in my blood or spirit? Herbert shook his head. Maybe it's feeding on the magic in your tattoos. This far into the incubation period, the demon would have enough strength to possess you for short periods of time. Maybe it's feeding then. Have you had lapses in memory, fugue experiences, where you don't know how you ended up somewhere? Adria thought of the strange visions that seemed all too real. She would stand at the mouth of a cave. No, not a cave. A box. A steel container. She would stand in the open doors and watch a shadow monster drain the life of innocent people. But those were visions. She always awoke where she had fallen asleep. Still, what did they mean? Could Haller dig into her mind and find the answers? Adria wanted nothing more than to reach out for Herbert, but his arms remained tight to his sides. What do I do? We have 4 days until the demon's arrival. On the 4th day, if we can't discover a way to reverse the summoning, we'll have to kill you, effectively destroying the demon's earthly vessel. In the interim, the wardens will hold you as their prisoner, and you'll have no contact with anyone. We can't risk the demon you host escaping into the world. 4 days? That's all I have? I can't do anything to help? I'm sorry, my daughter, but I've already allowed this conversation to go on too long. Before Adria could imagine reacting, Herbert's bear-like hand wrapped around her head, holding her as if trying to squeeze a basketball flat, compressing her world into a dark, suffocating agony. Chapter 52. I locked Lennon in the prison, hidden beneath the ground. Then I went to my room. I threw my few belongings into a duffel bag and raced down the stairs without a goal or an endgame. Instead, I focused on the moment and on how to get through the moment. Lennon had to go with me to wherever I went. I couldn't leave her in Haller's prison, at the mercy of Project Phoenix. They would kill her, no questions asked. With Brigitte acting as Lennon's sire, a werewolf-vampire hybrid, I doubted whether she could tame Lennon's hunger by reversing the vampiric curse or transforming her into a full vampire. What if she passed her double-corrupted nature to Lennon? Too many unanswered and unanswerable questions remained. Besides, if we waited for Brigitte to arrive so we could question her, she might act on Haller's orders and kill Lennon outright. Too many variables existed. I would untangle them later. At the moment, Lennon and I needed to leave the estate before anyone returned. She was a fledgling who had tasted human blood. Her hunger would increase day by day, minute by minute, never sated unless she transformed into a vampire, or I found a cure for the disease. I refused to kill the mother of my daughter, the woman who I loved. That left one option. I would restrain her, hold her as my prisoner, and travel the world until we uncovered a way to reverse the corruption. When I reached the bottom of the stairwell, I leaned against the doorframe in the kitchen to catch my breath. My world spun in a tight spiral, in a dizzying, twisting motion. I was weak and wavering, even as I used the wall for support. Nothing remained within me except for my sorceress power, which had broken through. But I hesitated to draw from it. From what I had read in Lazarus's journal, using my sorceress power corrupted me and threatened to steal my life. Even if I used it to keep me awake long enough to find a place to sleep, I feared it would warp my mind. So, I gave myself a moment to breathe and refocus. Once I found the courage to move, I stumbled into the kitchen and grabbed a glass from the cupboard. My hands trembled, and I dropped the cup, shattering it on the floor. I reached for another, filling it with tap water. I chugged, spilling most of the water down the front of my shirt. After I finished drinking 3 glasses dry, I peeled a banana and ate. I threw a couple of apples in my duffel bag, along with some beef jerky. As I turned to leave the kitchen and fetch Lennon, I gasped and leaped back a foot. October stood in the doorway, studying me with wide, concerned eyes. She stepped forward and tripped over her feet, falling on her face. There she lay, unmoving. I lifted my gaze and looked through the kitchen door, which allowed a perfect view of the entryway. I could walk around October's body, through the open front door, into the underground prison, and out to the stolen car. It would take 3 minutes. Lennon and I would be in the wind, long gone before Haller returned. My eye twitched as the devil on my shoulder tempted me to do what I did best: run, flee, abandon the mounting hardships. I shook my head and exhaled a half-hearted chuckle, laughing at the irony of my life. Meeting October led me to Project Phoenix. Now it seemed she would be the reason I stayed. I gritted my teeth and hurried to her, careful not to trip over my heavy feet. She breathed, and she had a soft pulse. I wasn't a healer, though. I didn't know how to help her apart from lending her energy. Energy I didn't have. If I helped her, I risked killing myself. That never stopped me before, and I refused to let it slow me down then. I grabbed her wrist and closed my eyes. I imagined the bright, searing power living within my blood, reacting to my will. My intent was simple but powerful: save October's life My will was ironclad. I did not hesitate in my duty. My focus was unwavering. Those were the three ingredients to cast sorcerous magic: intent, will, and focus. As I called on the inherent magic to transfer to October, a sudden force plowed into my chest. I flew back, hitting my head hard on the kitchen tile. Stars dotted my vision, obscuring my line of sight. Yet I made out Love's tall, scrawny physique hunching over October with a pen, drawing sigils on her skin. I stood on quivering legs. "Stop! Don't hurt her!" Love reached into his pocket and drew a playing card. He flicked it at me. The card cut across the kitchen and pierced into my shoulder as if he had thrown a bladed weapon. I went to pull it free, but my hand wouldn't listen. My legs stopped working. I crumpled, puddling onto the ground. I woke in my bedroom. My eyes burst open, and I went to shoot into a sitting position, but restraints held me to the bed. My eyes darted around, counting the people attending to me. Haller, Winnie Love, October. I strained against the binds, but they held tight. Haller rolled forward in his wheelchair. "Easy. There's no need to drain the energy you've earned through rest." I clenched my jaw. "Where is she?" "Where's who? Where is she?" Haller cocked his head and stroked his chin. "Brigitte, imprisoned, though by choice. We know little about her hybrid condition. She doesn't want to hurt anyone, and we agree. We're keeping her locked away until we know more." "Not Brigitte." "Ah, you mean Lennon? Where is she?" His eyes brightened, and I knew the answer. We need to know if Brigitte's unique condition allows her to reverse or transform a fledgling. We've bunked them together. His words shattered over me. I wanted to scream, to close my eyes and disappear from the room. Instead, I panted like a raging bull. "Doryan, your family!" "You don't dare speak about my family. Not you." It went beyond expectation. "You don't know how it went. You don't know what you did to them. Maybe it worked today. What about 10 years from now? What has your invasion and obstruction done to them in the long term?" Haller averted his gaze for a moment. "Doryan, your family, they're nothing compared to what we're facing. Lennon, her vampiric curse means nothing." I blinked hard for a few seconds. Haller spoke differently than normal, and his strange tone chilled me. He must have taken my silence as curiosity, for he continued. "Adria is a prisoner to the horsemen." "What? Why?" "Malachy Morvain sacrificed the Nagel spirit in her totem, replacing it with a demon. The demon will rise in 4 days, taking full possession of Adria's body. Since she's in Umenta, she doesn't have inherent magic to sustain the demon for long. It's our assumption it will search for its original body. If it finds it, the world will cease to exist. We have 3 days. We had 4, but I allowed you to rest, for one of them, to regain your energy for this mission. 3 days to reverse the summoning. If we fail, the wardens will kill Adria, thus delaying the demon's summoning and subsequent rise to power, though not banishing the entity. October shared her confident voice in the tense room. That's who I saw. Adria. She had turned into a shadow creature. The demon, I'm sure. I know it was her. It had to be. They were feeding captives Prometheus, empowering them with magic, and feeding their empowered souls to the shadow creature. Haller nodded. It's how the demon sustained itself, since Adria can't nourish it. Also, it's my belief that the demon, if the wardens have to kill Adria, will know where to find more captives and take over one of their bodies. Once he depletes his vessel, he'll jump into the next until he locates his original body, or the body of a sorcerer. Spirits could access my memories and knowledge when they merged with my body. Demons were spirits of demons, and one had possessed Adria. The demon knows we exist. You, love, and me, we're all sorcerers. It can sustain by drawing magical energy from any of our bodies. Haller nodded. We'll work under the assumption it knows everything Adria knows. I closed my eyes, running the information through my mind. I reflected on our time in Tonopah as we battled the necromancer. If Malachi had infused a demon into Adria's totem, he would need to nourish the demon to complete his ritual. How would he do that if we killed him? I recalled how cocky and sure of his plan he seemed when he died. Malachi had recruited help. He had learned that Adria lived in Sacramento. How? She wouldn't have told him. Yet Prometheus, Malachi's drug, circulated throughout the city to nourish the demon. My eyes bolted open. Johann. Haller frowned. What? I massaged my temples, forcing myself to finish the realization. Malachi used Johann, but how did he control the kid? After the necromancer murdered his father, why would Johann serve Malachi? The answer sat on the tip of my brain. Then it hit me like an avalanche of stones. Gregory. Haller's frown deepened. Who? I briefed Haller on the spirit who had tagged along to Tonopah, who hadn't returned with us. The spirit Adria and I encountered in the graveyard. I promised to help him excavate some treasure he buried, hoping to guide him into the next life. We postponed the task to complete the necromancer mission. We left Gregory alone in a police station. Malachi must have seen him and spoken to him through a zombie, because Gregory waited near a zombie. I rambled, but I didn't care. I spoke my convoluted thoughts to clear my head. After speaking to Gregory, Malachi must have controlled him. I thought about how I banished Ireland from the car, controlling her. Malachi had been leagues more experienced and powerful than me. It wouldn't have taken much any effort for him to control a spirit. I continued my musing. He must have given Gregory instructions. Johann stayed at the saloon, sleeping, when we went off to engage Malachi in the mines. Gregory knew that. He must have convinced Johann to allow him to possess him. That explains why Johann's mom called and reported her son missing. It explains the Prometheus in Sacramento. Gregory, on Malachi's instruction, works through Johann to feed the demon. A weighted silence collapsed around the room. October broke it. What do we do with that information? Haller rapped his knuckles against the wire, spokes on his wheels. Find the demon's original body. We'll fortify the property against a vampiric attack. A vampiric attack? I asked. We killed Raleigh. He came after us when we had Cade. A fledgling. If vampires earn power through their offspring, we incited a huge power outage for whomever sired Raleigh. The vampires will come for retribution. If Raleigh shared information with them, they know who we are and who we love. My heart skipped a beat. I thought of my family once more in danger. Haller must have seen the blood drain from my face. They're gone, Doryan. You can call it witness protection, but the wardens have brought them to their new lives. They didn't forget about you dying and coming to life. They forgot you ever existed. I now understood why Haller had restrained me to the bed. When he broke that news, I wanted to strangle the man. Instead, I lay limp and broken in my bed, staring at nothing. They have different names and slightly different backgrounds, and they live in a different location. They're safe, Doryan, and that's all that matters, right? After a minute of swallowing my anger and allowing my rage to ebb, I turned to Haller with pure hate burning in my eyes. Lennon lives. Period. I'll find a cure for her. Do you understand me? She lives. Haller didn't flinch at my stare. Save Adria and save the world. Once you complete that task, we'll discuss other, lesser matters. Where am I going? An amused smile worked the corners of Haller's mouth. To a world beyond our world.